Oh, you feel that? I can feel it. The excitement, the hype. It's so real right now. Hello and welcome to day one of the Rainbow Six Siege United Kingdom Ireland Nationals. It's brand new and there's been a huge buzz surrounding this tournament for a while now. And I am delighted to be part of the kickoff of this massive tournament. And I am joined by two Siege scene legends. It's X and Demo. How are you two doing?
Hello, Ian. Thank you very much indeed for those kind words. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you.
Demo?
Yeah, I cannot wait. I don't think words can describe how excited I am for this season. You know, we've been here plenty of times down this same road, but boy, this is a different road we're going on this time, man. We really are.
Well, last time we were all together, we were all wearing underpants, weren't we? Whereas right now, you don't have to because we can only see our top half, right? Or is that just me?
I
think that's just you. I don't think you got the memo, Ollie.
I got the memo, Demo. Maybe it's just you.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just you, Demo.
Well.
Right, let's get stuck in. Let's take a look at the format of this amazing tournament. The group stage is a round robin of 7 weeks. So every team plays each other in a best of one. First and second go straight into the finals, with third and sixth going into the playoffs. Seventh and eighth will sadly be relegated to the UKIN second division. So just so you know, you watching, the playoffs will take place on Thursday, the 27th of August, with the finals taking place on the first weekend of September. The format, Demo, is something we're familiar with.
Yeah, not a lot has changed. It's the same thing we've kind of been going for, the past 4 or 5 seasons or so. The only difference this time is that whoever finishes third place, they get to pick their opponent in the playoffs. That's the only difference we have, Ollie.
Yeah, and it's a nice little addition. It gives a little bit more meaning, should we say, to those seeding matches as we get down to the pointy end of the season. But there's a heck of a lot of Siege to be played before then, and I'm super excited to see it.
Tons of play. And money-wise, big moolah. Ubisoft has put up 25k in prize money, which is the largest pool prize to date in a season of Rainbow Six Siege esports here in the UK. It's good incentive, isn't it, Ollie?
Absolutely, yeah. The money's there, and there's a lot of other reasons to be getting yourself involved. And I think it's just going to be a really good showcase. Like you said at the start, there's been a lot of hype surrounding this whole thing kicking off, and I think that the players and the fans at home are really just itching to get involved now.
Demo, you said yourself that you're very excited. Are you feeling that hype? Have you seen online a real hunger for this tournament?
I think this season, we say it every season, it's going to be the most competitive. We've been there, we've done that, but honestly, it definitely is. It has to be. The teams that we have, unbelievable how stacked the rosters are this season.
Insane. Right, what makes this tournament super tasty as well is that its winner qualifies for the EU Challenger League at the end of this season. The prizes don't get much bigger than that, Ollie.
Absolutely. A spot in the Challenger League is exactly what the game needs. It promotes, very good grassroots scene that then builds into something like this UK and Ireland Nationals that then feeds into the Challenger League, that then further feeds into the highest level of Siege, the Pro League. So there's a ladder to climb now. There's a very clear, direct path. And, one of these teams that is in this league tonight is going to be in Challenger League next season. Then who knows, maybe in Pro League very shortly.
How exciting is that, Demo?
Yeah, I think that's the big incentive. Sure, money's one thing, but that Challenger League spot, that's another thing entirely. So yeah, I think a lot of teams will be going for that. They'll be aiming. Shall we say second place? Are we too soon to go that far? Because obviously, with Navi being there, they can't get it. So, I mean, if Navi do go and win this whole thing, which I'm sure we'll probably touch on them later on, but second place, that's going to guarantee you the CL spot.
Yeah, as you say, as Navi are a European League team, they cannot win this spot under any circumstance. So if they win, it's passed on to second place, like Demo said there. Should we take a look at some of the teams, well, all of the teams involved? Obviously, as you mentioned, there's a real elephant in the room here. Navi are back. I mean, those three words, Navi are back, is going to strike fear in the rest of the teams involved here. The only Pro League team in it, and they're in it to win it, as always. Do they still have it in the tank to win another championship, Ollie, or will we see teams stepping up?
Navi have got a lot to prove here. You know, they took a little bit of a break last season, but now they're back with a vengeance. They've got, albeit a slightly different roster, but they've still got, you know, they're still in EUL. They're still at the highest level possible in Europe for Siege. So a little bit of a roster change or not, they're still going to be looking to come out here and put in a performance. And I know, having spoken to some of the players on that team previously, that they take this very seriously. And there's a lot of pride on the line for them. You know, their spot in EUL is as safe as they can have it for now, obviously depending on what happens in that little bubble itself. But they're not too concerned about the Challenger League spot. They'll obviously be concerned about the prize money, but they really want the bragging rights and they want to make it. What will it be this time, Demo? Will it be 4 or even 5-time champions?
They'll be 4 times champions.
4-time champions, incredible.
Yeah, their hunger hasn't, their success hasn't diminished any of their hunger at all. They're still here to win this. Do you think that they're going to be gunning for number one, just like they did in all these previous massive seasons where they've won?
I mean, speaking of Doki, he personally said that he knows that the level of standard in this competition has immensely rose, and they themselves know that they can't get away with just pulling off, these one-time things where they don't really care. The European leagues being their main thing, professional play, obviously that's always going to be their main concern, but for them, they know that there is players out here, there is teams out here who can contest them and can go toe-to-toe, so they know they need to be on their game for this season.
Let's look at some of those teams who could go toe-to-toe with Navi. Let's start with M&M. Few changes to their squad. They are the last Prem champs, but are they actually the reigning champions from the previous season? Because they didn't beat Navi.
I mean, it's a very difficult one, isn't it? Because obviously Navi weren't in last season of Prem. Secret dropped out partway through to focus on Challenger League. So there is an argument that they had a maybe slightly easier ride than previous seasons. That being said, you really can't take that accomplishment away from them. And the players on that roster then went on to do some good things inside of Challenger League under a different organization. Now, 3 of those guys are back under M&M here for the UK Island Nationals. So it's quite a nice little Cinderella story for them of how they've pretty much started, or they're back where they started almost, and they're ready to make that climb again. I think they've got it in the tank. It will all depend, obviously, on the rest of the competition. And, maybe M&M aren't that second team to be sort of trifled with. Maybe there's somebody else that's going to rise on through those ranks.
Demo, M&M have got something to prove here.
I mean, first of all, can we just talk about the org? Are we ever going to get rid of the organization M&M? They don't want to go. Cal and Dan, they're having none of it. They're saying, nope, this is us. We're staying here. We create the GOATs. And honestly, their roster, it's looking spicy for this season. But yeah, like we said, they won last season. Navi wasn't there. Can we see them prove that even if Navi were there, we'd still win?
Speaking of a spicy team, let's talk about Fierce. Demo, I know you're excited about these guys at the moment. Such a team. They got knocked out by Vexed last time around, but now they're back with a star-studded lineup. These guys are one to watch.
Yeah, I think the Fierce team for me is definitely the most promising thing we've had in the UK for quite some time in terms of raw skill that some of the players possess. Obviously, we'll see how that roster kind of debuts tonight. So there's a lot of question marks still above their head. But no, I think that team, with who they've brought in, it's going to be one tank of a roster. I'll tell you that one thing, Ian.
Ollie, Demo's very excited. Do you have those same levels of hype?
I really do share Demo's enthusiasm in Fierce here, and I'll tell you for why. Those guys, as a core, they've been grinding for quite a long time now. We've seen them playing in things like SI quals. We've seen them playing in Challenger League quals. We've seen them trying their best to grow and progress as a team. Something like the UK Island Nationals gives them such a well-formatted structure for them then to go through weekly games, grinding, scrimming, just improving time after time after time. And as Demo alludes to there, they've brought in quite a spicy new member. I think they've certainly got a lot of potential. They've definitely got the raw ingredients for a Challenger League team.
So they were knocked out by Vex last season. Vex were the runners-up last season. Was that a fluke, do you think, Demo? You know, lots of roster changes since then, including their coach. Can they maintain their consistency here in the summer league?
I mean, again, this is very uneasy territory we're at because we're not entirely sure what we're expecting. A lot of these teams, we haven't seen them play in quite some time. So there's obviously going to be new things being brought forward. You know, if you think about it, they've kind of, every team has kind of been cocooned up for like 3 months or so. So let's see if they can finally kind of shed that and see what comes out of it.
What do you think, Ollie?
As you say, it really comes down to the grinding, and we don't always get to see what goes on behind these closed doors. You know, we can catch little conversations here and there about maybe who certain teams are scrimming or how scrims are necessarily going, but you never really get a full picture until you see them inside of a league competing week after week. Even little one-off sort of, you know, a show match on a weekend or something like that, you still don't get a full picture of how that team's performing on a weekly basis. And as you say, came second last time, came runners up. Very good chance that they're going to be able to put in a good performance, particularly if they've built on that.
When you get that close to glory as well, the hunger just gets more and more, doesn't it? Cavana, semi-finals last season, they feel that their team has improved vastly since then. Tam can help, right? Do you think Tam has helped them, Demo?
I think for the Cavana team, they've had a couple of roster changes here or there. I think overall, the 3-month break, just talking to them, they say that has helped them immensely. They've got their rules sorted, which is something that they said they lacked previously. And if you guys are clicking with the rules and things are working well in the team structure, then now you can start really putting the basics and add your, I would say, kind of meat to the bones of that main core.
Yeah. Do you agree, Ol?
Yeah, I think, you know, like you say, Demo, sometimes a little bit of time away is all that you need to be able to cement things as a team, and it's never too bad to take that time and to really try and personally develop as individuals and as a roster. You know, sure, they've suffered a few changes. I think they maybe lost the coach and maybe lost Omos as well.
Yeah.
So bit of a difficult sort of balance to catch there, but that doesn't mean to say that whoever comes in replacing those people isn't going to be the right fit.
It's going to be good to see them in action. Audacity, they didn't have the best season last season. They've brought in Omos. Apparently, he's the mindset changer in this team. Can he be a game changer here, though? What do you think, Ollie? I'm going to come to you first.
I think they've got a lot to prove. You know, there's quite a different roster there. It isn't going to be the same Audacity that finished 6th last season. We should really be expecting a bit more out of them. It was a very close battle in that relegation zone. I think they only got 6th by about 1 point. So it quite easily could have been a different team sat here in their shoes, and they should really recognise that and try and put in their utmost. As you say, the addition of Omos, has he just been able to bring a little bit more structure and a little bit more surety to an otherwise skilled team, but maybe just lacked a bit of direction?
Your thoughts briefly, Demo?
Yeah, I think Omos, they said themselves that he's kind of helped them with their entire mindset, not so much in terms of their overall structure, but certainly for their understanding of what they need to do to play at a high level. He's been one of the main kind of brains behind everything. So he's definitely kind of running the strings in Audacity at the moment, and let's see if they can try and take them to victory.
Just rattle through these last three. Demise. Shattered is one of my biggest fans, it seems, on social media. There's a few apparently. The Siege community are happy to see me back, so thank you very much for having me. Shattered wanted to make a team because he was bored, pretty much, and now he's back in the Nationals. Can he stay here? Demo.
I mean, like, Shattered is a story on its own. You know, the heartbreak that he's went through. He previously played inside this competition, I think, back in the 2nd season. So that's a very long time ago now. And he played in so many qualifiers, just didn't work for it. And now, finally, he's here. He's got his team, a team which, granted to them, played very, very well during the qualifiers. But now can they kind of adapt themselves and play against some of the big boys now?
We'll see. Ollie, let's talk about the 2 qualifying teams. London ESPORTS qualified as Revenge, and they were the dark horses of the UK qualifiers, but they didn't drop a single map. Do you think they can carry on this form in the summer?
They've definitely got a lot to prove here. You know, not dropping a map's dangerous inside of the qualifiers because you come out starting to feel a little bit confident and maybe a bit unbeatable. I'm sure that they don't. I'm sure they recognise the calibre of competition that they're going to be going up against inside of the league. But they're really going to be one to watch. You know, they've had a cracking quals, as you said. It's all about now how that translates into playing against some, you know, tougher competition.
All right, that's your qualifiers done. Let's take a look at the format. Let's take a look at the schedule, guys. Let's start with you, Demo. Take a look at this, and I want to know your thoughts.
Yeah, so there's the schedule of the games. I think, for me personally, I'm drawn towards, actually, the London eSport and Audacity match. That's what I'm more interested in. I feel as if some of the matches today can go a little bit one-sided, but that London Audacity, that's a big one in the air, really, for both teams to see what they've kind of proved. Obviously, London, we've seen a little bit about them in the qualifiers, but Audacity, we've seen nothing.
I cannot wait to see Navi in action. Which game are you looking most forward to, Ollie, yourself?
Honestly, I'd have to agree with Demo. I think it's just the fact that, London eSports and Audacity, to us tonight, first week, they're the unknown, and one of them is going to have to go out there and they're going to have to set the standard and set that pace. And I think that could be one of the closer fought matches of this evening.
Do you think the others... let's get some predictions. Let's get some predictions before we move on. For each game, let's start with you, Demo.
I'm going to say M&M win the first game. And then I'm going to say Navi win the second game. Fierce win the third game. And I'm going to throw a draw in for the fourth game between London and Audacity.
What do you think, Ollie?
I like that, throwing in the draws. I would agree with the first two. Definitely, I think M&M are going to win their first game against Kavana, and I think that Navi are definitely going to win against Vex. There's a little bit of a question mark over Fierce and Demise. I think that's probably one of the games that could really go either way. For me, it edges toward Fierce. And then the last game, I think it's going to be a barn burn, but I've got a little sneaking suspicion about Audacity. I'm quietly confident in those guys.
What do you think, Demo? Are you quietly confident about Audacity as much as Ollie is?
Again, it's not really more so on Audacity to see how they're going to show up. We've seen their players before inside of this competition. It's how are the London boys going to turn up? This is now them into the big leads, so to say. Well, for what the UK is anyway. They kind of went out from beating teams who aren't the strongest compared to what we have in here, the teams in the qualifiers. So now they move on to that. And now they're playing against teams who are established, who have been here for a while. They have their structure. Can London cope with that?
Let's see. Who's ready to get stuck into the prep phase of the show? Hands up. Are we ready?
Sure, fans.
I suppose. Yeah, sure.
Let's do it. I didn't see your hand though, Demo. Let's get stuck into the prep phase of the show. Welcome to the first edition of the Prep Phase. This is going to be a weekly show where we will take a look into the R6 world. Next week, we'll be asking your questions to a man who I mentioned a little bit earlier on, a man I'm very fond of. Shattered from Demise will be answering your questions. So if you want to get involved, get yourself on Twitter right now and tweet your questions using the hashtag R6UKI. Before we talk more with X and Demo, let's take a look at how the newly qualified teams secured their spot in UKIN. Take a look at this.
Am I excited? Of course I am. This is a league I've never played in before. It's a completely new team, completely different competitions. So yeah, and I'm always excited for some good siege games.
It's going to be our first time playing competitive as a team in such a long time, and it's going to be good fun to play a game that actually means something.
We're looking to beat M&M, especially because I would see them as our rivals for the Challenge League spot.
In terms of teams to beat, I'd say it would be M&M.
We're coming for M&M, we're coming for Navi.
M&M. Them and Navi are going to be our hardest game, but I think if we get M&M out their way, we can deal with Navi.
Who we're going to see in the finals, maybe top four, probably us, Navi, M&M, Vex, and then it'll be obviously dependent on seed and who will go to the grand final and that kind of stuff.
I expect to see us in the final, obviously.
Us and Navi will be in the finals, and I think Audacity will be relegated.
For relegations, I would expect it to be Audacity and Revenge.
Don't want to be harsh, but I'd probably expect to see Audacity relegated.
We've only just joined the team, but our short-term goals were probably to make Challenge League, since that's coming up soon, and long-term is eventually to make Pro League.
In the long term, we're definitely looking at Pro League spot and later on the majors, but that will come way further down the line. But we definitely have the potential for it, so that's the heights we're reaching for.
I don't live with my teammates, but I think it'll be very beneficial because you see each other every day, and like I think the chemistry just gets better knowing that your teammates sat right next to you.
We have absolute banter in the team speak, and it flows every day. I think it could be honestly really fun if we did get the opportunity.
I don't think it'd be too bad living with my teammates. You know, they're all nice guys. So
I don't live with my teammates, and if I did, I'd probably say it would be the worst experience in my life. So I'm glad I don't. I just think it'd be a living hell. That's all I have to say about that. If I had to say our star player, it'd probably be Joe. He's just got the ability to just change around in seconds, just off pure gun skill.
I'd say it's Joe because like he's the one guy, like if you're in a tough situation like a 3v5, he'll just kill like 3 people out of nowhere and you don't even know how he's done it.
I'd have to say Joe. He's definitely the flashiest player. He's going to be pulling off these quick double, triple kills.
Joe, probably. In terms of numbers and in terms of just impact that guy can have on a game, it's massive. Playing online instead of being online, obviously, like your ping is a little higher, so everything you do in game, you have to think about the delay and the peaks advantage, especially in Siege. It's actually really important.
The experience like is one you'll never get unless you go to and actually play it at a LAN.
For me personally, I think it's the crowd and the energy that we feed into, which is a big benefit.
for amateur players going pro, I would say be dedicated, don't give up too easily, and just put in the time. And eventually, if you're determined enough, you'll make it.
It needs to be a game you want to play every day, and like you don't find it as a job, you know, playing the game.
Lots of things in your life are going to have to take a backseat to your competitive career if your goal is to go pro. So that is something you must be willing to do.
I'd say my favourite competitive experience so far has been when I qualified for my first Prem LAN. It was just a good feeling, and I don't think I'll experience that again.
At DreamHack Austin, we played against Obey, and it was just a very fun game to be part of because everyone, it was just so passionate. Everyone was screaming at each other, and like, I don't know, it's just such a passionate filled series. And unfortunately, it wasn't on stream, but that is certainly one of my most fun memories.
Me personally, I think is getting to a LAN, like actually qualifying for a LAN and going to it.
My thoughts on the Mice are, I watched them in the qualifiers, 2 of their games, and to me it looked like it was the Hosty show, or Hosty. If he shows up like he did in the qualifiers, I'm sure they could put up a fight, but otherwise I think they're gonna have to make some serious changes to their overall team chemistry and their overall team gameplay to stand a chance against the better teams in the league.
I think the player you need to look out for on the Mize is Hosty. Like, he's really good. He can just pull a 3k out of nowhere or 4k and win you the round.
Hosty, just based on his pure fragging potential, he can just drop a 20 bomb whenever he feels like it. So yeah, we definitely need to keep an eye on him.
The maps we'd hope to play them on, I don't think it matters that much to us which map we play them on, because we feel very confident that we're simply the better team here. So giving out any information about our maps right now would be kind of counterintuitive to our future opponents. So we're just gonna see where we end up, really.
I'm honestly not sure what map we're hoping to play them on, but I think any map's going to be a win for us anyway.
We're prepared for any kind of map. As long as we're heads are in the right place, we can take them to any map and we'll beat them.
Wherever map they want to take us to will be their demise, as we like to say.
So we have prepared, we will prepare, but we won't be putting in a lot of effort into it, as right now our focuses will be on core principles within the team, core gameplay, and preparing for the bigger teams like M&M and Navi.
The Mize have struggled a lot in the past as a roster, but they finally made the UK Nationals, which is well done, boys. You're finally here. You're a bit late, but you're here. So we'll take care of you the first map. We'll make you settle right in. We'll give you that first loss to begin with. So thank you.
Confident talk there, lads. And I am absolutely delighted to say that we are now joined by secretly, sorry. I'm going to say it strictly secretly, though. That's who he is. It's secretly from Fierce. He is a Siege OG. He's joined a new team. He used to play for Chaos, and now he's in with these guys. He's a player that has gotten Demo very excited. Secretly, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
How excited are you about these UK and Ireland nationals?
I'm very excited, of course. First time for me playing in the UK Ireland Nationals, so it's going to be a new experience for me, something I've never played in before. So yeah, I'm really excited to get in it and see how it goes.
Demo, you mentioned earlier that you think that this man could be a real difference maker for Fierce. Why is that?
Well, I think it's probably better to let Secretly explain. And I'm probably just going to ask him one question. How on earth do you put a leash on Joe? How do you do it? How?
I think the answer is you don't. It is almost impossible. You just need to try to contain him just a little bit and then have your team play around it. Because when you can find a good spot for that player, then I think he's going to be one of the best in the world. But I think he also requires a team that plays around him a bit, because that is a man who I don't think can be contained.
Demo, you were talking earlier about how one man can carry a team. You've said yourself that Fierce have got some really good members. Talk us through some of the members on your team and how confident you are with your squad coming into this, Secretly.
I mean, I feel we have pretty much everything on this roster. We have a very aggressive star player who can frag against pretty much anyone in the world in Joe. And then we have, Tyrant as a extremely good second entry, always putting up big numbers. And then we still have that core supporting lineup with me, Reese, and Kayak, who can help provide the stability and the shot calling and those types of things. So I feel like we have a very balanced roster and we can take this team far.
Ollie, I've said myself just moments ago that Secretly is a Siege OG. Having a character like that as part of your team is invaluable, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you're going to bring a lot of structure and a lot of experience to a group of guys that have been trying to, make that next step and to really progress themselves. Maybe one of the questions that I've got for you, Secretly, is, what specifically do you think that you brought to the table that these guys were maybe lacking a little bit?
I think the biggest things I bring is experience and dependability and a system that everyone can shine in. And pretty much what it does is it creates consistency to a lot of guys who haven't had it before. They've been doing the run and gun play style a lot. And I feel like that's the biggest part I bring is just stability to the roster and consistency.
So in a way, you kind of balance Joe out in the fact that Joe's a lunatic. So you've got Joe being a lunatic, you've got you being very consistent, and then you kind of battle out tug-of-war style and end up somewhere in the middle.
That's the plan. And I feel like we've so far in scrims, we've done a pretty good job of it because we do have these strong support players, core players who can bring round backs in case it doesn't go too well for him, So I feel like the balance we struck is very good, and we're looking forward to showing it to you today.
Can't wait to see it. Secretly, you mentioned there that you bring experience to the team. How much are you seeing your co-players, co-teammates come up to you looking for advice, looking to pick from that experience that you've built over the years?
I think it's mostly just during scrims, they look to me to solve problems, solve things that are going on within the team, and just in general trying to make our strats and our communication better. And I feel like that's what I provide the most, really. It's just throughout the games, I just explain what we can do better and how to accomplish our goals.
Who are you most looking forward to facing off against over the summer?
I think Eminem and Navi are going to be our two biggest opponents. And from those, I think it's going to be Eminem because they are our rivals fighting out for the Challenge League spot. So I feel like that's going to be the most exciting game for us.
Can you take him?
Oh, yes.
Guys, Demo, you said yourself earlier that Fierce are your picks to potentially win this if they do go on to do so. Secretly here, it will have played a huge part in that, right?
Like Secretly said, they have every everything going well for them. They have their structure, they have their roles. You look at Tyrant and Joe, massive duo for them to kind of have their entries. Joe, I've said in the past, I think can rival people, like Doki in terms of gun skill. We just have to try and fix his brain a little bit because he can get a little bit wild now and again. You have Tyrant there, who's kind of been, one of the main guys for many seasons here inside the UK scene. Obviously, then you look at their support. You have Kayak, who I rate very, very highly as a support player. I think Reese as well. He kind of speaks for himself about what he's achieved in other teams throughout this tournament. And then, obviously, secretly, you kind of speak for yourself of what history experience have you had.
Secret, do you feel any pressure on yourself? Obviously, we're hyping you up quite a lot here. And I think Demo's hyping you here.
I'm just going to be sat here thinking, right, so I don't know what to do anymore.
Do you feel any pressure coming into this? Do you feel like you've got a lot to prove secretly?
I do feel for sure that I do have a lot to prove, and we've been hyping up this roster now, and it would be a major disappointment if we didn't show what we've done in scrims and in our preparation for this. And I mean that does bring a certain amount of pressure, but I feel like we can get off to a strong start tonight, and then we will live up to all of it.
Well, let's talk about tonight. How are you feeling going into your game?
Initial thoughts is that it's going to be a stomp. That is what we are
really?
preparing
You think
for.
it's going to be a stomp? What do you think Demaz would say about that? Do you see it being a stomp? I know that you predicted a fierce win, Ollie. Do you see this being a stomp? Do you agree with Secretly here?
I mean, stomp wasn't the word that I was going to use, if I'm being honest with you, Ian. I was
7-0. You were going to make it a lot more clear to everyone.
I'm not necessarily. It obviously depends on the map that we get to see. We've seen a little bit of Demise so far, but we haven't necessarily seen as much as we'd maybe like to make a good decision. If Secretly is coming in there and saying it's going to be a stomp, then I think we've got to take the man at his word. But I'm predicting something a little bit more even. I was going to go like the classic 7-3, 7-4 sort of territory.
Would you take a result like that secretly?
At the end of the day, a win is a win, so we would take it. But we are looking to have a strong showing today.
Well, let's just have a quick look towards, let's imagine we're at the back end of the season. Where would be, obviously, you want to finish in the top two, but where would be would third be a disappointment for you?
If we're third in the playoffs, yes, it would for sure be a disappointment. In the regular season, considering we are up against strong teams like Navi, like M&M, it could happen, to be honest, that we end up third. But in the playoffs, I feel like in a best of three, we should beat anyone. So if we end up third in the playoffs, big disappointment.
Do you agree with that, Demo? Do you think it would be a disappointment to see Fierce finish third?
I mean, I think it's tough to kind of call because obviously even Secretly said you have M&M, you have Navi there. I would toss in perhaps Kavana, perhaps Vexed as well. I think there is still that high level of competition. Obviously, Secretly, you're going to be a little bit biased now. So always have to keep that in consideration with some of these players. But I think overall, I think the big matches, like the matches where you show up and you're against your rivals, that's the matches you need to win. And like Secretly said, if they want to reach those top two positions, then M&M, they have to be ready for Secretly and the boys.
Is that how you feel, Secretly?
I think they're scared of us, to be honest. When Joe is unleashed, there's no stopping.
That's what we wanted.
Are you scared of Navi at all?
No. Same there. I think Doki, he is shivering at the thought of Joe jumping out the window.
Rent free.
Ollie, you gotta love this trash talk. It's great, it's what we're all about here. It's nice to see a little bit of friendly trash talk, and then in week 3 we'll get to see if you're going to put your money where your mouth is, because that's the week that you're going to be facing off against Navi. But Demo, you made the comparison earlier, didn't you, saying that Joe was very similar to Doki in his play style?
Yeah, I think Joe and Doki share a lot of similarities in how they play. It'll be a big battle whenever those two go up against each other, knocking heads. Obviously, both of them being their main entries for their team. So, Joe / Doki. We'll just what would there be their duo ship name? What would be their partner name?
Jokey,
obviously.
Jokey. All right, yeah, there we go. That'll do.
Do you sense those same comparisons that Demo's picked up on there secretly?
Oh yeah, and I think even Doki would make that same comparison as well as his other Navi teammates, is that they are very similar players in their playstyles, and once Joe gets a bit more experience, I think a lot more people are going to make the same comparisons as well.
Are there any players in this tournament that you say that you would find comparisons with yourself personally, or do you think you're a standalone sort of character in this league?
It would have to be one of the Navi players then, because they are the ones with the most experience, the ones who's played in the leagues that I have. So someone like maybe Kendrew, even Nello, those are probably the two players that I could see myself in the most, but it's hard to say because there's so many unique players in there.
Do you see that comparison, Dema?
Yeah, I think definitely with the experience you kind of bring. I was aiming more towards someone like Panix, who he's been, nearly around as long as you have in different teams. So yeah, I'd probably make that comparison as well. Certainly someone from Navi.
What do you think, Ollie? Do you think that what comes most when it comes to experience, we talk a lot about it, but do you think it all comes down to composure? Is that one of the key ingredients that comes from being in this game for such a long time?
I think absolutely, and you're only going to gain that composure by being exposed in those situations where you do need to make the right decision, or you have got to, make the right call, and that's where the experience then backs it, and then the composure, when you go into it next time that you made the right call, so you're able to, sort of continue. It's almost a circle of lifestyle. You've got to be in that position to know you can deal with it, and then next time you're in it, you knew you dealt with it, so you can do it, so you're still composed, and there really is no excuse or no substitute, should I say, for not having that experience. So being able to bring it in is obviously fantastic for the team.
Secretly, I just need to ask you, do you, after playing this game for so long at such a high level, does your heart rate still go up in certain moments in the game? Do you still get that same buzz that you had in the early days when you were playing this?
For sure. When you're clutching a big round or just in playing important games, your heart rate's always going to go up. And I feel like that's what a lot of the comp players, they play for. They want to feel that rush of, hitting a sick shot in front of thousands of people. And that really is what we play for.
Right, we're going to move on in just a moment, but I want to get your prediction for not only, you've done a lot of trash talking tonight and I've really enjoyed it, but your prediction for a score tonight, and also your prediction, I know what you're going to say, but where you're going to finish at the end of this tournament.
Oh, we're finishing first. We're going all the way.
And tonight, you going with a stomp?
Yeah, they might get one round, maybe two at most. That's where I'm going.
Ooh, Demo, Ollie, any last words for the big man?
I mean, 5 minutes ago it was a stomp, and all of a sudden they're getting 2 rounds. So by the time that game 2, or what is it, game 3? By the time game 3 comes around, who knows? It might be a draw.
Yeah, I think that if this ends bad tonight secretly, God, I think Shatter's just he's gonna be loving Twitter tonight. I'll tell you that much. He's gonna love it.
Yeah, you've got to put your money where your mouth is now secretly. I'm looking forward to seeing you in action. Best of luck, and thank you for joining us on the show here.
Thank you.
Take care. Right, that was good stuff. Right, let's take a look at how the newly qualified team secured their spot in UKIN, and very soon we're going to be getting stuck into Game 1. This is where it all gets real. Take a look at this.
Meds needs to be very careful that he doesn't get wide swung here by that smoke. Correction by the mute! But Mid says no, he says good night.
Weston has been down, but so is Verge. Temp getting the plant down, Med's the only one able to cover. He finds one onto Weston. A second, a triple on the round. Can he finally get a quad? He does! The plant doesn't go down!
Oh!
Snubs from beneath!
The plants are going down by Snubs, so these defenders are going to have to rotate and try and deal with it. And a headshot onto the Maverick, and the Caesar goes down. 2v1 situation now, as Vorch is the last player standing now for Revenge. He just needs to try and go below. He's still got those 2 Ash reaching the ridge, which he could try and put underneath that bomb. Right there. And he lands onto Weston, taking him down. And no, the body's going to be in the way, but that's not going to stop him. 3v4 situation, put down into a 3v3. Union Jack now pushing up across to try and take Catwalk. Weston's covering from that B window. Temp's going to be holding that window. If they can deny the jump in from the window, the plant's going to be going down in a second. But look at that! It's going to be a 3v1 situation under Revenge. They're going to be winning it on time alone, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that round. What a magnificent performance by Revenge!
The diffuser has been planted. Somehow they've let this through. Amphrax has picked up one, picks up a double as well. Alfie, he's flanked around. Shattered picked up yet again another kill on the Hive, and another Shattered between Massive and Alfie will find that flank.
Still able to stick onto the plant, but Hawks the onto a 4K.
Now Squids are just throwing themselves at them, but here comes the loop from Husty and finds the 2K. As Husty's inside logistics, it's going to be the battle of Racer and Husty, I believe, is looking to have a bit of wide swing. Oh, puts Racer in the dirt. Anyway, as Jaeger also peeks, but falls to Husty, and now you can see him, he's aggressive, he wants the kills, he's feeling fire right now. 1-2, line up, an ace for Husty. Flawless round for Squids. Oh, seen him go across, but once again, that man Husty right there. A monster this game. Looking for more. Tries to swing in. We'll see the man beside the pillar. Oh, and he lines up. Could he be on for a double ace? That's the third. King finds another one, but a quad for Husty. Back-to-back aces on the one site. No! Racer shuts him down, but Husty did the damage nonetheless. Sets up for Alfie. Quad for Husty, a single for Alfie. Squids win the round, and they go map point. Match point.
We're nearly there. Game 1. M&M Gaming versus Kavana Gaming. Rainbow Six Siege. UK Ireland Nationals. We're about to kick things off. Before we get stuck into talking about predictions again and all that sort of good stuff, how good was Secretly, by the way? I love his trash talking demo. He got me even more excited.
It's one thing I think that we've kind of lacked for quite a long time has been something like that. And even from the interview, Kayak, he was giving it large also.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it, Ollie?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's nice to have that platform. Obviously, we've got the prep phase now, and we're going to be getting somebody in every single week. So long may it continue.
Well, next week it is the man who I imagine is going to have a lot to say. Shattered from the Mars. Like I said earlier, if you've got any questions for the man, give us a tweet. Get involved. Hashtag R6UKI. All right. Like I said, we're almost ready. Game 1. M&M Gaming versus Kavana Gaming. Ollie, you said yourself earlier, you're pretty certain M&M are going to make an incredible start to their campaign here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. On paper, there's no reason why they shouldn't do. Kavana certainly could surprise us and could show us something, that we maybe haven't seen necessarily before. But I think everyone's really expecting this one to be quite a firm win for M&M.
Is there any chance of an upset demo? Is there any chance we could see it go the other way?
I think there definitely could be. I think Kavana, looking at who they've brought in, Sloth being that main character who's came into them, coming from Gamer Legion, a team who we've seen also play inside of the Challenger League qualifiers. He's now in. Speaking to the players of Kavana, they say that he brings the aggro that they were severely lacking. Aggro for me is one of the scariest things you can have in this current meta, simply because aggro isn't the meta. It's not what everyone's playing at the moment. Currently, the meta is very slow-paced, where you burn a bunch of utility. We don't see a lot of people just go absolutely crazy to the walls, trying to get in as quick as they can, kill, kill, kill. I think Kavana, bringing in Sloth, he can bring that.
Ooh, Ollie, what do you reckon?
I mean, I've played a well-known battle royale with Sloth a couple of times, and I can confirm he is a lunatic. He will just run into absolutely anything. Now, I don't know how that translates into his Siege gameplay. We'll have to wait and see tonight. But as you say, Demo, the introduction of a player always brings a little bit of fresh spice into the roster, and that could be just enough. M&M, it's not the same team that we're used to seeing, but well worth a mention is going to be Fonkers, because he is back inside of this league. Fonkers, a name that you'll all recognize from previous M&M, started back there way back in the day, and then transitioned on into Pro League, into Secret. He actually missed out on Pro League, didn't he? Poor old Fonkers, but did play for Secret for a little bit, but now back on M&M at his home.
Do you think that M&M could have a bit... Oh, no, go on, Demo. Go on.
I was just going to say, yeah, obviously Funkers, another person who was kind of born and bred here inside of the UK scene, who, as we've seen, went on to do bigger and better things, winning the Vegas Minor, going on to place 3rd/4th at the Rally Major. So certainly someone who brings a lot of experience to that side.
I was just going to say, do you think that M&M has a bit of an unpredictable edge this season?
I think looking at their kind of roster changes that they had, they got rid of Packbull and Madman. They're no longer on the team. Packbull now, he's playing in the German division, where he's doing actually pretty well in that league himself. So it's always good to kind of recognize people who've kind of came from here, went on to do things as well. But I think the structure change, you're replacing Madman, who was very, very slow. I think very methodical. We've seen him play that main support. Obviously, Packbull was also someone who was a lunatic, as we've kind of gone around using that phrase. Now you're bringing in Funkers, who he himself, Funkers is bonkers. That's been a saying for how long? But you bring in Blur. Who, as we know, has experience here, one of our own from the UK scene, played for the Fierce team back in the day, played for Navi during the kind of loan spell that he had whenever Doki wasn't playing at the time. Now you bring him in. He is not the same player as what Madman was. He was not that support. So I'm interested to see what kind of roster changes they've had, or in terms of like the operator picks. I think that probably Yonka is now going to be their main support, whereas naturally he was playing more of the flex role. So it'll be interesting to see what they've changed up their game plan. But I'm expecting also a much more aggressive M&M tonight.
Right, it's becoming real now. It's our first chance to look at some map bans for Game 1, M&M versus Kavana. Let's take a look at these. Ollie, I want you to try and decipher this and take a look at the logic behind some of these.
So a little bit upset that we're not going to see Oregon or Theme Park. Obviously, Oregon is inside of the competitive map pool now. Bank and Border have both long gone. Cafe will be our map for this evening, at least for map number 1 in this first game. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of Cafe, if I'm going to be totally honest with you all. I do think that it's a very, very samey approach. You're going to start at the top, usually start on the roof. If you get there without getting peaked, and then you're going to clear from the roof down. I'm not really too sure on which team it favors. A very quick rush can often be quite good on Cafe. It can really catch people off guard. If that's something M&M want to bring out in round number 1 of them attacking, then we'll have to see.
What do you think, Demo?
I was expecting Clubhouse. That's the map that I would think that both of them are going to go for, but Kavana, we've seen, went down straight to the last two. They decided, you know what, let's go for Cafe. I think Cafe, every team can play it. Very basic, not too much strategy that needs to go into it, really in depth. I kind of agree with Ollie. I don't like Cafe necessarily. That's mostly because every single time we see a Thatcher ban, and Thatcher makes this map a lot more slow-paced, a little bit more boring, not so much high tempo, but like Ollie said, there is still opportunities for rushes. I think with the addition of the Amaru buff, I could definitely see her being played in Cafe a lot. And I'll be honest with you, the Amaru, the way that she's changed now, I think is definitely viable. I really do think that we will see some of her this season.
Ollie, a bit of a push. Who would you say if there's got a bit more of a slower play style here, which team would you say that benefits the most?
It's very difficult to say, just purely based on the fact that we're dealing with two very unknown entities here. On paper, M&M do look like quite an aggressive lineup. They have lost that sort of hard support role that we've seen them have previously. Kavana, however, they've got the Sloth and Rendy duo back. That was a little bit of a thing a couple of months ago, and I think that could really be a little bit of a difference maker. Two players that are used to playing together so much, they've got that little bit of synergy. Get them out there on the roam. If it does finals. I don't think we're going to see a slow game for a start. I think, you know, operator bans aside, it's probably going to be quite high tempo, purely based on the fact that we've got these two juggernauts. We're saying all this. It's probably
Am I excited? Of course I am. I mean, this is a league I've never played in before. It's a completely new team, completely different competition. So yeah, and I'm always excited for some good siege games.
It's going to be our first time playing competitive as a team in such a long time, and it's going to be good fun to play again. That actually means something.
We're looking to beat M&M, especially because I would see them as our rivals for like the Challenge League spot.
In terms of teams to beat, I'd say it would be M&M.
We're coming for M&M, we're coming for Navi.
M&M. Them and Navi are going to be our hardest game, but I think if we get M&M out their way, we can deal with Navi.
Who we're going to see in the finals, maybe top four, probably us, Navi, M&M, Vex, and then it'll be obviously depending on seed and who will go to the grand final and that kind of stuff.
I mean, I expect to see us in the final, obviously.
Us and Navi will be in the finals, and I think Audacity will be relegated.
For relegations, I would expect it to be Audacity and Revenge.
Don't want to be harsh, but I'd probably expect to see Audacity relegated.
We've only just joined the team, but our short-term goals were probably to make Challenge League, since that's coming up soon, and long-term is like eventually to make Pro League.
In the long term, we're definitely looking at Pro League spot and later on the majors. But that will come way further down the line, but we definitely have the potential for it, so that's the heights we're reaching for.
I don't live with my teammates, but I think it'll be very beneficial because you see each other every day, and like I think the chemistry just gets better knowing that your teammates sat right next to you.
We have absolute banter in the team speak, and it flows every day. I think it could be honestly really fun if we did get the opportunity.
I don't think it'd be too bad living with my teammates. You know, they're all nice guys. So
I don't live with my teammates, and if I did, I'd probably say it would be the worst experience in my life. So I'm glad I don't. I just think it'd be a living hell. That's all I have to say about that. If I had to say our star player, it'd probably be Joe. He's just got the ability to just change around in seconds, just off pure gun skill.
I'd say it's Joe because like he's the one guy, like if you're in a tough situation like a 3v5, he'll just kill like 3 people out of nowhere and you don't even know how he's done it.
I'd have to say Joe. He's definitely the flashiest player. He's going to be pulling off these quick double, triple kills.
Joe, probably. In terms of numbers and in terms of just impact that guy can have on a game, it's massive.
Apologies, we had a bit of a technical issue there, but we are back up and running. Lads, I've got to say, Secretly has had more airtime than you have tonight, Demo, which is a rarity.
Yeah, I've seen that interview now for what, 4th time tonight, so we're just keep her going. Yes, keep it going. No, but yeah, the technical glitches, it couldn't be perfect, could it? Surely we couldn't have had a perfect Playday, could we?
Of course not. Look, thank you for joining us. We're getting very close to getting stuck into game one, M&M versus Kavana, but we've got a bit of time here as the players get ready. Ollie, I just wanted to talk to you about, if we've got any players watching this who are thinking, you know what, I want to be on this stage. I want these 3 weirdos talking about me on Twitch. I want to be playing for money. I want to be playing for, to upgrade into different leagues and progress in a professional career. How can they go about doing that? How can they reach these sort of levels?
I think that, well, the best way is to obviously get yourself involved with some sort of team, whether that's one that you're going to make yourself, whether that's just going to start out as a bunch of friends that are then eventually going to go their separate ways, and get yourself in at some sort of a level, practicing regularly, finding scrims if and where possible. And then you want to look at getting yourself into something like the University League or something like the Belong Arena League. They're going to be feeding sort of grounds, if you will, grassroots areas for this UK Island Nationals, and teams from there are going to be able to promote themselves up into this league. So that's really like the ladder that we were really talking about earlier. You know, it goes a little bit further down below UK Island Nationals as well as it goes above.
Hey, Demo, isn't it exciting that somebody watching this right now could one day be playing in the UK Island Nationals and you could be talking about them?
Yeah, I just have to echo what Ollie said. I think for a long, long time, the UK has had the best grassroots system for Rainbow Six across any region. I think that's one thing we've always took pride in, is that we breed our players, make them into superstars, and then like Navi, for example, they can go and become Pro League champions.
Ollie, we're still waiting at the moment for the lobby to fill up, ready for game one. And I just wanted to continue this chat. I find it really fascinating because I myself, you know, I'm going to say 20 years ago, I'd love to have had this sort of insight and how to get involved with this sort of a career and to advance into high level gaming. How important do you think the UK scene is when it comes to Siege worldwide?
As Demo sort of alluded to there, we've seen this sort of league be a product for professional teams moving forward, and we poked a little bit of fun in Eminem's direction earlier on in the broadcast when we were kind of announcing the team we have in UK Island Nationals, today, if you will, saying, these guys are always knocking around, they're always coming back. Being said, they do have a habit of breeding very, very good players. And that's something that you really can't ignore. It's not something that you can get away from. We've seen, obviously, the Navi roster come out of those guys. We've seen them, produce a team that went on to be owned by a team called Crazy. They had a run inside a Challenger League. So it really is about stimulating that grassroots environment, giving players an opportunity and a purpose for practicing and for scrimming, and really giving them a bit of a focus so that they've got something to work toward. And this is it. That's exactly what this is. It's a very structured tournament, weekly games, something you can work toward week after week and hopefully improve a little bit at the same time.
Demo, talk about some of the success stories of players that are involved in this tournament this summer and how, people can aspire to be like them and follow in their footsteps.
I mean, there's plenty of people out there who have came from this tournament who have went on to do better things. Navi obviously being the big one. We look at even teams like the M&M roster who were with Crazy. They went on, they qualified to Challenge League. Even someone like Leon Gids, who now we see as well. He's inside of the European League with Rogue. So there is a handful of players here from the UK who have all been bred through the UK system, and they can really make an impact. And I think currently this season, we have some people there who can go on to do bigger and better things.
Do you know what I want to do right now? I'm gonna put you on the spot here, Ollie. I want your top 4. Let's imagine it's the back end of the season. How are you seeing this wrap up? I'm going to document this as well, so we don't forget.
So you want me to give you a prediction for how the leaderboard's going to look?
I want the top 4 of the leaderboard at the end of the season.
Top 4 teams?
Yeah, top 4 teams.
Okay. I'm literally just playing for time at that point. I knew exactly what you wanted. I think we've got to be looking at Navi. Navi have to be in that top 4. Whether they're top, whether they're second, time will tell, but they're certainly going to be in there. Moving forward, I mean, can we not put Fierce in there now after hearing Secretly? That guy was so confident. He was oozing confidence. So Fierce for me, after that interview with Secretly, before we've seen any of the gameplay inside the UK Island Nationals, I'm putting them inside of that top 4. I'm going to throw a wild card in there as well. I'm going to throw in, I think I might throw... Go on, we'll do it. We'll throw Demise in there as well. And I think that we're going to be looking at M&M Gaming in
How
no
much did Jared
particular
pay you?
order.
Has he got just a PayPal or is now deposited
I'm
the
just
money?
getting really bored of him trash talking me, so I'm just trying to get him on side a little bit, Demo. That's all it is.
I like it. Right, guys, we can stop flapping our gums now. We can get stuck in. The time is now. Game 1 is ready. Lobbies are full. M&M versus Kavana X. Demo, I'm looking forward to this. Take it away and do your thing.
Oh, well, thank you, Ian. Ollie, Ian coming back. Well, what can we say? He's here, he's now. We talk about the new teams, you know, new talent coming in. It's nice.
We love Ian. We decided that in Manchester.
So, first game up. M&M versus Kavana. Ollie, I'm leaning towards M&M. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I think, we've spoken about it a little bit so far this evening. I think we're both looking toward M&M getting a good result here. It looks only logical. That being said, Kavana, we don't really know what they are going to bring us. We're going to Cafe, so it really is all to play for. We're not necessarily on a strictly attacker or defender-sided map. Obviously, dependent on the way that the operator bans play out. Ying being removed straight away there by M&M, not wanting to deal with those Candelas. That really does force Kavana into the Thatcher ban if they so choose.
That's a strange one. Wasn't expecting that. I know whenever Ying got the first initial buff not too long ago, she was like an insta-ban. We've seen that throughout the course of the professional play. She was just getting banned. Nobody cared. You had the 3 Candela, or the 4 Candelas at the time. You had the 2 smokes. Then we've seen the nerf come in. Haven't really seen too much Ying since that, but looks to be that she's still seen a bit of play on Cafe.
Absolutely, and we've spoken about the value of Ying at great length. It really does assist if you're wanting to make that aggressive skylight drop or even flood and push your way through into bakery. There are multiple options really for those Candela charges, and that's basically because Cafe is such a sort of the buffer rooms are very important on Cafe, and they're very easily held by the defenders. There's a lot of utility sync that you'll hear us talking about time and time again that we do often see the defenders bring in, and Ying kind of helps to just cut through all of that.
There's the Thatcher ban that I was a bit dreading, but it's expected in Cafe. It makes that kitchen a lot tougher to attack. It means that Maverick is kind of a forced pick in a sense. Already, the rehost has occurred already. Well, a rehost.
Well, it looks as though you're going to come back to us very briefly. We are going to get the players back in as quickly as possible. Unsure on the reasonings for that, but we've had a glimpse there, Demo. We've got a bit of stuff that we can talk about, I'm sure. The Ying Thatcher ban. Not too surprised with the Thatcher ban, as we sort of alluded to earlier, but the Ying ban very much, not really off meta, but I think the hype has kind of died out around the Ying so far.
Yeah, very, very niche. Obviously, there's other attackers there. If you really wanted to make it defender-sided, you ban the Maverick. Maverick and Thatcher gone. That kitchen goes Fort Knox mode. Looking at the defense bans, though, you have Maestro Mira being gone. No surprises for everyone out there. Echo, still a bit buggy with his drone, so he's automatically banned permanently, so no teams can use that operator. Other than that, Valkyrie being let free is going to be a big one. Valkyrie on Cafe, probably her best map. Other than Consulate, probably her best map, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much of the outside that you can cover with those cameras, and that's even if you choose to commit them outside. There is so much sort of it's not debris, but it's just busyness on the tables and on the floor inside a cafe. There's a million and one places.
Yeah.
A lot of clutter. There's a lot of places you can hide those cameras, and it kind of forces you into the IQ pick. As you said, Demo, Echo not available currently in professional play, so we're not going to be seeing any Echo. It is interesting because it does open up the operator bans that little bit more for those defenders, because now we can definitely have none of the triple threat that we usually see banned out, that being Maestro, Mirror and Echo. Echo automatically removed. It just means that the defenders are going to have a little bit of a tougher time of it. They're not going to be crying too hard because there's still a ton of stuff that they can bring to really soak up a lot of that attacker utility. But as you say, the Ying ban, it strikes me that maybe M&M were worried at Kavana just bringing that aggression straight away and really being that team that's going to all flood in, 3-4 man deep off the back of one Candela.
Yeah, that's definitely something that M&M probably looked at and thinking, hey, if they say they're going to play aggro, they're bringing in people like Sloth and they want to try something sneaky. If they're going to go for a top floor rush, which is typically where we see Ying be played, Kitchen isn't really her preferred bomb site. Definitely the top floor. You can smoke off the skylight, jump down at Ying's, all that stuff. It creates mayhem. Yeah, I think it's a solid ban. IQ is definitely going to be 100% pick right. We can't let these Valkyrie cameras really cause a nuisance for the attackers too much, so IQ is going to be a great pickup. One thing as well that I really like about IQ, and it's something that G2 specifically I'm going to mention have been doing, is that on Cafe, they bring an IQ. I believe they stick Uno on the IQ, and what they'll do is they'll essentially get to the rooftop, Uno will get a scanner out, and they will check to see what is the most unguarded area for them to attack. The way the meta is now, where you have Jaegers, Wamais, and everything in between that, if you can pinpoint where has less utility, it's going to make your life a lot easier. And that's what we noticed whenever Navi and G2 played, and we've seen an IQ ban for that specific reason. So I think if a team can adapt that same playstyle and can call their push around seeing stuff throughout the areas of the bomb sites, that's going to be really, really good for them.
And let's face it, Demo, there really is no reason not to bring the IQ at the minute because the G8 is a thing. And it very much is a thing. You know,
it's been a thing for a while, and boy, it's
one of the best weapons in the game. It's just an absolute machine. You know, you whack an ACOG and an angle grip on it, and it's GG. You can shoot people for days. So it really is an important utility pickup there in the IQ. And as you say, it makes a lot of sense to be able to look to advance and progress your push through the path of least resistance, because you mentioned the Wamai and you mentioned the Jaeger ADSs and stuff, but we're dealing with Mozzie drones, mute jammers, all this sort of stuff that's just there just to bleed every single last drop of the attackers of any sort of utility that they've got left before you even engage in a gunfight.
One thing that I'm dreading, and that is whenever we go down to the kitchen, the attacking side, how good is their Maverick? Finding a good Maverick is something that you'd think, oh, that's easy enough to do. But surprisingly, Ollie, Maverick's a hard boy to master.
I can confirm, Demo. I can vouch for that. I'm no good on the Maverick.
You ever seen the Doki Maverick?
No.
I'll have to tweet out the Doki Maverick later, because that is questionable.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defended.
But we're back in the game. So apologies about that little technical difficulty that we suffered, but hey, we're back in anyway. We go down to actually an offsite bomb site pick first of all, going into the reading and dining bomb site first of all.
Yeah, not a site that we usually expect to see all too often, at least not a first pick, but you're hoping to win a lot of your defense, so you want to get these sites out of the way, and maybe there is a little bit of a pot strat in store here that M&M have got to show us.
You see upstairs being held. Looks as if they're trying to essentially mirror what you would do. Mirror, should I say. That's always a weird word for someone from Northern Ireland. That's always a weird one. But they're basically trying to copy what they would originally do for a top floor. You would play in towards the dark spot. You would have the deployable shields, Wamai's Jaegers all surrounding that. You'd essentially try and hold piano and burn as much utility as you can, obviously extending in towards the back area of the bar as well. Overall, nothing too complicated, just kind of typical of what Cafe's turned into, which is just a massive utility burnout.
Let's see what these teams have got on show for us. No real surprises in the lineups. We can see Noah Maru, as we kind of wondered if that was going to be an option. The classic spot, as you say, Demo, it really is a big utility sink, and it's a fight so far that Kavana look to be taking, head on. They're not really shying away from this all too much, recognizing they're gonna have to deploy quite a lot of their utility in order to be able to get at least control, or at least inside upstairs. And well, you can see angles being held. We've got a bullet hole there inside of the bathroom. It's going to be Fonkers on that one, just biding his time, not really wanting to overexpose. But a quick 2 kills are going to come out in Kavana's favor there. Sloth and Gorgona picking things up as this top floor hold really starts to cement itself.
There's Sloth. Like we kind of mentioned about the aggro that he can bring to this team, he's straight in, repels in, no fear, and now has that side of the map controlled for their team. Gorgona, someone who we didn't really get to touch on that much, Ollie, but someone who was their star player last season.
Yeah, Gorgona, a real powerhouse. A name that we've got used to saying as he usually is, lighting up that scoreboard. The pressure now really starts to mount. We can see good control of Cigar. Just looking to push on through White Corridor. Still a very cautious approach here. as, well, they might have a man advantage, but they really don't want to mess anything up. It isn't going to take much for them to get themselves into a crossfire, and you can see Blur got the C4 ripped, ready to go, and it is going to net him 2 kills. Sorry, Nathan there with a C4, as we've got Jonker picking up 1 in between. Gogona, he's going to be downed in the process. Blur will still have a C4 in pocket. He does look to try and pressure on through. Narkic, he's cancelled the revive and just going to go in head-to-head gunfights, essentially making this a 1 versus 2. Gogona has since now got himself a little bit safer and will be revived, but with only 26 seconds remaining, time is running out.
That had to have been from a Valkyrie camera. That C4 going off from below, it had to have come from the information. And now Kavana, they've lost a lot of players in the process, free to be precise. And Arkic does pick up 1 back. Nathan, he falls, but the upstairs control is still in favor of Eminem. And honestly, at this stage, Blur, he can just hold this as long as he wants. But actually, an offsite plant has tried to come in and trying to be stuck, but he's out of time. Eminem, they win the first round.
Good round there from Eminem, going down as well in the opening engagement, suffering a couple of early deaths, but C4s, they're really doing the business for them. And, you know, Nathan there making it look easy with a nice 2K.
Yeah, now this is where we have to question already. Where's the IQ? This is someone that we kind of talked about, Ollie, as an operator, who should be brought to the table whenever Valkyrie's available. A very, very strong map for her, as was already demonstrated. Cafe does turn into a massive C4 battle for some of the bomb sites, particularly that upstairs and the bomb site we just seen. Downstairs, not so much, but still a possibility. However, as I talk about the IQ, we do see it come out. So they have adapted. They've realized that, yeah, probably we got done over by the Valkyrie camera, so let's get rid of those. And to be fair, it's kind of killed 2 birds with 1 stone because Pulse has been brought by Eminem.
It really does balance out quite nicely there. We can see there's a lot of stuff that is going to be able to be caught on IQ's scanner. We've got Jonker, if he's actively in the heartbeat sensor, he's going to be lighting it up. And of course, Blur and those cameras. So plenty of utility for IQ to be looking at gathering there. And maybe a bit of a slower, steadier approach in more of a position to get a refrag off from Kavana is going to be required, because although they did get a couple of opening kills, you can't really be stacking up when there's players with C4s ripped and ready, as we've already seen what sort of damage that can do.
Just looking at their setup, it is a very heavy extension. If you can, oh yeah, by the way, Medics is observing for us. He's here to help us, give us a hand. Obviously, he's got bigger fish to fry than us, Ollie, but hey, he's decided to come do some charity work for a while. Help out the poor.
We're going to be blessed with Medics as observing. He's, I think everybody knows now, he observes for EUL, did a little bit of observing at SI as well. So very, very much welcomed.
Yeah, just the way that they've kind of set themselves up, they've extended in towards the restaurant side of things, which I've seen done before. It is a very risky because there's a lot of different angles that you can kind of get caught off by if you are playing in towards the restaurant. For example, that massive double window outside towards the north side of the building, also just the main door towards north as well. You can get picked from that. So they have to be careful of where they're setting up their guys, and more importantly, if they are extending, their refrags need to be on top. I've harped on about this way too many times, Ollie, but refrags, if you don't have a solid structure being able to trade kills back, you're never going to win a game.
Yeah, it really does all come down to the refrags at the point. You know, you've got to be able to get that opening kill, or at least be able to be in a position to trade off the back of it. As you know, if you're not in a position to back up your teammate, you really can't be going at this level in solo gunfights all the time. We can see a lot of information gathered here by Jonker, putting that heartbeat sensor to really good use. IQ is going to be upstairs, just trying to search out any of those electronics, and Gogona trying his best to feed that information back. It looks as though they maybe even managed to dodge a C4 as well, just with that little bit more singe. You can see Jonker now no longer has a C4 in hand, but we still have one in the hands of Blur. Grizzly. He's going to get an opener there onto Fonkers. Just about a minute left remaining. A lot of this floor now is being opened up, and the site, well, it's going to start feeling quite small for the defenders remaining in it.
If I'm not mistaken, that C4 was also Fonkers that was placed, so Unfortunate to lose him from above, but this is the kind of downside of Kitchen, is that destructibility. If the attackers can control that mid floor in towards the mining and dining side of things, then it can be a very potent way to push the bomb site. Simply just pressure everyone outside into angles from people holding on to staircases such as gold onto white, and then from there, it's just easy enough to take the gun advantages and just push in and plant your bomb. As simple as that.
And Narkic just got a glimpse there, but he's pushed for time. Only 10 or so seconds remaining. C4 toss attempted, but Rendy is going to get cut down in the meantime. And it looks as though Narkic will be able to confirm that plant. He is going to die very soon after, leaving things in a 3 versus 2. Nathan and Dats now got it all to do against Gorgona, and, well, they're going to make it look fairly easy. But they've still got 2 players left to find. Both the remaining attackers, they're going to be upstairs. Rendy, as he doesn't want to commit to site all too much, recognizing he's going to be able to hold a bit more of a longer angle. Grizzly, he's going to find 1. Well, it looks as though he's going to find 2 as the defuse is attempted. And Kavana Gaming going to go back and forth, 1 round apiece.
Great angle from Kavana. So, like we expected, they would essentially just push everyone out of the bomb site. They'd walk in, they'd get their diffuser down, and great intel. Clearly, that's something that they've ran time and time again. They know how to set it up. They didn't have their guys above drop down, which is perhaps a mistake that some teams kind of fall into the trap of, where you think, oh, we're in bomb site, how about everyone else just rushes in? Keep your guys above, hold the flanks, and as we've seen, they were above, and that was an unwinnable position for M&M. M&M's hand, I think Funker's losing that engagement where he got sledged above. The C4 was there that was getting prepped to try and kill the sledge. So perhaps a little bit of miscommunication from Yonka not giving that information to him. But still, I think overall for Kavana, they did what they needed to do, and it shows how strong the vertical game is on Cafe.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
And it's really good to see, because a lot of people really struggle with Kitchen as a site, but if you're able to get a bit of control upstairs and you're able to establish that flank watch, and obviously we've seen Rendy bringing out the Nomad there this round as well, it really does make it quite difficult when you're all sort of cooped up in on the site.
So how will things differ for M&M? I don't think they'll change really anything, because overall it was lost to, I think, a very silly kill to give away from Funker's dying. There's not too much different. I think everything's going to stay the same. They have brought in the Kaid this time, so Mute's gone off the table, bringing in the Electro Claws, which, I mean, nobody from Kavana even wanted to pressure the walls. They were all about the vertical game.
Yeah, and the vertical game worked exceptionally well for them. There was no real reason to do anything else. It looks as though we're going to see a nice little Cade trick attempt here, as Xcaros pellets have been deployed onto the garage, but Fonker's playing from all the way back inside a freezer. He's going to be able to get that Electroclaw off, and that's going to remove quite a lot of utility for the attackers. You know, they've only got 3 sets of those pellets, and of course now, well, they've got 1 less because they've just lost some to Fonker's on the trick.
Yeah, whenever Kavana are going for an upstairs / freezer take to try and plant deep, as we've seen them do last time, the way that M&M is set up, they have Nathan playing in restaurant behind that shield. Last time they must have opened up the garage wall, so it allowed Nathan to not have as much freedom. You know, it stopped him from being able to rotate upstairs, put pressure on towards the white stairs, and don't give these Kavana players as much freedom to do their destructibility above. Nice adaptation, going for the Kai trick. It worked the charm for them, and now has set them up quite nicely. And Kavana, I hope they don't slow down. I hope they just keep with their game plan, because overall, yes, they lost a couple of Habana pellets, but it's not the end of the world. You still have this mid-floor control.
Exactly, and the Habana pellets didn't make the difference in the previous round. Sure, they were able to open up the hatch for them, but they're still more than capable of doing that. The biggest tool that they've got in their arsenal at the minute is Grizzly, and it is this sledgehammer. You can just see how much work that guy's putting in on opening up the floor. Nathan going to find an early kill there onto Sloth. Ash will fall. Not that big a loss of utility, but a gun that you do want in those final few seconds, especially if you're going to be looking to try and hold vertically, as we can already see Gorgona just trying to search out those angles on into sight, but still a lot of information being gathered here by Jonker, and this time he does have a C4 in hand. Looks as though he's going to go for the toss. Is it going to hit or is it going to miss? Looks as though Grizzly is able to get away scot-free, as he looks now to destroy the Electroclaw and advance on through.
Oh no, it missed. It didn't work. He didn't catch the claw. See if he can go again. And oh, that's a rough one to deal with. That may have costed them the round. 40 seconds to go. You can see them now. They're panicking to get downstairs as quick as they can. They know that the only option they have is just to brute force their way into the bomb site. And this lines up perfectly for the M&M strategy, which has been this extension in towards the restaurant bar area.
Blur there just holding a really soft angle onto stairs. He doesn't really need to give himself away all too.
15 seconds left. 10 seconds remaining.
Fort in restaurant area. Anarchic now in the 1 versus 4. 1 versus 3. He's going to grab 2 with 1 second left. It was all but said and done, but Anarchic there getting an opportunity just to pad the KD a little bit.
So that Kai change has been the difference in the rounds. Wasn't expecting him to have that much impact because generally, Kaid is only really strong if you're trying to stop them getting in towards the bakery side, which Kavana, they had no intention of. But clearly, they have an indestructible Kaid on that hatch, which has saved them. Wow, just unfortunate, I think, for Kavana for them missing that nade. But hey, I think they can still push on from this. They go back upstairs now, and they can set up and adapt for the top floor, which they previously did lose on their attack side.
Trading rounds back and forth, but so far M&M just having that slight bit more adaptation. As you say there, Demo, the round really did come down to that one electric claw on the hatch, as without that there was no opportunity to brute force on into sight. M&M Gaming now, they've got a 1 round advantage, but it is by no means said and done just yet. Jonker going to be bringing out the clash this time. I mean, to be fair, Demo, does this lineup scare you at all from M&M? And I'm only meaning from a standpoint of, we've got Nathan with the shotgun SMG. Okay, more than capable with the SMG-11, but it is a difficult gun to really challenge onto a lot of engagements with. You've got Blur with the TCSG, and you've got Clash with the Shield. So, to me, you're only really leaving yourself with 2 really reliable guns to be getting yourself into gunfights with there.
You can see, we've seen the reading before. Basically, they're set up the exact same way, but this time it's just upstairs. So that's one comparison we've seen before. Different maps. I take, for example, Border whenever it's back in the pool, Ollie. We've seen the Armory and the vents be held the exact same way, and I don't think Cafe's any different.
No, Cafe, it's, you know, it really does come down to that top floor pressure, and regardless of whether the site is on that top floor or if it's on the second floor, you need to be holding it in a very similar direction.
I like this.
There's just so much power in those top floor positions. We can see Gorgona just searching out that utility, giving some pings to his teammates, finding any little pieces of electronics. It's mainly going to be WAMI discs and Jaeger ADSs that he's searching for, along with, of course, mute jammers, but still important utility to try and get dealt with. We can see Ivan Needle being thread there on the upside down rappel, just managing to get rid of that deployable shield, and now looking to pressure on in. Jonker's been droned in there, but I'm not sure if Fonkers has been droned inside of Washroom. Nomad air jab going to get placed out as well, and it's going to make it really difficult now for poor old Jonker, as he's not really going to be able to get this gun out to be able to shoot that. He's likely just going to be getting zoned by these attackers, and of course he can't be backed up now by Fonkers because he knows there's an air jab above that door. So really good pressure coming in here from Kavana, but they need to now capitalize on it just a little bit, and you can see they're doing that by now opening up into Cigar.
That's a C4 off the board, and as we know, C4s and Cafe are very, very dangerous in the late game. Dats has also been felled, so that's a 3 versus 5 on site. A minute to go. They still have that clash, so they have some form of walking information. Wonder if Nathan could go big here. Is he still lurking in White Corridor, holding on, trying to see if he can find a pick, but as we know, it has been nomaded off. Oh, a great peek from Funkers, and has gave them something to claw back to, but still it's up against them at the moment.
Jonker now going to be down for the count, effectively leaving his teammates in that 3 versus 2 as Grizzly has only just been revived, bringing it back to a 4 versus 2 as Jonker still going to be down. Nathan, he's struggling with that SMG. He's really not able to make the challenges that he wants to. And this kind of comes down to what I was saying earlier about the gun choice from the side of M&M. They've really not put themselves in the most powerful position. That being said, there are only a couple seconds remaining. Anarchic looking to get that plant confirmed, and it will go down. Rendy comes out with a couple of kills there, but a very messy conclusion to that round. Cabana Gaming, they did manage to get the plant down in the end, but they also managed to pick up all the kills. There's Grizzly there finding last inside a freezer.
Yeah, the man advantage proving strong for Kavana that time around. M&M just manpower trying to get those trades. Good effort, but yeah, just the utility burnout from Kavana was excellent, being able to pinpoint exactly where they were holding. We've seen the copious amount of projectiles just tossed at the Wamais, at the ADSs, and overall that's all they needed. Once they can control that piano, they can then move on through their step 2, which is their main beachhead. They can move on to start pressuring in towards the freezer. I think overall it was a semi-decent hold from M&M. They just lost their picks early enough. You know, Dat's downstairs and Pillar. Did he really need to be there? Did he? I think probably would have wanted him more playing in towards the kind of freezer area. You know, 416 at medium range, that's ideal for your Jaeger.
Absolutely, and it really does come down to what I was saying earlier, Demo, about the gun choice on the side of M&M. You know, I don't feel like they gave themselves the best weapons to be going up against, you know, players like Sloth, Ash, R4C, Gogona, G8. You know, these are powerhouse weapons, and you need something to be able to fight back with a little bit. It's all well and good bringing the clash with a shield, but then you couple that with 2 shotguns, and you start thinking you're not in a great position to be winning out on those gunfights. We could see Nathan trying to engage, trying to get some bullets down range, but the SMG-11 just wasn't doing it for him. And I really think that the round was won and lost heavily in the gunfight department, because a lot of site control and a lot of map control was still able to be controlled by M&M, but they just weren't able to fight back when the back was really up against the wall. Now we're seeing a bit of a shift. We're going back upstairs to reading room and dining, and this time it's on the side of Kavana to bring the shield. Grizzly, he's decided he's had enough of the sledge. He's going to bring the Monty.
Well, an interesting prospect, and currently in the meta, we've seen a lot of shield play, especially from Monty alone. Even already seen Clash being played. I think Monty, for the most part, brings the information that sometimes we can see teams lack. With the addition of Mute being such a high pick rate, currently stopping the drones coming into certain areas, Monty can kind of provide the counter to that. You know, you can't really impair a Monty's... Yeah, for the most part, he is a harmless creature. He wouldn't hurt a fly, would he? Would he? I think everyone else would probably hurt them, though, as he just kind of stands there, feeds information, and that's where all the aggro players then start getting in and getting those kills. And as we see, Kavana just happy enough to send him down on his way, checking out for anything they can. A C4 gets tossed from below, but not going to nail anything. And Grizzly, he's not phased by it. He's going to keep walking.
Yeah, the C4's played a huge part in round number 1, but as the rounds have progressed, we've seen a lot of C4s missing the mark there. And that could be down to a bit of a lack of intel. It could be down to a little bit of overzealousness on the side of these defenders. But they really need to be conscious of that. It's valuable utility, and we've already seen just how much it can impact rounds. Monty now really dancing the death with Wamai playing, Fonkers playing on the Wamai at those white stairs, and Fonkers instead choosing just to dip himself down. He knows there's going to be a flood of players coming through that cigar area. And well, when one of those players is slotting an R4C, you need to pay that just a little bit of attention and a little bit of courtesy. Fire and shots running down onto Dats there, as you can see him getting himself in a really sticky situation, as one of the Goyo shields was popped upstairs as well. And it looks as though some of the fire did make its way down through the hatch. Sloth managed to find a kill over onto Blur, and whatever top floor presence that M&M did have has now been either dropped back down in the form of Dats, now sitting on really low HP, or dealt with inside of a gunfight. Sloth on his second kill of a round, really working these vertical angles hard. He's going to find himself a triple. Can he net any more? He's like fish in a barrel for him. He's on the top floor. He's got the vertical advantage. He has the R4C in hand. Jonker suffering some horrid time in there as he does rip down the barricade, attempting the flank, but instantly gets himself drawn. 20 or so seconds remaining. Still needs to get a plant off now, as Jonker, he's looking to aggress on, still in and around that red stairs area, really looking to try and retake some of this top floor control, knowing that a plant is going to be super likely at this stage. Sloth's on for the quad. Can he hit the ace? Pre-fire shots raining down, but Rendy, he's going to be the man to steal the kill away. The clock was ticking down regardless, but a very impressive round there coming from Sloth.
Yeah, Sloth bringing the aggro. They said it. They said themselves that Sloth is something that they needed to give them something a little bit more. I think in combination with the Monty, feeding that information helps Sloth so much. And again, just that vertical play. Kavana are very fond of that play style. They want to get above. They want to get as much control as they can. And they've been centered a lot more on the plant than anything. They haven't been fishing for kills. They haven't been going for quick rushes to try and get into the bomb site and lock it down. All they've been going for is slow, methodical, and it's working for them. It's working a charm.
It really is. And then, you know, Cafe is often referred to as a bit of a tick list map. You know, you've got to get in there and do, you know, pretty much the same thing every single round. Take that top floor control, deal with somebody inside of pixel spot, and then look to try and progress on through. And it's just a long old list, and you just go through ticking everything off. And so far, that's what we're seeing coming out from Kavana. Now they have got the map advantage. The round advantage. We're in round number 6. This is going to be the last round as the sides currently sit. And it's going to be on M&M to show us what they've got on the attack. But I think if anything's to go off so far, Demo, just on sheer gunfight potential, we've seen some pretty good shots and some pretty straight shooters coming out of Kavana.
Attackers have located the bomb. 10 seconds left before insertion.
Okay.
5 seconds
So, now we move in towards that top floor.
Attackers are heading out to the
See how M&M will set up this time around. Last time they didn't really have anything to counter the Monty at all. Not a smoke, not a lesion. This time they've realized and they need to adapt. They've swapped out the Valkyrie and have brought in that operator this time around. So perhaps they will be lacking information, which, like we know, is something that is very, very crucial, especially as we lead into the kind of last minute or so where you need to find the information on the attackers. That could let them down, but I think Monty was definitely more of the issue. So I think overall, it's gonna be a nice pickup to try and slow them down, and just gives them just another like kind of barbed wire effect. You know, people play barbed wire not necessarily to slow down the opponent, but more of a sound cue than anything. And realistically, Goo Mines, they give the exact same procedure.
Yeah, absolutely. Even with the rework, you know, you don't necessarily know where those Legion goo mines are from sight at the moment as Legion, as obviously you've got to be close to them for them to show up, but you do still get that sound cue, and it's quite a loud sound cue. Fonkers taking advantage there of Rendy, just getting caught inside. Not sure if it was in the repel animation or not, but the utility had been used, the shield was destroyed, and Fonkers decided just to swing onto it and hit his shot on minibar window. Grizzly, he's now going to be inside a cigar shop, just preparing for the hatch drop to come through and a Narkic to get open into cigar, but Fonkers still playing inside of that pixel spot is going to need to be dealt with. It looks as though we're a bit of unsurety from Grizzly, not really too sure on which side to push from. The Sloth still committed to that upside down repel, still trying to gather that information and really not wanting to get caught short as he repels on into cigar.
It's just getting more information being fed through. Grizzly just peeking the door. I think Grizzly, more than anything, is just trying to see the weak spots. You know, trying to find out how many people are located in what area. The drone as well to try and support him. They will open up that single reinforcement, which has been keeping Blur alive at the moment. And, oh, Yonka hasn't assisted his teammate, and now that has put Blur in a very awkward position because he doesn't have any cover. There's a man on the skylight as well, and they know exactly where he is. So it looks as if that Kavana, they're eyeing up perhaps a skylight drop. That'd be the only thing I could see happen. Or just a Monty goes for a quick plant, puts the shield on his back and hopes for the best.
Certainly a possibility, and it looks as though that's what Grizzly is going to be attempting now. He's got the covering fire from his teammates. The C4 will swing and miss, and that will see the plant confirmed. Fonk is still playing inside of that pixel spot, now looking to retake, but as we can see, a lot of the attackers are very committed to holding this post plant. We're seeing a very closely held plant here, and Fonkers knows it. We've got the human drone on the Monty, able to give a little bit of information to his teammates. Dats making his way up those red stairs, was gifted with a kill, but will miss his shots as one trades in either direction. Fonkers now trying to challenge onto the Monty as he is in the 1 versus 2. A very difficult situation, was anticipating the skylight, but instead, Gorgona, he'd already made himself onto the bar. I think Monty actually got caught in the goo mine there, so if Fonkers wins that engagement, it could have been huge.
Well, Kavana coming out swinging in that first half, and generically, for the most part, with the Thatcher ban, this has been, in the past games, very defender-sided as a map, but this time it's kind of been spun on its head where the attackers have had the lead. M&M, they go on the attack this time around. So how will they adapt? And honestly, I wasn't expecting this, Ollie. I was honestly expecting, like, an even split, but a 4-2 from Kavana, and a very convincing one at that. They've looked strong.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be this lopsided at all. I think in the pre-game we all sort of gave our predictions for M&M to take this first one, and Kavana have really come out here and surprised us, and it's in a good way. You know, Sloth really getting in and amongst the kills, along with Anarchic and Gorgona all up there. And there's a good spread as well. You know, even Rendy and Grizzly both picking up 4 kills apiece. There's not too much disparity there between the kills on that side. Every single one of them putting a shift in, and it's really worked quite well for them. They had a solid attack despite the fact that the Thatcher wasn't there. It just forced them to be a little bit more creative, you know, bring in the sledge, bring in things like the IQ, bring in the Monty even, so that you can get in and deal with mute jammers to be able to get Cigar Wall open. These are all compromises that are being made based off the fact of the Thatcher ban. And I mean, don't forget that was a ban that they brought upon themselves as well. So really hoping to reap those rewards now.
So we do see a dot come into play. Interesting operator to choose. Not the flashiest in what his gadget does, but certainly a niche one at that. I think the specific position that they're playing him in towards that dark spot, like we've seen M&M play as well, is if he does get naded and he does take a lot of damage, the fact that he can heal himself back up is a massive plus for that operator. I think in that specific setup, he works very well. And that's going to be a bit of a tilter for M&M.
Things you hate to see. You see 4 tosses like that. It's exactly how M&M started off their defensive phase, though. And it really didn't slow down Kavana too much. A really aggressive run out there coming through as Sloth racing to get himself back inside of Garage. Picks up a kill for free. Really putting them in the ascendancy now. Currently 5 players to 2. Fonkers, he's left on 90, and that's, well, he's upstairs on New Hatch, and this just looks like a very difficult situation to really make anything happening. We can see Datsy's come through with the hatch drop, not aware there's a player that he's literally going to stand on. Grizzly playing super close to the bomb, and Fonkers in a serious clutch position. Sloth not even going to let him get anywhere near close. Picks up that final kill, and, well, Kavana, they start things off with a flawless round on their defense.
That's another flawless. This is the second flawless round for this time. It's on the defense. 5-2 the scoreline. M&M didn't even get a foot through the door. And I must say, Sloth, that aggro, that jump out, judging that correct movement call, knowing that there's already 2 people dead, he probably won't have anyone there to refrag. That should be a free kill, and yes, it was. So yeah, M&M, they just, what are they missing right now, Ollie? Like, to be fair, it's early enough. It's only like their first attack. Stuff kind of went wrong there. Now they can kind of regroup, rethink about what they've kind of been watching out for. I think that first round will definitely give them a good chance to adapt to the playstyle of Kavana, which already has been very aggro, very, very aggressive. And like we kind of discussed before the game, Ollie, aggro in this current meta is very, very deadly if you have the right amount of it.
It really is, and it's arguably more deadly when it's coming from the defenders. And we really saw quite a masterclass there in calculated aggression. As you say, Sloth's decision-making going for that run out, knowing that 2 people were already dead, knowing that his team would still have a man advantage had he fallen into a claymore or been headshotted as soon as he jumped out the window. He's made that call knowing that those are the likely outcomes, and knowing that they're still going to be in an advantageous position. As the Jaeger, your job after you've placed your ADSs and done your 2 reinforcements is to go out there and get kills, and that's exactly what we saw him doing in that previous round. Very dangerous to deal with and very frustrating as well. M&M didn't have the best phase on defense, then going into an attack round, which, let's be honest, if you'd have blinked for too long, Demo, you'd have missed it. Because the kills came in thick and fast. Now M&M are facing against a potential match point here. If Kavana win this, it's going to take them to 6 rounds. Match point, all they need is 1 more round, and then the game will be theirs. So for M&M, this is a real tough time already. First week, first game, they've already got to dig pretty deep to start clawing these rounds back.
And I mean, we've seen from teams in the past, Ollie, where if things don't go well and things start going downhill, the morale, the momentum just stops. And it just right there and then. And not only just for that game, we've seen teams who've had bad months before in this game just because of a tilt factor. If you have a bad month, it's one of the worst experiences of your life.
Well, you have a bad month then, or you have a bad 4 games. You know, and that's a lot. That's a large portion of the season.
That's points gone.
There's a lot of points gone. You know, you're looking really toward the bottom end of the leaderboard there. And now, it's early days. We're not necessarily saying that that's what's happening to M&M here, but they've certainly not come out. Aside from round 1, they've not come out swinging. You know, they've come out and they've had a good couple of rounds and some really nice plays and a nice bit of adaptation. I think back to that second attempt down in Kitchen, you know, the defense was really, really clean there. But they need to get this attack sorted because you can already see the way that we're seeing Kavana play and the information that they're gathering. Bear in mind, they're defending Bakery right now. They're defending downstairs right now. They've got no top floor presence, but they're still all roaming on that second floor and they're still really looking to try and refrag off each other, and that's the key thing here, and it's something that we've not seen M&M successfully be able to do so often.
Okay, so now we move in towards a minute left mark off the round, and honestly, not a lot's been done. We've got a bit of control from M&M, and Kavana, though, they are responding with kills on their own, and Sloth again has put up another kill for himself. That will be his 11th, and let's see if we can get any more. 45 seconds, and M&M still struggling to get any foothold. This pulse has been a great pickup for them, just finding out that information of where they're going to be lurking in, and another one falls. Kavana playing all of this from below, abusing the power that the pulse can bring, and just C4ing all of their opponents away. Yonka's going to try and go in for the plant, and as a proximity alarm beeps in the distance, so do the kills rattle out as that's now to 1 versus 5. Picks up 1 kill for his trouble, but Kavana, they shot him down there before he can get any heat behind him, and a 6-2 clobbering as it is, Ollie.
And as you say, that just the way that site was defended, it was defended from the same floor, so it was defended from second floor, and then there was a point in the round where they all just said, you know, we can go underneath now, we've got the C4s, let's give them something else to worry about, and M&M just never got a foothold whatsoever. They were let to walk into site because Kavana knew that they were going to be able to refrag off the back of it. C4's below and Anarchic still playing inside a 90 corridor was all it took. Another very well executed round and so much coordination on the side of Kavana because they're just not allowing themselves to be caught. They're not allowing themselves to be droned out, singled out, and then dealt with by these attackers. And it's really showing because M&M, they're not actually getting anywhere at the moment.
Yeah, M&M, just there's a big old door that they can't break down in Kavana. They're running the show. Like the way that they're moving around the map, Ollie, they don't care who they're up against. They just playing their game. They're not worried about their opponents. They're just doing what they want to do. And M&M can't stop that. You know, Sloth, an absolute monster at the moment. You've got 12 kills in 8 rounds so far, and there's still an opportunity for him to get even more. Oh, this is Kavana. I was not expecting this in the slightest, but I'm really, really happy that this 3-month hibernation has improved them drastically. This is a new team from last season, Ollie.
It really is, and they've really come out here and they've showed why they are a team to be contended with. I'm already excited for the week that we get one of these guys in for an interview because I think it'll be a nice insight into a bit of the mindset behind some of these plays because so far what I'm seeing is a lot of coordination, a lot of teamwork, and a little bit of fearlessness as well, which is always a very dangerous thing when coupled with calculated aggression. They didn't matter where they were playing on that previous site. They were more than happy to play on the same level as the site and they were more happy to play on the floor below. They really were just taking gunfights as they came and making sure that they were playing as a unit. All that hyping up aside, Nathan has managed to find himself an early one onto Rendy, just getting caught out there by the IQ as we can see nades getting tossed on in now. And I mean, if there's time for M&M to make a comeback, now is the moment. But another aggressive run-out kill from Sloth. He's going to net himself 2 kills. He's not going to see the Claymore, but I don't think his teammates are going to be too disappointed in him there. It's a huge couple of members to remove Blur and Fonkers in one fell swoop.
This man's going to rival Joe and Doki this season, I feel, for absolute, like, do we see risky as all, you know, as all plays go? That is so risky going for that. he's mental. He's crazy, but it's working for him. Oh, M&M. Now you're left out 3 versus 3. Still half the round to go. They have their IQ alive still, so that will help them indefinitely with the Valkyrie cameras, more importantly. Oh, missed C4 opportunity. And as you can see, just the scanner coming out. Nathan trying to look out for all that utility. Right now, for M&M. Oh, did he shoot him? Did I not hear like the sound effect as if he got team damage? That was weird.
Everyone looks fit and well remaining on the board, Demos. I'm not too sure, but the floor's starting to be opened up now, and with around a minute remaining, still a lot of time for M&M to make something happen here. Don't forget, this is match point for Kavana. They want to close it out here and now. They don't want to give M&M another bite at this cherry to mount that comeback. They're going to make the drop and look to try and pressure on in. Currently, B is entirely clear, but Toxic Babe Canister is going to deny around 15 seconds of entry.
Yeah, just have to hold the angles. 30 seconds to go. They're going to try to open up in towards that pillar's wall. And now we're going to go in for the plant straight away. There's the gas canister. That does not catch Yonka, and that will be a successful plant unless they can stop him from above him. Diffuser has went down. Now it has to be a retake by Kavana. 2 versus 3. Dats and Nathan have to hold on. A lot of damage being taken by Nathan from Gold Stairs. That's still inside of pillars. The Diffuser's going to try and come in, but there's man playing close. There's the trade-off. There were 1 versus 2, and the rush tried to come in. But these two slow. Kavana have the defuse, and they have the match win. 7-2, Ollie. 7-2.
7-2 wasn't the scoreline that we were expecting in this fixture by a long chalk, and going to Kavana's Sloth there, standing proud at the front of the winner's circle, and very well deserved indeed. Some incredible aggression there on the side of Sloth, and I think he probably ended up with, I'd guess, at near to sort of 17, 18 kills maybe. An incredible performance there coming out from Kavana.
Yeah, Kavana surprising us. Yes, we knew they were good, but we didn't know they were that good. Or is it M&M having an off day for their first game of the season? We're going to throw a quick break, guys. We'll be back. Well, Ian will be with an interview from Kavana, so stay tuned for that.
Defender has left the area of operation. Defender is exposed. Attackers drop.
Closing a frag.
Defender is approaching approval. Defender exposed. Attackers are activating the laser. Defenders have
boys.
I don't think Ollie knows we're back. Ollie!
Hello. Ollie! We're back.
You're also muted. If you want to go and unmute yourself as well. Wow,
Right.
unprepared caster. Unprepared.
I thought we were coming back to an interview. My bad.
To be fair, but like us, we were unprepared for that game, boys. I don't think we were expecting that one.
Well, you both predicted incorrectly, right? I mean, how are you? How are you feeling after that? What's your reaction? I just need immediate reaction.
I'm sitting here, egg all over my face. I don't know what to do.
Hey, Ollie, I know you weren't ready for this, but come on. What do you think?
I think we probably couldn't have got it more wrong, but I'm not mad in the slightest. I think that the result that we've seen and the siege that's been displayed to us by Kavana was pretty exceptional. They went out there absolutely fearless. You know, I was literally just writing my notes for this section as we came back, but they went in fearless. The aggression that they were able to bring to the table, Sloth in particular, standout performance, and Eminem just really never got started.
Other key players from Eminem. I mean, Eminem just didn't, like you said, they didn't get started. They didn't get the wheels turning. But it was for Kavana. I mean, who were some of the standout players for you other than Sloth? Harry? Oh, I called you Harry. Has anyone ever called you Harry on this?
I mean, that's a very rare word we have. So yeah, that's one we don't like to talk about. But yeah, no. I think for Kavana, obviously Sloth is there. I was really surprised because we said so much about Gorgona, how well he did last season being their prime player. The guy didn't need to do anything. He was happy enough just to sit there, and Sloth did everything pretty much.
Well, we're ready to speak to, I think it's Anarchic. Is that how you pronounce it?
Anarchic.
Say that again, Harry.
Is it Anarchic? Is that it?
Let's go with Anarchic, shall we? Shall we hear from him? Here he is. Well, Anarchic, let's talk about it. Were you expecting anything like that?
I mean, we was expecting to win the game, but I think the map they took us to kind of threw us off. We wasn't really expecting to be taken to Cafe, but yeah, we still managed to win.
I've got to jump in. You know what? I can't hear your audio. Just while I try and tinker with that, can we bring back the casters just for a moment? Can you guys hear me? Demo, are you there?
I'm here. Don't worry. I haven't left you in. We'd never leave you by yourself. Don't worry.
Well, that's a relief. As much as I wanted to hear what Anarchic had to say, now I've finally figured out how to say his name. There was no sound of that interview, so hopefully we'll be able to get some of that in a matter of moments' time. But in the meantime, let's just get back to business. Did they show you something that you were just completely blown away by? It was not what you were expecting at all. At what point did you start to think, hold on a minute, they're going to seize this?
I think some of their operator choices were very bold. I think them not bringing a Sophia, I don't think at all during that game was definitely a surprise. She's one of the kind of main picks that everybody brings, but they were more focused on, that Monty was a big talking point in their attacks, the way that they were being able just to sweep through. And even, did Monty even die once during that entire time? Did he die during the post plant, I think, whenever he got the diffuser off? Or did he even do that at that stage?
I'm not sure. I think Monty got downed in that scenario, I think he was really low and hit a goo mine, but still, it just showed just how powerful that shield can be when you bring it and when it's played correctly. And that was exactly what we saw. We saw a lot of communication, a lot of coordination between those guys with their operator picks. And it really all stemmed from the Thatcher ban. We mentioned that, Cafe can be a bit stale without a Thatcher ban, but they still got everything done that they needed to do. They still got all the key walls open. The big difference maker was they brought a lot of aggression alongside of that.
Like, let's try and let's see if we can jump on with Anarchic now. I think he might be ready with some sound. Anarchic, are you there?
Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Let's talk about that. I'm going to ask you the same thing again. You were the underdogs going into this one, according to our casters and a lot of people online. You proved them wrong. You proved the doubters wrong. You took the win. How are you feeling? How did you pull it off?
Yeah, feeling pretty good, I think going into it, though, we expected to win. We wasn't so expecting Cafe as the map. We was expecting definitely not that one, but it's fine. We still managed to get the win, managed to just play our game and managed to win the map.
We were listening to Demo and X there talking about the fact that Eminem just didn't start well, and they were discussing how that could be detrimental to their game as a whole. Do you think that you just had their number from the get-go?
Yeah, I think, probably shown from that Cafe's our map. And if you're going to take us to Cafe, you need to be prepared. it doesn't matter what odds we bring. We're going to be able to take the side no matter what.
Why do you love Cafe so much?
I mean, we love quite a few maps, but I guess it's just one of them maps where we feel like it doesn't matter what we bring, we're not going to lose it.
Do you think there was an edge of fearlessness to the way that you were playing? It just seemed like you didn't care who you were up against. You were just doing what you seemingly wanted to do. Is that your sort of gameplay style, that unpredictability, and just go for it?
I mean, definitely, but I think one of the big things is that we just do what we're going to do in scrims. We're not changing our play style for game day, which a lot of teams do. They play a lot safer. We're just going to play how we want to play and then adapt to what they're doing.
You had some great coordination as well with your teammates. Is that something that you've built going into this season? Did you work really hard on that level of coordination?
Yeah, since the end of the last season, one of our main things was just improving our coordination. We changed around a few roles, changed around some operators that people are playing, and it seems to have worked a lot better.
Let's talk about Sloth. Man, what a beast.
Yeah, I mean, if you give your fragger drones, tell him to go kill, he's going to go do it. And then we always have Gorgona, Rendy, Grizzly behind him to be able to continue and pick up the slack if he does happen to die.
Where do you go from here? Because you're the first person we've spoken to post-game. You're obviously in a fantastic mood. What do you see your season looking like, Anarchic? When you go forward from here, you've got some real momentum. Game one, you've made your impression. How do you capitalize on that momentum going forward?
Well, I think everyone's seen what we can do, and that was probably one of our harder games this season, so the rest of them should be easy enough.
Who are you fearing? You've got to. I know we spoke a little bit earlier about your fearless style of play. You've got to have some level of fear when it comes to Na'Vi. You know, there's a lot of hype around Fierce as well.
I mean, maybe with Na'Vi. I mean, they're a Pro League team, Pro League champions. They're going to be good at the game. I still think we're going to be able to beat them. Fierce, I think we're going to beat anyway. It doesn't matter the players they picked up.
I love your confidence. I absolutely love your confidence. Do you know what? I want to hear you say yourself to anybody watching this stream, opposition, you know, fans of what you've just done. Where are you going to take this season and how far can you go?
Well, I think from that, it's clear we're going to be one of the top contenders for first. I think we're going to take first and we're going to make it into Sion from that.
Anarchic, congratulations. I'm going to bring back the casters. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. I think you made one heck of a first impression there.
Thank you.
Nice one. Thank you. All right, Demo, Ollie. Do you know what? Anarchic said himself there that he believes he made a statement with his side that they can be eyeing up the #1 spot in this tournament. I know that's a very big statement to make. It's game one, right? But They did make a huge impression, right?
Yeah, first week, you want to come out and you want to put your name right there for everyone to see, show them what you're made of, and come out absolutely swinging, and they did just that.
Swinging, they did, Ollie. Did you hear what he was saying? Anarchy was saying about that fearlessness, that level of coordination. It seems like a reckless almost approach that this team is taking, but it worked.
I mean, it's obvious that they've got a lot of confidence and that they've got a lot of coordination between themselves.
We can't hear you, Ollie.
He's muted again.
You look good. We just can't hear you.
Well. What do we have here? A muted caster.
It's obvious that they've got a lot of communication and a lot of ability as a team, and that coordination as well really did start to shine through. I think after the first round, I was still pretty confident with our predictions based on the fact we had M&M to win it. They obviously picked up round #1. The double C4 kill was fantastic, but it just obviously wasn't to be relied on time and time again. And I think we didn't really see that many C4s hit after that first round. It was really a bit of a swing and a miss job, I think, from a lot of the players on the side of M&M. And, Kavana just really didn't slow down at all after that.
How do you think M&M are going to be feeling after this demo? Because that's a real shot to the system for them, isn't it?
They shouldn't beat themselves up about it. Yeah, first week we've seen plenty of times where teams have had first week jitters and stuff just doesn't work on that day. You have a bad day, so what? Everyone gets one of those. I think now they just have to rewatch, find out what the main issue is, fix that, and then push forward. Exactly the same from what we've seen from Na'Vi in the European League. They had bad couple of play days, and then they worked on it, and then they won the other day. So, you know, that's what they kind of have to put their mindset to.
Do you agree, X? Do you think it's a case of not beating themselves up?
Yeah, absolutely. They can't hold too much stock in that result. You know, they've got to take it on the chin and take the good bits, take the bad bits, mix them all up together, have a chat about it, and then figure out what they can do better next time. They really don't want to hold on to that too hard because we know that it's a team of talented players. You know, M&M, they've got some really good names in that roster, and we've seen those players performing, you know, in previous seasons, in previous competitions, on previous stages. They really do have what it takes. It's all about now them, you know, internalizing what happened, what went wrong, and then figuring out how they can build from it.
It's about bouncing back, isn't it? Well, game 1 in the can, by the way. I thought you two did a wonderful job. It was great to hear you together. Are we ready for game 2? Let's talk about the map bans for Na'Vi versus Vex. We should see a graphic below, magically. Here we are. Ollie, you did the honours last time round. Demo, what do you make of this?
Not too surprising. I think that's very bread and butter for the UK scene. You know, Clubhouse, everyone and their grandmother. Even you, Ian, even you can play Clubhouse. Everyone can. It's just very simple.
Are you comparing me to someone's grandmother? Is that what just happened?
Of course not. I'm comparing someone's grandmother to Ian.
Nah, they'd be better than me. But yeah, go on, carry on.
No, but yeah, just Clubhouse, very, very basic. There's not a whole lot of adjustment you really have to do. I think bans is always something you have to look at, but for the most part, it plays out very linear. It's a very linear, straightforward. You know what you're getting yourself into. There's not too much surprise factors in Clubhouse. So yeah, I think straightforward, and both teams, they play this map quite heavily, especially Na'Vi. It's definitely one of their favorites.
Ollie, do you agree?
Yeah, you know, it's pick your poison for Vexed, unfortunately for them. You know, where do they want to take Na'Vi to? You know, you don't really want to take them anywhere. There's not really any map that you're gonna, you know, that you're gonna be able to really gain too much of an advantage on, aside from maybe a map like Clubhouse, because it is just so well played out. It is going to be a map that both Vexed and Na'Vi are more than familiar with, more than comfortable on, and there's no real big shocks or big surprises in the map bans that we're seeing going on underneath that come through prior to Club being picked. So I'm pretty happy with that map choice. It's a very familiar map as well. It does seem to be one of the more favoured ones inside of the pool.
Let's talk about pressure here for a moment, Demo. You know, Na'Vi are coming into this as the big boys. They're back, looking to make an impact. Could we potentially here see upset number 2 of the evening?
I think that's much more of a slim chance to happen. Obviously, we're not writing off this Vex team just yet, but you have to look at who they're playing. It's Na'Vi at the end of the day. They're the previous champions. They're the team who's playing in professional play. They are the boys to beat this season, and no one can take that away from them. The Vexed lineup has went through a lot of different changes. They've went through 2 roster changes since the last time they played, so that's something that you have to keep in consideration. There's going to be 2 new people playing. One of them is very, very new, was only brought in, I think, a couple of weeks ago, so we'll have to see how he performs, and that's going to be in the form of Boomed. And he is a very notable young gunner who has kind of been picked up by this side, and I'm excited to see how he will do in his really big first test.
Well, it's time to find out how it all goes down. Ready for game 2? It's Na'Vi versus Vexed. It's been a pleasure to catch up with you two again when I was able to hear you. I'm gonna give it to you. Take it away, boys.
Oh, Ollie. Na'Vi versus Vex coming now. And, well, Ollie, I hate to say it, I think it may tilt very heavily into Na'Vi's favour.
You can see already we get into Doki's head there. Good luck, have fun, all apart from Doki.
Oh, right. We're going to disown him. Let's have a total poggers game, guys. Let's just, can we get rid of him? Like, can we do that?
I'm not too sure about that. Na'Vi opening things up. Thermite ban. Typically, you're going to always see at least one hard breacher removed. And Hibana or Maverick, usually top favourites, but this case, Thermite's been taken care of, leaving, of course, Hibana and Maverick open as Vex. They're going to go for the Capital.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they've banned Thermite. Maybe they don't want Doki playing Thermite, like in the EU League, where, as we've seen, it wasn't the best choice for him and the operator. This does leave Maverick, Hibana, and Thatcher all up, which can be quite the potent trio of operators to assist with things. I think Maverick is going to be a kind of insta-pick now for everyone, so it's probably Habana. I think now with the Thermite being gone, Maverick and Habana is going to be chosen every time. Wonder if we'll see a Kaid ban, though, because obviously with Thatcher being up, I mean, like, typically we see Kaid bans whenever Thatcher usually goes, which is kind of the norm, but with Thatcher still being there, Kaid may slip through the cracks, I think. Yeah, he will, so... There's the Valkyrie getting banned out. So IQ is not going to be played at all this game.
No, and, you know, when you've got the Thatcher there, you don't necessarily always need to be bringing that IQ. It is going to leave, as you say, Maestro available. Doki there switching off the Jaeger. Look at that lineup coming out from Navi there. We've got
this is their roam. Balance. This is the roam they do. They play it
heavy roam.
They play an SSG hold. I can't believe we still mention it, you know, 6 months on, we still call it the SSG hold. But one thing that they do differently, and I spoke to Doki about it, is that most teams, whenever they go for this kind of mid-floor, top-floor hold, a lot of the teams will open up the memorial hatch in Moto. They don't do that. And the reason why they don't do it is if you're going to go for a roam, which is what you're doing right now, is why they're setting up, it's to waste time and waste utility. If you're doing that, and you then leave a hatch open, how's that going to benefit your team? If you, for example, pick the Habana off in your roam game, that's going to be a big issue for the attackers. Like we know, oh yeah, Habana can't get the hatches open. If you're giving them one for free, they can still make a push from Moto.
They can, and I think that the idea is that they're going to be able to, they're going to have to and be forced to use some utility in a point to actually get there. And it is always an interesting one. You can see Saves there trying for an early peek. Just receives a little bit of a pat on the shoulder in return, just saying, you know, maybe not yet, Alibi. MX4 Storm, not the best weapon to be challenging at that sort of a range with. As he retreats himself on back, gets over near to main stairs, and well, Vex, they seem aware that they're going to have to deal with some sort of a roam game here.
Yeah, it's going to be Doki on the Vigil. Great operator for roaming. As we know, you can be invisible, kind of invisible to them drones, but there is still a chance that they know where you are just by the kind of flares in their screen. I don't think Pat knows that Doki is as close to him as he is, and now decides to try and look to jump in towards the server room. They can't find where he is. They have to get a drone. Doki, do it. Go on. There you go. Oh. Oh. Well. That's what he deserves. Punished into the ground.
Do you see, like, in your head the Doki memes, the no context Doki, like running through your head on like a spool when you see him die like that?
Oh yeah, that wide Doki meme is just going.
All
that
I
song in the background.
I just see Doki hitting his desk when he dies,
just screaming in anguish. Again, I think Navi have to make sure that they don't let themselves get carried away. Right, they know who they're up against. They know what they're playing. It's not the same competition level as what they're playing in EU League. This is UK and Ireland Nationals at the end of the day, a much lower standard of competition, but they should still not underestimate their opponents. They should give Vex their respect, and for what Doki just did, give away a free kill, has now kind of left his team in a bit of a pickle now. Is a minute still on the board. Impact tricks I don't think worked, and no it didn't. And this sets Vex up nicely to kind of move into their second half and start forming their breach.
And there's still quite a lot of time left for these attackers, really. You know, a minute is more than enough time to start executing on into sight, gathering that those final pieces of information. But still some really powerful positions being held by the defenders of Navi. Deox, they're going to be suffering quite a lot of damage. He scurries away from that dirt tunnel. Nello holding a nice angle there on mannequins, just waiting to wide swing the door, but instead it's going to be Kendrew. Using a wide swing over from Church. Natos goes out just to buy a little bit of time, and well, time really isn't something that these attackers have got in spades. Saves. Going to pick one up onto Pat. Kendrick receiving a heck of a lot of damage there, and Castle Barricade really could be his undoing there, as unless Josh checks his corner, which he doesn't, Kendrick, he's going to be able to pick up a bit of a freebie. The Saves follows suit. Kills coming in thick and fast there for the final couple as Panics and Kendrew cleaning things up. Kendrew ending up on at least a double kill there and a very solid first round.
Yeah, just a minute to go and Vex just start slowing down. They start putting themselves in an awkward position where they have to try and challenge the kills. And that occasion, Navi, they won their gunfights. That's really what it came down to for the most part, was winning your ones, which I think for Clubhouse Basement, it's expected. That Clubhouse, basement bloodbath, that raging battle of where everything just stockpiles into one thing, where it's absolute mayhem, that just follows trends as well. So overall, the support players doing a lot of work in that time around. Kendry playing on that castle, getting 2 kills. Not an easy feat to manage with the UMP 45. We've seen like a lot of people kind of complain about the UMP before. It's not the strongest of weapon. I'm surprised at the UMP. Has it ever been buffed in its history whenever it came out? Has it ever been touched?
I mean, I don't really think so, which it's quite unusual because it really is a very slow fire rate weapon.
Yeah.
It doesn't have much damage to speak of, so
not even a full like 30 clip mag either. It's only got like 26, so I think a little touch up would be nice. But they have buffed Castle in other areas such as the Super Shorty, even the proximity alarms that he's been given as well. Wonderful to see much of those. I know that we did hear one in our last matchup between Kavana and Eminem, but proximity alarms, what's your take on them, Ollie? What do you think of them?
Are they commonly referred to as the wee-woos?
Yes, the sirens, mate.
The wee-woos. I think they're good. It's a large sort of chunk of your utility as a defender to bring, because instead you're going to be looking at sacrificing bulletproof cameras, which is solid information, shields, barbed wire, stuff like that. I'm not sure how valuable they are in that sort of a setting, how they stack up against other gadgets, but I still think that there's certainly a place for them.
So, 1-0 is how it goes for Navi. I wonder if they can pile any more. Keep in mind that this is on the defensive side of Clubhouse, where, as we know, is a little bit more favorable. But then again, looking at the bans, I mean, attackers shouldn't have too many issues. You still have Maverick, you have Thatcher, you have Habana. There is still elements there of a very strong push. The only thing you're missing is really, the Thermite, who can open up those big breaches, and perhaps the Capital for the pushes in towards Garage, to help with Catwalk. That would be like the only thing, but for the most part, I think attacks have a lot of good things going for them.
Certainly got a lot of tools at their disposal with the way that the bans played through. Not a lot of time there been wasted by Vexed in terms of getting that east wall open, and already got themselves inside of cash. They're going to be looking to mount a fairly decent attack here. You need to take good control of this side of the map if you are going to look to try and play out on the windows, and well, that's going to be doing that for a second round in a row as he gets first blood once again over onto Doki. Doki this time on the castle. So providing he's not got any of those castle barricades left in his pocket, he's provided all he can in terms of utility for his team, but still with the shotgun and still a gun lost. Didn't do Navi too much harm in the first round, but what it has done is now allowed pretty much free reign onto this balcony, and you can see that Users is going to waste no time getting that open. And that's going to be followed up very nicely by Josh just burning any utility and trying to remove Bandit from being happy to trick onto that Jacuzzi wall, opening up the opportunity for Jacuzzi to then be opened.
Yeah. Nello, though, still risky enough in a position where he's trying to peek in. Kendrew, by himself in logistics. I wonder if anybody's droned him. It looks as if he may have, as he has backed his way up. Doesn't want to risk it. Still has plenty of utility. You have the Goyo shield that still looks in towards the kind of default plant spot towards the bed side of things. You have smokes there that you can try and burn through and use utility. There's 4 people from Vex all stacked up in construction, and they're starting to get stalled out. They're really now looking at Users to make a big play, and he is that standout player for Vex and has been for quite some time. Definitely one of our top fraggers from the last season. Oh, and this is where things are not going to work out well for Vex as he starts ripping up and panics. Picks up a triple kill. The 4th, yes, it will be the quad for him. And saves, picks up the final one. Navi, Panic specifically, a one-man army right there.
Like a guided missile onto the heads of his opponents there, putting the Vector to work. You've got to be hitting your headshots with that high fire rate weapon, and you can see just how practiced he is at doing just that. Double kill on the Nitro Cell and 2 kills with the Vector. All things looking pretty sweet, as we do seem to be hitting a little bit of a rehost there, as the Vex players obviously having a little bit of an issue. We'll get back to you very shortly, I'm sure, but so far 2 very convincing rounds there for Navi.
Yeah, 2-0 as it goes. Still defender-sided, favored for Navi. It will be interesting to see how things kind of switch up whenever we do move over, and teams then will have a chance to attack and defend. But what will the scoreline be at that stage? That's the only worry if you're Vex. I have no doubt that they'll show up in the defense, as many teams do. Attacking is much more of a difficult achievement for teams, especially at the kind of tier 3 level. Whenever you get into the tier 2, tier 1, that's where we see attacks really come together. But for the most part, I think Navi have kind of pinpointed the weaknesses from Vex. And right now for Vex, I don't think they're spreading out their players enough. They're getting grouped up very heavily. They're kind of dropping into choke points. And we see Navi, they're setting up for them. They have the Goyo shields, they have the smoke C4s, everything to kind of deal with that kind of one-track mindset that Vex have found themselves into.
Yeah, they're already getting themselves funneled into sort of less than favourable situations, and we could see that with a large push coming through logistics at the end of that last round. It's not something that you ever really commit a lot of bodies to, because it's kind of only one way out of it. You're either going off into construction, which isn't really advancing you into site at all. Sure, you can look to challenge on then to bedroom door, but it's a single doorway. Or you can look to challenge onto the door that leads into the hallway at the top of main stairs, but again, it's a single doorway. You're not really looking to gain too much advantage, unless obviously the soft wall into the site, into actual bedroom is open. But even then, it's a very narrow entranceway, and in Siege, you often want to avoid these narrow entranceways because they can just easily be held by defenders. And you know, Panics gave us a pretty good example of why you maybe ought to avoid logistics, or at least a heavy presence in it. Much more favorable to get that jacuzzi wall open, get pressure elsewhere, win over in construction, and then pressure onto the windows. And you know, Vex just getting trapped there a little bit, trying to refrag. And it's not the worst thing in the world. You know, you've got to be there for the refrag, but as soon as you see a couple people dying, it's time to take a bit of stock and go, you know what, we all know where he is now. Let's not all 4 of us die to him.
It's like you go for the construction side of things, where you're going to go there and open up as much as you can and try and kind of funnel your way in to try and go for the plant, typically towards either the bed because you can't get C4'd from it, or just standard beside the bomb cache. One thing that they didn't do for their gym and bedroom attack is that they didn't open up the jacuzzi wall at all, which is a little bit questionable. You know, you got rid of the castle barricades for that very reason, but then you don't follow up and open that up anyway. You still have the Abana, you even have, you know, the Maverick trick you can do, and they just didn't put enough emphasis on it. It allowed Navi then to rotate around and kind of have free range of what they wanted to do.
Yeah, it seemed a little bit strange and almost a bit half-hearted, as you say. Maverick available, Thatcher even available. Like, these are operators that make that really easy. And when the window's open and you've got control of cache and you can't, you know, Nello's not allowed to banditry jacuzzi, just get the wall open. It's just a tick in a box, and it's never going to be a bad thing for you as the attackers to have that extra line of sight, because, you know, you might have been able to cut off Panics as he rotated into logistics then, or you can look to pressure on him through bathroom and maybe get a kill, or even get the plant down inside the gym if you've got enough time and space. So it really did seem a little bit strange that some of the focus was on the typical removing bandit from being able to trick, and then there was not much sort of follow-up to that. It was then left again to be like, where are we funneling through? Where's the push coming out? And, you know, this is all pretty heavy stuff. You know, we're not really getting on the back of Vex. These are just initial observations, and we've only seen 2 rounds. So, you know, things are, of course, subject to change. But again, have we even seen Navi firing on all cylinders yet? Sure, we've seen Panics get a quad kill, but Doki's been first death in both rounds.
Yeah, I think Navi, Doki, just, I mean, like, granted, I think Doki's just kind of a little bit carried away. He probably thinks that he can take any single gunfight he wants right now and just win it, but I think that's just Doki in his nature, in his personality overall. One thing for that gym and bedroom is a kind of thought that I've seen from a lot of teams is that nobody on the defense really holds main stairs anymore. Like, it's very rare you see that area being held. That's where I think the gym and bedroom bomb site, especially if you're an attacking side coming in and trying to plant for the gym, if you control that main stairs, you cut off every rotation that wants to happen. Yeah, you can let them have construction, because that main stairs can get a clear line of sight onto the bedroom door leading into the construction side of things. So I think that's something to look at. You know, Navi, they don't play down main stairs. So perhaps for Vex, if they can adapt that and send one guy solo, perhaps use us, he can try and get a nice angle, and perhaps then they can push in and go for the plants. Because not only does main stairs stop them rotating, if someone goes below down in the bar, that gives you a man who can quickly react and go kill the C4 guy.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I like to call that the top of main stairs area one of the more difficult places to play in the game, because you've just got 90 corridors or sort of 90-degree angles left and right.
So many entries,
multiple lines of sight, especially if Jacuzzi gets open. You've got a hatch that you feel like's over your left shoulder inside of logistics. There's just so much going on in that one location that it can be really difficult then to kind of make a play or at least get out of it alive. And then you couple that with a little bit of main stairs pressure from an attacker, and all of a sudden things start to look a little bit more simple, you know, even if it's just to get a kill onto the bandit and maybe get some shots into someone else or gather a little bit more information. Another really popular place to play is, you know, on the rappel on the window on those main stairs. You can achieve quite a similar job, at least by cutting off rotation between gym and bedroom if they're going to go the safe way through the corridor, if the windows are being occupied, and sometimes that can result in a rotation kill as well.
Yeah, I think overall just the main talking points for them is just spread out. There's no need to grip up. You know, there's no need for it. Just there's plenty of entryways, especially for the top floor bomb sites. You know, maybe basement, you can get a little bit tendency to kind of group up and panic and drop a hatch with someone else. But definitely for that top floor, you know, spread yourself out. You know, they got the first pick in Doki. You have that man advantage. You know, we've seen it was only Users who was really lurking towards that gym window side of things, and even at that, Users didn't have an impact. You know, Users didn't go for a massive play, which really in that aspect he needed to do to kind of help his team get into the bomb site.
Back into the game now, round number 3 underway. Let's hope that the little technical issue that one of the Vex players was having has been resolved. CCTV room and cache is, of course, the location. Navi currently flawless on their defense.
Attackers need to
is that a clash being teased? It is a clash being teased. Saves coming in.
You know what's interesting? Kenny's not on the clash.
Yeah, Kendrew, we've seen Kendrew on the clash.
That's like his signature.
Previously. Kendrew this time on the smoke, so maybe just favouring a little bit of...
Nello on the Maestro. They've had a bit of a change, haven't they?
There is a little bit of a switcheroo going on here. Is this to, you know, obviously to accommodate panics coming into the roster and trying to remain unpredictable? Doki on the Jaeger. I wonder, should we start taking bets, Demo? How long is Doki going to last?
What do we think? Do we think he's going to go for a spawn kill and die?
Nah,
or do we think he's going to go for a spawn kill and get a kill then die? Oh.
Honestly, with the way
here he goes again.
I'm going to say 25 seconds.
Medics, just keep on him. We're only going to see him for 20 seconds in the round anyway. You may as well. And here we go. Here he goes. Everyone, place your bets. Will Doki get a kill? Will he go for it? Oh, he got one. Hey, he got one, and Pat is going to be fuming at him. Pat's not going to be happy.
I mean, that's the rivalry that's sort of generated throughout the entirety of this game so far. It's been Pat v Doki in that early engagement, and this time, well, Doki got the kill, but instantly traded out there by User. Still lost the sledge, so arguments there for quite a lot of utility lost. You know, those grenades could have been valuable, particularly against saves on the clash.
Yeah, I think it's a good trade overall, certainly. So, Deox, a player that we haven't touched upon yet. New addition. Comes from the Benelux region, a previous Benelux champion. I believe he played for Epsilon back then. He's now on this side. He was their new guy who was kind of brought in. And at the moment, I mean, he hasn't really done anything as significant. Look at the role he's playing them on. He is playing on much more of a support role. You know, on the Maverick, he's not going in there expecting to get kills. That's where we're looking at players like Pat, like Users, like Joshua Glitch, who can show up and do those moments. So they have kind of brought him in as their new support player.
Let's see how well he is able to support Vex in this matchup. So far, things are still pretty even. The wall into onto the east balcony has been opened, but with saves playing on the clash, it does just give you a little bit more option. I quite like how they've opened up all along the bottom, because then they're going to be able to see any feet from anyone that's looked to try and swing onto that recently opened wall, and it can just give them a little bit more of something to work with as an attacker on that rappel on the east balcony, especially when you're against the Clash, for example. You're going to be able to see if Clash's shield is turned, or if you can get a couple of cheeky shots on there. It's almost about the war of attrition. Panic's seen a lot of pressure now as nades are starting to fly. 2 nades there, but he's going to find a kill over onto Users and thirst on for more, but Deox is there for the trade. And that's garage control, or at least lower garage control for now, gained by Vex.
Joshua Glitch outside the breach, trying to hold on and stop them from rotating at the moment. Deox is now working up towards Catwalk and is going to be the first man up to try and go for the defuse plant. There is still the clash and the smoke on board, and there's the first Toxic Babe that will hit him up, and this is where Saves can come in and honestly just kill him at this stage with a taser effect as he's trying to go for the plant. He's trying to push in and kill the clash from below, trying to find some angles, but misses that massive LMG mag. Kendrew, though, has killed the planter in the form of Deox. Boom has eliminated Kendrew, but he is stuck inside of a 1 versus 2. And oh, doesn't have enough ammo. He just keeps bashing away. Pulls out the main gun, misses as well. And the LMG rattles through. Nello picks up the pieces. Navi 3-0 up, but a good effort from the young gun.
Good effort indeed there from Vex, getting it close, but once again, the clash just proving a little bit too strong in those dying few seconds. So much that you're able to do in terms of aggravating your opponent there, and you can see that there was just really nothing that Boomed was able to do there. Obviously on Hibana, you've got a limited magazine count anyway, so you haven't got the most bullets in the world to be playing with. And, you know, Saves really saving the day there for the team, keeping up that flawless victory, flawless round so far on Clubhouse. Now moving on into round number 4. We have actually suffered
someone's
disconnect there. Josh has disconnected. I hope he's able to get back in. Obviously, Vex have already used one rehost, so we'll await admin decision on whether we're going to be allowed another rehost or if Doki there trying to make some jokes in the chat. Love that. Maybe Navi will actually allow them to use their rehost as well to get him back in. Who knows? As it stands, it isn't really ideal for Vex because they're now going 4 versus 5. And whilst Clubhouse's defender sided, Vex still haven't looked that close.
No, I mean, they were little bit just too slow on trying to get the diffuser down. Obviously, I think smoke in the back always puts you under pressure, and then a clash just walks in and starts looking at you. And there is a moment where you're getting smoked, there's a clash looking at you, you know there's an LMG below you. You just start to think, how am I not dead yet at that stage? And that may have kind of went through Deox's mind, where he just feels like, you know, what am I supposed to do in this situation? I think, for the most part, Joshua Glitch, he perhaps should have kept the Sophia charges and maybe tried to pressure that clash, wait for him to kind of come out in the late game. And, you know, if you had a clash getting stunned at that moment where Deox was trying to go for the plant, that would have been perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. Clash is really someone you need to be exploiting, as well as any sort of throwables or any grenades just to deal with that clash. You know, as good as possible, or at least as well as you possibly can hope to, because it isn't an easy operator to deal with. Obviously, Pat dying out pretty early on was not really helping things all too much either, as those nades would have been very valuable. Looks as though we've got Josh back inside of the game, so he'll be manning the cameras for this round, but he'll be ready to get stuck back in for round number 5, because I'm sure that his team are going to need him. We've not seen the typical aggression so far that we've seen coming out of Doki. He's managed to keep himself alive for over 1 minute and 10 seconds at this point, which, I mean, that's impressive given his status up to this point.
Yeah, they're not going for the roam game this time around, where previously we've seen the Vigil come in, we've seen the castle where they went for the upstairs, and they had the double castle barricades on the Moto hatch. So definitely a much more atypical strategy, nothing too out of the ordinary. They have 4 impacts to try and stop the kitchen hatch going down, and for the most part, the preferred push for Vexed is a kitchen dirt. That is what they like to go for. That's their ideal one. Nello's he's just having fun trying to catch himself a Vex player, but instead he's just gonna fall into Booms as he picks up an easy kill using the vertical angles that was made. Pat has worked his way down the main stairs. There is that classic Maestro turret. One thing interesting, I don't know if people know, you can actually go outside. Do you know where like the cage would be beside the bin? You can thatcher above that, and it will actually open up the Maestro and it gives you a free kill onto the turret. So that's one thing to keep in mind that people may not know.
Beautifully demonstrated there by medics as well. Of course, there's always more than one way to deal with something in Siege, and that's a classic example of using the utility and really making sure that you've got that teamwork down. Although Thatcher would be out of the fight for a good number of seconds, but it is a lot of information for those defenders, and that is king as we enter the final 30 seconds. We've got Panics. He's going to be staving off quite a large flood of attackers here, looking to come on through Dirt Tunnel. Nades are looking to be tossed out as well. Another Toxic Babe canister will fly. That will in fact be his last, as he's now just left with the shotgun and the SMG to deal with the problems. He does manage to find it down, uses to kill over onto Doki, aggressively pushing up there, but the shotgun reigns supreme in close quarters, but no, Boond makes it happen. 3 versus 2 now. Deox is, of course, down. 3 versus 1, all down to saves inside of Church, but no, the round's going to be won out on time. The diffuser not in a position to be planted there, and Navi cutting it very finely.
Who had the diffuser? Was it Boone? Did he have it as Habana? Or was it the guy who was pushing a free moto? I didn't actually catch that. Because if it was Boomed, then he should went for the plant, but I don't think it was, because I think he would have went for it. So it must have been the guy in moto, but I think Navi were very, very lucky there, winning it down on time. But again, Boomed almost having it there. Really good effort from it so far this game.
And that's, you know, that was 4v5 demo. You know, that was with a man at disadvantage there, being able to take it down to the very dying seconds. The fact that they were able to get first blood as well onto Navi, that was fantastic. It gave Vex that level footing to start off the round from as soon as the kills started to fly, at least. Now you start thinking, had they had, you know, the correct amount of utility or as many drones as they would have perhaps wanted, that round could have played out a lot differently.
So we head back upstairs to the human bedroom. So anything different? Doki, alibi. Excited to see what he can pull off of that. The MX4 Storm, as we know, is still, honestly, for me, still top 5 defender weapons in the game. I think it's very, very, very strong if you have a great fragger with great snapshot potential.
Yeah, it's a classic, you know, fast fire rate weapon that's got the ability to really start throwing out those bullets, and when you couple with that with someone that can aim, all of a sudden you get a nice little recipe. That being said, is it bringing as much utility as, you know, Doki perhaps needs or Navi perhaps need in their lineup? They've not got a castle this time. Now, the castle is something that we saw Vex deal with quite well, but Vex's main problem was not actually being able to get that jacuzzi wall open in the previous round where we saw this, I believe in round number 2. So that was a little bit more of a problem than the castle barricades. They obviously helped that, but they were very quickly dealt with by the side of Vex. So what I'm really looking for here is to see if they're going to make that adjustment and if they're going to get themselves in to that jacuzzi wall.
Panics, spawn peeking outside of that pull window. On camera, seeing what he can find as Vex once again looking to achieve their goal by coming in from garage and that server and cash room side of things, making their way in towards construction. So this has been their preferred push, but last time, although we speculated, and we would like to see them open up in towards the Jacuzzi, because that would kind of be like their main way of stopping the rotations from the players of Na'Vi. You know, don't give them that free range. And look at that from Doki. Very, very risky peeking the Maverick rolls. Users has found the first blood, and it is on to saves as he went for a jump out onto the kitchen window. A risky one to go for, but I mean, I understand the aggression, but even better from Vex is that they predicted them to do that, and users just sat there waiting for his free kill.
Slow and steady approach coming in from Vex here, and there's nothing really wrong with that. But as you say, I'm just a little bit worried that they're still going to find themselves funneling into those key choke points of gym and bedroom. They're not doing anything too differently at this moment to make that any sort of, you know, to make the outcome anything other than that. Look at where Kendry's playing right now. He's inside of logistics, basically under a desk, just waiting for a hatch drop to come through. He's got Panics assisting him, and we've got Doki playing inside of master bedroom. He's now going to be looking to pressure onto not only the window but the door. Pat's now looking to pressure in and maybe push in through logistics, but everyone seems to be really scared and really conscious of the presence that Na'Vi have got over on that area. The only person that's quite exposed at the minute is Nello, and that jacuzzi wall is still intact. No pressure coming up from these main stairs. It's going to be very difficult gunfights for Vex to take here. It's going to start, it looks like, in logistics with a bit of a double push coming on through, but it's going to be Panics again. Signature location for him. Kendry backing him up, and well, this all starts to look very dire now for Vex as we enter this final 15 seconds.
And well, look who it is, once again, stuck inside of a clutch position. It's Boom.
10 seconds left.
And, well, I don't think he's going to hope for him. Navi just pulling that V. 5-0 up, Vexed. Vexed. What do we say, Ollie? Just too much gripping up at the moment.
Too much creeping up and not enough stuff getting opened. You know, Nello wasn't even a factor in that final moment, if you will, in the fight as the kills started to fly, but he was there if Navi needed him. Now, if the Jacuzzi wall gets open, for example, or as you quite rightly said in the little technical break we had earlier, any sort of pressure from main stairs, it helps then to deal with that logistics pressure, because they're only playing in logistics because that's where you're pushing from. You know, they're not going to commit 2 people to logistics if nobody's there. So, you know, divert your attention elsewhere and put yourself in a gunfight that you can win instead of swinging onto Panics, who's got a vector pointed exactly at your head.
Right, now we look at Navi for their final defense up to that cash room once again. Vexed, we need one round from you, because that gives you a possibility of quite the comeback and an upset story perhaps that could lead on to this. But a 5-0, and if it goes to a 6-0, you know, where do we go from there, Ollie? Where do we go? Like, it just, at the moment, it seems men against boys.
I mean, we said that this one was going to be, you know, going in Navi's favor. We spoke about it, you know, at quite great length, really, whenever we've spoken about this match. I didn't believe it was going to be this one-sided. But, you know, that being said, Navi have come out and given a really good account of themselves, and Vexed have, again, just really struggled to get themselves started, which, you know, it's no real great shame or great fault to them. Navi, EUL team, pedigree, experience, you know, a lot of these guys have won a pro league that are on the roster, so there's you know, there's no shame in, you know, coming up short against them, but you've got to be putting in a better account of yourselves, because I know that these players on the side of Vexed are capable of more than what they're showing us at the moment. I'm not sure if it's nerves, I'm not sure if there's a little bit of tilt factor in there, but they're very capable of doing the basics on Clubhouse, and so far we've just not seen the basics on that gym and bedroom site, and it has really punished them, because in contrast, this site, for example, Cash and CCTV, they're doing a great job. They're getting that wall open, they're getting those different angles, they're getting the pressure, they're taking control of Garage, and they're doing exactly what they need to do to be able to get a bit of control into sight. But let's see, Boom, he's going to get a first kill onto Panics. Doki there this time, not first blood, but they're ready to trade it out.
Bomb located by attackers.
That wall being opened up once again by Deox, trying to create that breach for them. But look who's lurking right beside him, and it's going to be Nello, and catches them out. And at this stage now for Vex, it's the worst thing that could happen. Both hard breachers off the board on a cash room. That leaves them with either pushing up catwalk, pushing it in through the window, up main stairs, or through construction. All of those massive choke points, that just isn't going to work.
It's never a nice position to be in, as like you say, there's no real options. Your best bet is potentially to try and get through Garage, win the gunfight into Garage door, and look to try and pressure on him. But now you've recognized that, and look at where we've got people playing. We've got Nello. He's going to be just above the door, just outside of the window, laid prone, and he's got a teammate playing on the rafters as well, and Natos will come through. It's actually going to see the down, so that could be pretty huge. Josh is going to find the kill onto Doki as well, so that's Garage Catwalk in its entirety clear, but we've still got defenders playing way back that are ready to assist. Users maybe going to see if he can sneak a couple shots in, but realistically there's not a lot he's going to be able to do there. I don't think that they're aware they actually got Nello down, or maybe they are just being super cautious about that as they push on through, cleaning up that kill finally and just trying to pre-fire their way on. So large portion of control has been gained, and they're not really funneling all too much now. They've still got an option to potentially get the plant down, as Kendrew lets fly his second to last toxic babe canister, but still a lot of information as to the whereabouts of these attackers. And Kendrew playing close, he grabs one with a knife, but no, Users there ready for the trade. They do see the final kill come through. All up Navi, 6 rounds in a row.
Well, again, time for Vexed. I think a great effort once again from them, pulling these rounds extremely close, but just cannot lock them out. It hasn't been, I think, very telling off the scoreline. I don't think a 6-0 is reflective of how well Vex have played in some areas. I think it was a great reaction shot from Yuza, showing how good that gun skill he still has, and can be very, very gifted for his team if he wants to put that together. This is a thing I kind of had an issue with last season, right? With the mechanical skill that Yuzus has, I don't see the value of playing him on an operator like Thatcher. I don't see the value of it.
Yeah, I mean, Thatcher's got a job to do, but and Thatcher's got a great gun as well, Demo. I can see where you're coming with this, but if he was just let loose on Ash with the R4C, do you think he would be sort of as useful for the team, or is that, you know, having that great gun skill on a sort of more flex-based operator, someone that's going to be, you know, really assisting the support, is that a little bit more valuable for that player?
There's a couple of arguments you'd make. Like, one thing that the reason why I'd like to see him more of an entry role is, you know, Users is making these, you know, these plays, but they're in like the 30-second mark where time has already been eaten up. It hasn't gave them anything. What they need right now, I think, for Vex is someone who can give them, like, where things aren't going well, just someone who shows up and gets a quick double kill. You know, someone who can kind of bring momentum back into their favor. That's what I think they're kind of lacking right now, because everything's coming right down to the final, you know, couple of seconds.
Well, this round is where it all lies here for Vex. Currently, 6 rounds down. They'd have to mount an incredible comeback if they were to try and do this against Navi. They're on the map to do it. They're on Clubhouse, defender-sided, but are they going to be able to at least get one? CCTV and Cash is the site, and, well, it's a site that is very defensible indeed. It looks as though they've already removed the soft portion of the wall, and Kendra just waiting now to get the Maverick trick off. Masterclass in opening this wall. Keeping a steady hand on the blowtorch is never an easy thing to do.
You must be good at, do you know those, at like the fairs you'd have, you know, like the wire goes around like the you know, the thing that beeps? One of those?
Operation.
Must have been good at those.
Yeah.
No, it's not operation. You know, like you'd have like a big long like wire of like twists and turns. You'd have to like steady hand, and if you touch it, it goes like beep. One of those.
I think all these players would be good at stuff like that, because it is all about that hand-eye coordination that I do not possess. But nevertheless, the wall is underway of being open, but I don't think it's complete just as of yet. Of course, doing it this way, you do fall victim to the reinforcement just disappearing. You've got to be careful that there's not a C4 or something like that nature on its way. And Users, he's recognised that, and he's ready. As the Bandit, the C4 in hand, the toss will come through, and very well placed, but Navi just a little bit too experienced for that, just nicely out of the range of that. Kendra only getting tickled there by that C4.
So half the round still to go. Garage is of yet to be taken by Navi, but I think that's where they're going to look towards next. That is kind of your second step if you want to try and take a successful cash room defense. Doki, he's on the prowl. He's downstairs in lounge and perhaps just looking to walk up the stairs, and we'll find a freebie. On to Deox, he goes, and that's the smoke gun. That gives the players of Navi so much more time to work with, and Kendra even finds Boomed as he peeked in towards the catwalk and found a kill from it. So right now it's a 3 versus 5. Catwalk in control of Navi. No smoke on the board for Vex. This is going to be a tough one for Vex to claw out of it.
Very difficult one indeed. You can see the 3 remaining defenders all pretty much grouped up inside of Cash, looking to try their best to defend onto CCTV, where the large majority of the push will be coming. Vulcan shield there going to be destroyed, and that's going to buy time for both sides, really, as it looks to be Doki trying to push on round, but Kendra, he's going to be getting the plant down, and you can see Doki actually got the kill with that Vulcan shield. Haven't been the one to destroy it. You can find the last with the gun as well. Kendra well underway getting that diffuser down, but that's going to be game for Navi, going flawless on Clubhouse.
Well, 7-0 to kick things off. I was not expecting this in the slightest. Yes, I was expecting Navi to take the win, but a 7-0 on the first Playday? Really? Well, Navi, what a way to come in and just say, we're back.
The boys are back, and they are here to put in results like that. A very entertaining game, bit of a stomp, as you said, Demo, during the broadcast. that scoreline isn't entirely reflective. We did have a 1v1 thrown in there. There were a couple of rounds that could have gone either way. Unfortunately for Vex, they did play one round 4v5 as well. That being said, it would never have been more than a couple of rounds in Vex's favor. They just weren't willing to adapt and play independently enough on the attack. They were really too far bunched up, and Navi just took a great advantage of that.
Yeah, I still think Vex, though, boomed was a great highlight. I was excited to see how a new young prospect coming in would do. And I mean, he had some good moments there, some good mechanical skills, but he shouldn't be left in those clutch positions time after time. Still a lot of things that Vex can work on, but overall not a bad bounce there against Navi. So we're going to go to a quick break, guys, and he'll be back with an interview after. Yeah.
Reload! Attackers have dropped the bomb. Left the designated staging area. Just drop the bomb diffuser. 15 seconds left. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds remaining. A bomb has been located. Closing a threat. Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recovered the... A bomb has been located.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm not bad. How are you?
Back in town, smashed all 6 in defense, polished it off with that clean sweep to make it 7 with a win on the attack there. Is that the sort of performance that you expected to give right out the gate? Oh. Oh, hello. Hello. Oh, are we back? We're back. Apology for the delay there. We had a bit of a dropout. Doki, can you hear me all right? Oh, you see, now I can't hear you. I just want to apologize first things first. Oh, no, I can. You're back. Doki, we are back. We are live.
I'm back.
Let's finally have this conversation that I'm so excited to have with you. Like I said, it was a flawless performance from you and the boys there. Is that how you expected to kick things off?
I mean, we wanted to kick it off, with a good result. So, we did try. We put we wanted to get the game out of the way pretty much because we wanted to get a good result and kick off the season the way we hope to end it, by winning every game easily. So, yes, we expected to play well. Yeah.
Look, you were first death in the first 2 rounds. Do you think you were a little bit overconfident going in, a little bit reckless there?
Oh, no. You see, that's called that's mind games I was playing right there. I was letting them feel comfortable. They're like, oh, we killed them first 2 rounds, and then I was relying on the boys to clutch it up. So yeah, mind games.
Oh yeah, okay, I get it. There's a lot of experience that was on display here. There was a real gulf in quality between you and Vexed. Obviously, I would argue that, some of these rounds that you won extremely well, there were others that were a little bit closer. Do you think that this result is a fair reflection of the way that the game's played out? As soon as possible. In fact, Doki, I think you're back. I think you're back with me.
Is it me? Is it my fault? Is my Wi-Fi?
No, it's not your fault. Your performance was that explosive that you've just taken down the servers. I think that's what's happened here.
Okay.
What sort of a message do you think you've sent to the rest of the teams in this tournament here? Because I said, fresh out the gate when we launched this broadcast, I said, look, the elephant in the room is the fact that Na'Vi are back. You've sent a strong message. What do you think the rest of the teams are thinking right now?
As I said before, we're taking this season very seriously. We want to get the win. We are a newer roster now, I guess, so a lot of players in the team, or maybe just Panics actually, hasn't won Premiership before. So we want to give them a taste of that, definitely. And also, we feel it's important to try just equally as hard in the EU League as we are here, because we don't want performance to dim in either one of the leagues, because it has a mental effect on you if you're performing bad or trolling, as some could say. So we're definitely putting our effort in here.
You guys know better than anybody else how significant this league can be. I think it's amazing that you guys come back. You give it your all, but I just love the how humble you guys are, and you really take this competition deadly seriously. Why is that?
Because this is where it all begun. This is where it all begun for everybody on our team. We were actually playing against each other in the first Prem. I was in Vex and the rest of the boys were in M&M. And, we formed a team after the final and we were like, we can make something great here. And, it's literally a year later on, 6 months until we qualified for Pro League. This is where it begins. And if teams really start off here, get that Challenger League spot, then you could be in Pro League next season and we could be playing you as a true competitor. So this is where it all begins.
It's huge. It's an amazing tournament. It's fantastic to have you guys a part of it. What a fantastic, earth-shattering performance that you kicked off with. Doki, I look forward to catching up with you again in the future, and say hello to my pal Kendrew for me, will you?
I will do, yeah. All right, see you later.
Take care, mate. All right, let's get some analysis here from the boys. Ollie, Demo, what can you say about that? How would you describe that performance in one word?
Short,
but a lot of twists and turns in between. I would say that Vex did get unlucky in some of the situations. Came down to 1v1s a lot of the time. You look at that basement one, it was, I believe, at 1 versus 2 at the time, and they just ran out of time because I don't think Pat had enough ammo in his gun, and they lost the round due to that. So it's just little things that kind of swing in favor. I think that's just Siege. 50-50s is a massive thing in the game, and sometimes you get unlucky.
Ollie, I would say that Doki was quite modest when describing his performance there. But, you know, if you're one of the other teams watching that, your knees have got to be shaking, right?
I mean, you've got to take that for what it was. You know, Vexed were very unlucky there. They weren't as coordinated as, for example, Kavana in game number 1. Extremely coordinated side. Now, albeit they didn't go up against Navi, but some of that coordination is going to translate. I think what we saw from Vexed tonight was a little bit of unsurety, and they had a bit of a rough start as well. So I don't think that they necessarily had everything going for them in their favor, which of course sometimes you do need in Siege, but they still weren't really able to capitalize when it mattered. And I think if you're one of the other teams maybe looking at that performance, you're going to be thinking, yeah, sure, Navi, you know, they got a nice victory there. They got an easy 7-0, but it quite easily, or some of the rounds, should I say, could have quite easily gone the other way.
Like you say, I mean, it goes down in the record books as a 7-0. Vexed are going to be feeling a bit vexed, I think, is how they're gonna be feeling after that. And you know, you've got to keep your head up, because at the end of the day, you were against a team like Navi. Like you said there, Ollie, they did come close at times to picking up rounds here and there. You've got to come back fresh and ready to go as soon as they're back in action, right? They can't let this damage their attitude when it comes to this tournament.
No, not at all. And I think, you know, that's something that Vex are going to be pretty conscious of. They'll be conscious that they played one of the rounds 4 versus 5 as well. So maybe looking to ensure that doesn't happen in the future would be a good place to start mentally, because mentally you can kind of switch off if that's what you're going into, because you think it's very unwinnable. So I think, yeah, for overall, the pointers that me and Demo were kind of really harping on about over the cast was being confident enough to play on your own on attack, and actually making good use of all the utility that you bring in terms of what you're opening and where you're pushing. Trying not to funnel yourselves as much, and then we can't really speak all too much on the defense because we did only see 1 round.
Do you think that Vex showed anything there? Obviously, you spoke about some of the players there, Demo, but what were some of the main positives you can take from that? If they're watching this broadcast now, what are some of the highlights?
I think for Vexed, they were good at kind of clawing kills back in the kind of late stages. Yeah, that's tough to do, especially on a map like Clubhouse where you are attacking. I think them being able to swing gunfights into the
Oh, we've lost him.
favor. Just had some good moments with the shots, and what's happened?
Something really rare happened there, Demo. You stopped talking.
What? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
I'm kidding. We lost you for a second there. You resume. Where were you?
I was saying, you know, Vex, they
He's bugging out.
They had. What's happened?
Yeah, you're bugging out, buddy. The robot is Harry Dempster has run out of gas.
Are we back?
Yeah, we're back enough. I'll tell you what. We'll give your screen time to buffer a little bit here. Ollie, do you believe? I mean, we said at the start, didn't we? Navi, I keep saying elephant in the room, that they're back, they're ready to roll. You've got to be looking at them now thinking that you were right originally. They've got to be finishing first. I mean, it's early doors, but all signs point at them being dominant in this summer tournament.
It is early doors. I think it's probably testament to what Doki was saying, really, and just how seriously Doki's taking it, saying that they're not really seeing any difference between EUL and this. They want, you know, good consistent performance throughout, and that's pretty dangerous.
I'll tell you what, though. I mean, you've got to be excited about this tournament. We all know how excited us three are. It's nice to see Navi really gunning for gold here, isn't it, Demo?
Yeah, I think Navi, they know what they're up against. They know the level of the competition has increased, and they want to make sure that they cement themselves as the best team that has ever played inside of the UK. They want to make sure that they can have that glorified title for them. So overall for Navi, it's a massive thing. You heard Doki say this is where it all started for them. This is where they began. And, you know, you want to make sure that you can hold true to that.
It's exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing them in action again and seeing if they can face some stiff competition as this tournament rolls on. Secretly from Fierce, did feature on our broadcast a little bit earlier on. He said that their game with Demise is going to be an absolute thumping. That is up next. We're going to find out if that is to be the case. Let's have a look at some of the map bans. Ollie, back to you. When these pop up on screen, I want you to talk us through them, if that's all right.
We should have really tried to pick Secretly's brain earlier on, I think, and really nail him down on Fierce's map ban selection. But as you can see there, we're going to be going to Cafe once again for the second time this evening, as Fierce have chosen to take out Consulate, Theme Park, and Villa, whereas Demise chose to remove Oregon, Clubhouse, and Coastline.
I think
Finally,
they're flipped. I think they're switched. I think that they're the other way around.
Insider info coming through from Demo.
The reason why is because I've seen Demise ban Oregon, which is their best map. I thought that would have been Fierce's first ban, which I think it's flipped. I think so anyway.
Potentially. That being said, it all came down to Coastline or Cafe, and if it was Demise that got that last pick, they chose to go to Cafe. If it was Fierce, they chose to go to Cafe. That's where we're going, Demo.
Yeah, another Cafe. I wonder if the bans are going to change up. Obviously, we've seen the last Cafe. It was a very interesting Ying ban, a specific one chosen by Eminem to counter something that we never got to see that Kavana had up their sleeve. And I think for this matchup, I don't think there'll be any specific bans, as to say. I think it will just be mostly pretty typical. You know, looking at Capital, you're looking at the Thatcher, Maverick, perhaps, if you really want to make it defender-sided. So for the most part, I think Cafe, yes, going to be pretty standard for both of these teams.
Ollie, who do you think this leans towards? If you had to push came to shove, who does this map suit? I know it's difficult because we're at the start of a brand new season here.
It is difficult. I think it's got to be edged toward Fierce, purely based on the fact that Demise are a relatively newly formed team. Formed basically with the qualifiers for the UK Island Nationals in mind, and congratulations to them, they got into it, but still a little bit unproven. Obviously, they've all played before. We know the history from the players and stuff, but realistically, I think you've got to be looking toward Fierce edge in this one. And we can't forget what Secretly said earlier on. Secretly, he basically promised us a stomp. He promised us a 7-0, and then he started to backtrack a little bit and went to a 7-2. So who knows?
I mean, if it doesn't end up being a 7-0, I think we need to really get on him on Twitter and hold him accountable for that prediction. Demo, do you think that it's going to be a thumping? Do you think that they can thump away in the Cafe?
Oh, well, I mean, I think that all depends on how well young Hosty plays. I think that's the man now that we look for Demise. He was an absolute machine going in through the qualifiers, like we kind of seen from the VTs. Fear said, if anyone's going to stop them, it's going to be that guy. The guy went in 56 rounds, so in 5 maps played, the guy went 82 and 35. That's an average of 1.4 kills a round. That's massive figures.
I thought that the VT we were watching earlier was actually a Hosty frag montage. I didn't realize that it was Fierce. That it was Demise getting themselves in through the qualifiers.
You just thought it was career highlights, did you?
The guy crazy.
I probably put it on YouTube and he was like, "Look at my latest frag montage, guys. Look at all the sick kills I can get."
Go on, Demo. I'll put you off there.
Like, I watched that guy. I seen him firsthand. The way that the guy just moved around with such confidence, every gunfight he went into, he just won. The amount of times where I had to say, "Oh, there he is again. Oh, he's got another one, and another kill, and another clutch." Unbelievable. The kind of clutch moments that guy had. I think he had a 1v5 clutch throughout the qualifiers as well, where he just went bang, 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 James Bond style, all dead. The guy was cleaning houses.
I'll tell you what, though, I know it sounds like an obvious thing to say, Ollie, but confidence is so huge when it comes to Siege. And if players like that can come in with that level of confidence, that can be real game changers over the course of these next 7 or 8 weeks.
Siege one-shot headshot mechanic is a thing. If you've got the confidence and you're going to take your gunfights and you're going to hit them in the head, then you're going to win. And it's just as long as you hit them in the head before they hit you in the head. But if you've got the confidence to go and take those engagements and take those gunfights, then there's really nothing to stop you. It doesn't matter who you're coming up against. It doesn't matter how much experience your opponent has had. If you've just got the raw talent, skill, and confidence to go into those fights, then you're going to win a few. You're going to win a few.
Yeah, go on. Demo, your thoughts on high levels of confidence in this game?
Yeah, I think Fierce will definitely be the more confident out of the two. The only thing I fear for Demise is if we start off and maybe, 2 rounds happen, Hosty hasn't gotten any kills, they're thinking, right, who's going to step up then? Who's going to be taking it? And they're just going to say, well, I don't want to carry. What about you? Do you want to carry? No, I don't want to carry. Again, that's one thing I fear for Demise is, are they just a one-man team? Or are they going to work as a team and everyone puts in a shift? That's what we hope to happen, but we have to see how they do against a very, very fierce side. Pardon the pun, of fierce.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit, Demo, just before the broadcast about the importance of having a really cohesive team, but also you can go far with a one-man strong player team. And do you think that could be the case here for Demise?
Well, I mean, we've seen it before in other teams such as Shaiko and BDS. I think for a very long time, you always seen him as that main guy. If he didn't show up, nobody did in the day. I think now that BDS in the current state with Brid being back, into a lineup, it's kind of taken away from that. But still, I think that there is still certain teams out there who rely solely on one player, and if that one player doesn't show up, things don't work as the way they're supposed to if he did show up.
Ollie, we've spoken a lot here about Secretly's prediction of a thumping. You don't want to see 2 back-to-back thumpings, do we? We want to see a bit of a competitive game here, don't we? Surely.
Definitely, a lot of the maps, well, the 2 games, should I say, that we've seen so far tonight, they have been relatively one-sided. We saw Kavana take out Eminem 7-2, Navi 7-0 Vexed. I'm not suggesting that this is going to be another 7-0. I do think that there's a little bit more unpredictability maybe in the side of Demise, and certainly a bit more confidence. Eminem really kind of fell off in their first game, and I think they lost the mental game quite early on in that fixture. I don't think that that's going to happen with Demise here, and I think that they're definitely going to be able to pull a few rounds. I'm still backing Fierce to win, but I don't think it's going to be, your 7-1, your 7-2. I'm going to stick with what I said earlier on in the prep phase, and I'm going to stick in and around the 7-3, 7-4 sort of area.
I've just had a tweet from Kendrew saying hello. He said hello back, which is good. So Kendrew says hello to the boys. It just got me thinking about how, the players who will have been watching that last game, and then the interview afterwards with Doki. By the way, if you want to check out any clips of our previous interviews from this evening, you can go to our Twitter page at rainbow6_UK. We're tweeting clips all day on there. So also give us a reply and use the hashtag as well. The thing is, when you're a player watching somebody of the magnitude and the talent of Doki talk about how important this tournament is to international Siege competition and progressing through the ranks, that's got to light a fire in your stomach, right, Ollie?
Oh, absolutely. And, he's a product of that environment. He's been through and started inside of the Premiership, as he said, pretty much all on different teams to where he's currently ended up, because you never really end up in the same team that you started in, but he's gone all the way, won the Premiership, won Challenger League, and then got themselves in and been very successful in Pro League. So it really is the ladder, and we can't stress this enough to you at home that there's a very clear and direct path now, and this is a big serious rung on that ladder.
It's exciting stuff, right? I think we're all ready for game 3. I'm loving listening to you. I'm going to call you Harry again. Sorry, Harry. I don't know if we can make that a thing. And Ollie, get back into action. Fierce and Demise. Are we going to see that thumping that's secretly promised? We're about to find out.
Well, game number 3, Ollie, and here we go. Fierce versus Demise, a team who had everything to say about their team. But will they be stopped by the Reapers in Demise, a new team coming up from the qualifiers? And I think a lot of question marks in this new team to see, are they a one-man army, or do they have what it takes to battle against some of the big dogs like Fierce?
Time will indeed tell us, Demo, as we jump in now to game number 3 of the evening, Demise versus Fierce. As you said, Demise came through the qualifiers as, I believe it was Squids, and have since been picked up there. Picked up by Demise as well, which is good to see another team
and they're back again,
getting themselves back inside of the Premiership. Jumping into Cafe, Maverick Ban to start things off. Going to be Demise with the second, and we are seeing the Thatcher ban.
Yeah, I was debating this. I was sitting there thinking, we could see one of these just to make that basement, incredibly difficult, and we will be seeing that. I mean, if you're looking at attacking bans, Thatcher's obvious. We're back. Ollie,
hello.
Look up.
I'm writing down. I'm trying to write things down.
But no, yeah, you look at the Thatcher ban, fairly standard, fairly obvious. Nothing too really crazy with that one. I mean, if you're going to go for the ban on the Maverick, you really have to set yourself up for a very strong kitchen take. And the only way you're attacking that site now is if you have to take vertical control. So basically, every time we're seeing a kitchen defense, the attackers have to go for mid floor.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we saw Cafe earlier on today, and it played out very similarly to the way that we see Cafe always play out, where that top floor just is so crucial. You know, and it doesn't really matter where you're attacking onto it. You're gonna, even if you're attacking onto kitchen, you should be sending someone or at least a drone through that top floor because it's vast, and there are so many different nooks and crannies that people do like to hide in. So much vertical potential, again, as we saw in that previous game, and then it really does speak to just how important it is to be efficient with your time as an attacker on this map.
Yeah, overall, I think this is going to be much more slow-paced. People are going to have to take their time. They're going to have to really make sure that they can suss out the kind of best area of effect. We've seen a little bit of that from Kavana, where they were using the IQ to find out the specific areas and where you can find certain gadgets. As we're back in, defender bans. Just waiting for those to flash up, because I'm not entirely sure. And there we are. We have the Mira, and also the Wamai ban comes in. So we haven't seen him banned out in quite some time. And he's an interesting prospect, he is kind of the second Jaeger in a sense.
Yeah, weird to see the Wamai there banned out. As you say, it's just something that usually you just kind of put up with it. Honestly, on Cafe, you just know that he's going to be playing inside a pixel spot. You know to expect you need to be dealing with a lot of those Wamai frisbees, and you kind of just get over it as an attacker. But it seems as though Fierce have said, you know what, we're just going to get rid of it as a problem altogether, even though this is going to be starting off on the defense. So quite an interesting choice there to see, and it of course frees Kayak up to pick onto that Maestro, as of course Echo, for anyone that hasn't been here since the start, is still inside of a little bit of quarantine, as his drones are just a tad buggy at the moment. Shots there. Joe narrowly missing out on getting his head ripped off there from downstairs. Just getting a bit over aggressive on those windows, Demo.
Yeah, it's just no man can keep them at bay. Obviously, whenever you're playing against someone like Joe, who is honestly probably the most aggro player I think we have in the league currently. I know that Sloth did a fair share of his own aggro jump out spot. Just Joe's on another level. So yeah, keep your eyes on him. He'll certainly be looking to appear where he can, as he's on the roam game over towards White Stairs. And Shard, he's up first to bat. A risky play sending your Habana in, because as we know, you kind of need him to get the hatches open.
And we saw just how valuable getting that hatch open is in the previous game. There was a bit of an invincible Electroclaw placed down by M&M, which was a big factor in them winning one of their rounds. I'm wondering, secretly he's got the same idea on placement. And Stature looks to be Shattered looks to be edging ever closer now to getting that hatch open, or at least being in a position to attempt to. You can see hatch now has been caded, and there'll be a little bit of a utility dance to get that dealt with. Obviously, Thatcher not being a thing means that it's going to be down to the IQ or a well-placed grenade, or even a severe impact to try and get rid of that. As you can see, still slow progress from Demise. They've got top floor control, and they're now just really struggling on how to work with that.
Yeah, this is expected. You have to go for the kind of mid-floor take. You have to try and eliminate the Kai charges that are stuck on that main bakery. But even if they do get rid of those, they don't have control of bakery to begin with. And Joe is sitting there waiting for them. If they haven't done their drone work and they don't know Joe's in there, then he can be a massive issue for them. Tyrant has been, I think, spotted out inside a coat check, but there's Kayak and Joe jumping on with kills. And yeah, Demise not controlling the bakery as they go from above is kind of let Joe have his own way, and he can sit there and just roam about and get the kills where he's needed. But Amphrax puts an end to that.
It's only one kill there that is going to go out untraded, but only 30 or so seconds remaining. Still not a lot of time to play with as the attackers. As you can see, Shattered there just getting some pre-fire shots on out, looking to try and challenge onto player in behind the bar, and still no hard walls been opened despite 2 hard breaches being brought. Anthrax left with no option but push on through, but Reese is going to be sat there waiting for him with an SMG-11 with his name all over it. Shattered as well will fall to Reese, and it was only a matter of time at that point. Tyrant picking up the last kill and Fierce securing round number 1.
Strong opening round from Fierce, very dominant in how they controlled the game. So they went for, I wouldn't say like a heavy roam. No, they had a couple of people there. You've seen Tyrant, you've seen Joe. didn't take a single gunfight challenge because they know they didn't need to. Demise kind of took the bait. They seen that they were roaming. They went for the drones. They worked their way through. What does that do? It wastes time. That's all Fierce were playing for, was time burning. That was it. That's all they wanted to do. Once they seen it was around, the minute 30 mark, they're like, we'll come back to site. We don't need to waste our lives. They haven't even started opening up above. Whenever they did start opening above, Demise had very little map control other than what they already had, which was the mid floor. If they did have map control, like for example, if they had bakery, if they had restaurant side, as soon as the sledge started getting opening up the floorboards and started having those sight angles down on towards the guys inside of the site, then they would have pushed them outside into the other guys' angles. That's your free kills coming your way.
Round number 2 underway. I don't think Demise are going to be too pleased with that demo. You could see they just let the defense have far too much of a free time of things on that ground floor, really not challenging all too much at all, and the Romans did a perfect job of wasting time, staying alive, and being there in those final few seconds. Got to be something that's different for them in this round, because Demise, they don't want to be going a couple rounds down too early on. We didn't see them at the full potential in round number 1, but I'd really like to see them making use of that hard destruction that they're doubling down on, because they're bringing a lot of it. They're bringing the Thermite and the Hibana every single round. That's a lot of stuff that you need to be making good use of, because you're missing out on other things.
So now it's time for Demise to see if they can bounce back and move into their next attack. And, well, that's a good start. Alpha eliminates Tyrant. That's the alibi gone. I wonder if that was an aggressive jump out or perhaps a spawn peek, but nonetheless, it's a kill for Demise, and they'll take that. It will be the top floor they're attacking. Looking at their lineup, they have everything to make this work. They have Hard Breach, they have the Flank Watch with the Nomad, they have nades to burn through, they even have the Sophia, which can be great to not only impact any shields that may be brought by Fierce, but also just a stun effect that can be great for clear-outs, can be great for kind of finding positions of different players on the defense. Overall, a very solid lineup that works for, I would say, every bomb site on this map.
A lot of control inside of that cigar area, and especially inside of Piano. We've got Secretly playing. It's going to be on the smoke. There's quite an aggressive stance for the smoke to be taken there. You don't really want to be getting yourself in and amongst that slew of utility as it comes through from the attackers. And there's an argument as to whether you're even needed there, because the lack of the Wamai, you're not going to be able to hold on to that pixel as firmly. But you seem fairly convinced he wants to play there. He's received a few tags there, you believe, from the red skylight, just finding that little pixel peek through the top of the reinforcement, and instead just going to try and cut off these attackers from being able to make all too much progress. There's a lot of angles that can be covered from the windows, and Law currently is just being fended off by those Toxic Babe canisters, although it's an expensive use of them. The flood is going to come in now through the breach, but
haven't drones.
Is Alfie aware? Nobody is aware. Secretly is able to pop up and find one. Another Toxic Babe canister goes out, and Joe is on the flank. Joe's going to find one down, but can't connect and can't commit. Does actually find that kill onto Shattered, but will be traded out pretty instantaneously as another kill coming through there onto Secretly. Only a matter of time now until the flood comes through. And whilst it was looking really good for Fierce, now they're in a man disadvantage and they ain't in the best position.
Yeah, and I was about to say, two very strong guns still at the disposal of Fierce. The LMG from Maestro and the shotgun from Kaid, but neither of them connect their shots. And Demise, they bounce back. Bit of face checking there from Fierce, and it's costed them. These Demise players, they have great gun skill just like they do. And well, they've shown that 1-1 the scoreline. Bounce back from Demise. Good to see them back in it.
Whilst Demise won the round, they're going to look back at that one and they're going to kick themselves for not droning properly inside of Piano. They should have known that Secretly was playing really tight on the stage, and had they known his location, they could have dealt with it a lot sooner indeed. Because don't forget, we had Alfie prepping and threatening the grenade onto Pixel Spot. That grenade could have quite easily gone over onto stage and could have quite easily picked up a kill onto Secretly, or at least forced him to reveal himself. As it stood, Secretly was able to get a kill in that situation, and I think had Joe maybe hit his shots a little bit better than he did, we could have seen a bit more of a fight back there, and we could have seen Fierce keeping control of that top floor. It's certainly enough for them to give it another go this round.
Yep, back upstairs. Nothing's changed. It's one mentality that I talked about it is that they feel that a lot of teams, whenever they would lose a defense, they would either go to a different bomb site or they'd go to the same one but change something. Yeah, that's what they say that a lot of teams do, which I've seen, you know, in the past where teams, if they would lose something, they just quickly switch off. They go for something else. They just want to completely redo it. For Fierce, you know, what can you say that kind of went wrong? So what? Tyrant got picked off in the beginning. That could have been a different story. He could have went out, got a kill that time around. This time, Tyrant, he could maybe try and play a little bit less aggro, could change something. But just little things like that. You know, just a simple gunfight that someone loses. Like, for example, Joe, he wide-swinged in the cigar shop. He killed one player, but he didn't get the second on Amphrax. What happens if he did get that second kill?
Rounds are won and lost on less demo, and I do agree. I think there's a lot of value in going back to the same sites, particularly if you don't feel like your opposition had an exceptional counter to it.
Ollie, it's Siege. How many things do you have to watch out for in Siege that can just do you over? How many things?
Everything, you know.
Exactly.
There's so many things, and you know, if you don't feel like you've made the major error and you don't feel like your opponent's had a fantastic outplay, then definitely get yourself back to the site. And as we said, this is a classic example of it. Joe could have won his engagement 3 versus 1. You know, he could have hit 3 headshots with 3 bullets. You know, stranger things really do happen. As it stands, it looks as though Secretly is playing a little bit less aggressively this time. He's not looking to push so hard onto that stage. Instead, he's got himself squirreled away near to the freezer. Hosty there, looking to push on through, as getting a bit of information there and getting pinged out by one of those evil eyes. The wall now will start to be opened. It looks as though it's only Joe this time left inside a dark spot.
To be fair, with Fierso on their bans, the Wamai, it has kind of hindered them a little bit. Doesn't give them that same utility burn that you would probably want to have 99% of the time if you're playing in towards that area that he is situated in. But I think Demise, they're happy enough just to take it slow, which I do like. I think for the most part, for the cafe top floor, you don't need too much time. It's a very small bomb site for the most part. You know, the initial bomb takes up, what, 70% of the top floor? The only thing you're looking to take control of is that piano and the red stairs. Everything else can kind of go unwanted. So I think overall, Demise are just playing their game, and they're not really being hindered too much by the way Fierce have set up.
Kill going to come through there for Joe, as he's going to get a triple on the round. Managed to take out Shattered as well as Hosty, as looking to now really aggress on through and bring a little bit more heat into this defense. They've got the driver's seat now. They're in the ascendancy. Fierce now just needs to waste his final 30 or so seconds. Law finds a great kill there onto Reese. Reese just trying to abuse a little bit of an unusual angle there, being stood on top of the lumber stacks as opposed to peeking at crouch height, but no problem there for Law. Kayak still able to gather a lot of information on these cameras. Alfie's not been in a position so far to get rid of that, and it really is going to start to hurt as the seconds tick on by. Law going to find another onto Joe, but Kayak doing the business with the evil eye, and he's going to in fact find a 2k. Not all the time that you can say that happens. Now Law, he's in an impossible position, time ticking down, and Fierce are going to win the round out on time, but they still had plenty of utility and plenty of firepower left.
Everyone's playing Siege while he's playing Galacticraft on his little Maestro turret, just zapping away all the aliens. That's, I think, the first time I've ever seen, what, 2 people get killed by Maestro turret before? That must be the first time for me.
Certainly a 2k with the Maestro camera.
Have you ever said that before, Ollie? A 2k with a Maestro turret?
No, it doesn't roll off the tongue, does it?
No. Oh, well, yeah, Fierce, the information game definitely helped them out, seen by the Maestro turret. So perhaps Demise, is this where maybe you need an IQ to try and pinpoint some of these electronics?
There's worse people to bring, and this kind of comes back to something that I mentioned at the start of that round demo, is Demise are doubling down on this hard breach, and I'm not sure it's working out too well for them. Shattered and Anthrax, Hibana and Thermite every single round. And at this moment in time, I'm not seeing the true need for both of those operators.
This is something that they ran religiously throughout their qualifier run. They always brought Thermite, they always brought Hibana, those 2 operators. They brought Amphrax as the kind of main one, but as we've seen previously as well, I think probably why they bring the 2 is just in case one of them does die, you have an alternative to fall back to. You know, we've seen round 1 and loss of a spawn peak where hard breachers died. That's been it, wrapped, sealed. So I think giving them the ability to have 2 does allow Shatter to have a little bit more aggressiveness if he wants to. You know, we've seen it previously in the first round. He was upstairs, crouch walking away, trying to find Joe as well as he could, but he couldn't find him in the end. So there is a couple of give or takes for it, but no, I think perhaps he could do with switching off to another operator. I think maybe if they try to change something up, like the IQ to give them a little bit more information on where Fierce are setting up to try and destroy the Maestros, destroy the Valkyrie cameras, that would deem, I think, pretty worthy for them.
Exactly, and arguably you're going to be bringing a better weapon as well, because whilst Tibana has got decent kit, she hasn't got the best kit in the game in terms of guns. So if you do want to take that slightly more aggressive stance, it's worth having a bit more confidence in your hard breacher to be able to get all the hard breaching done, and then you can just solely focus on playing a little bit more aggressively if that's what you're after. But speaking of aggression, Joe's going to wide swing onto Reading Door and be gifted with a nice little kill there onto Hoisty, and now he's able to rotate his way back up those main stairs and grabs another on his way. Now choosing to go down as he's a Jaeger. He's got 2 kills inside of the first minute and 10 seconds. He can retire into sight a hero.
So 2 minutes still on the clock. Demise losing their soft breach, so now they're only left with really the hard breach to do a lot of the damage. They don't have a lot of ways to kind of clear out roamers who may be in positions that could be a little bit awkward for them to deal with. Obviously, with the nades going down, that doesn't give you a lot of help, and even just the ability to not use the sledgehammer here is really gonna hurt them. You know, that soft destruction, that vertical play, we talked about this before, and you know, it just doesn't work for them. That's 3-1 as it goes. Fierce just walking away with a very, very easy round.
Fierce starting to make things look a little bit too easy here today, and is Shattered going to stick to this sledge pick. Nice flash of the scoreboard there, shows Joe 7 kills to 3 deaths. Going double positive at the moment, and no one really setting the world alight on the side of Demise in the kills department. They really need to start stepping up and finding some of those refrags, because as we saw in the last round, Joe got 2 kills pretty much for free.
Yep. And that's that job done. I think once you can go and just end 2 people straight away, and 2 very important operators like the double soft breach, you know, losing 2 players is bad enough, but whenever it's like a specific set, like if you lose 2 hard breachers, you lose 2 soft breachers, you can kind of deal with, you know, losing 1 and then 1, but both of them, oh, it's rough to deal with.
Well, we've asked for it, Demo. We've questioned the double hard breach pick, and Shattered has decided to grace us with something a little bit different. Going for the sledge, needs to try and find a kill still. Is he going to be able to make it work? Tyrant there going to be prepping for some C4 holes.
God, where's Mozzie's shotgun, man? I still find
Where is
that
Mozzie's shotgun? Man,
it's really heartbreaking. Like, I still think about it. It was so good for his kit. It was unbelievably good. I don't know. I miss it. I really do. I think a lot of people miss it.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I think a lot of people miss it, but Mozzie certainly isn't the same without it, but I'm not sure if it's the answer. I think remove the C4, give him back the shotgun, and then see how it feels.
It's just the shotgun's so good, not only for like prep work, you know, to help with if you're only running 1 shotgun, like a smoke or a mute, but even just to create, you know, open a hatch, create like a sight line, use some destructible on the flooring, whatever it is. It helps them out be really, really annoying, which ideally that's what Mozzie's kind of designed to be, an annoying pest. Quite literally why his gadget is called Pests.
Good bit of drone work going on now as someone does seem to be located at the top of Pixel, but quite rightly, Alfie's pretty aware of the hole in the floor, leading through into train, and it looks as though Kayak is lying in wait trying to make use of that, or Tyrant, should I say, but instead he's getting shot at as well. Does manage to flush the player off of Pixel. Joe now retreating over inside of Cocktail area, and a little bit of a ring around the rosy as top floor control is still being vied for here.
Yeah, I think that the moment Fierce are looking for some C4s, you know, you look at their lineup, they're bringing a triple setup off them. Shattered has found Joe, Jaeger gone, and an important fragger, and that's been enough to scare Kayak back down to the site. A jump out from Tyrant looking for somebody who may be playing on the east side rappel, but he goes fishing and doesn't get a bite. Still have that 1 player by himself. secretly inside a cocktail lounge, looking for some angles. Just, barely misses the IQ skirt across. Still a minute to go, and, well, Demise, they made good headway, but have they made enough?
There's a lot of work yet to do here for Demise. They've dealt with Joe, which is fantastic. Joe was doing great, 7-3. But is that going to be enough? We've still got Secretly playing upstairs inside a cocktail, and that's going to be a player that you need to deal with. You need to take that fight head on, because so far it looks as though pretty much everyone on the side of Demise is heavily unaware of his presence. Now, he really should have been droned. I understand Mozzie's a thing and Mute's a thing as well, but there's a chance that somebody should know that he is playing in that location, at least based on the fact that, well, if he isn't on site, where is he? But that being said, the push is coming through onto site regardless. Alfie was there, holding very briefly on for Secretly, and will be rewarded with a kill, as well as Law, as kills start to flood for Demise. Shattered found the first, he'll find the last as well. Demise, a little bit of bite back here in round number 5.
Yeah, good collapse from Demise. I like that they spread out their players, pushing in from different ways, creating crossfires and everything to get the refrags and stuff. So that was great stuff from Demise. Now we move into the final round of the half. Will it be a 4-2 or will it be an all-even split? Upstairs to Bar and Cocktail once again. Looking at the operator choices, I think Castle comes in for the first time. So what do Fierce have in store with that operator? Or maybe it's just a 6-pick bait, perhaps? Looks to be stuck. So I'm guessing that he's probably going to use the castle barricades in towards Cigar Shop. That would be kind of like the main one, where you essentially utility dump. So you castle off the double door, you castle off the single, you open up the hatch, and you just try and make the attacking team waste as much utility as they can, and then it's a simple rotate down the hatch. That's what they're probably going to go for, I think.
Quite possibly that you really do want to be trying to soak up as much of that utility as possible, and it's almost ironic that we've been asking all night for, you know, Shatter to maybe move off the hard
Go on Windows. Okay.
You good there, Demo?
Yeah, I was so sure they were going to do the utility dump because they've told me that that's something that they do. So I'm not sure now.
I mean, it looks as though they're trying to hold on to Cigar Bot.
Yeah.
Just how many people are they going to actually commit to that? You know, they've got a lot of utility in there. That's where they've placed the majority of the castle, well, all the castle barricades. I'm just struggling to see how you're going to effectively hold on to that.
I think they're still trying to utility dump, though, because I do see Secretly as the smoke up in Cigar Shop with the shield activated as well. So I still think it's going to be the same case. Obviously, you have the roamers below. Tyrant can obviously try and jump out some more windows and assist his teammates where possible. I just think the castle just burns the utility just a little bit more. I mean, like, the outside ones I don't think will affect Demise in the slightest because they bring a sledge. So because Buck got nerfed, he doesn't have nades, it's just made an operator like Sledge, like the kind of go-to, because he brings the soft bridge, he brings the nades more importantly. And where originally you would see Buck in the lineup, Sledge is now being brought in, which is kind of like an indirect nerf at Castle. If Sledge is being brought more, your castles aren't as effective.
Tyrant going to be downstairs inside of the bakery. I wonder if Tyrant's been droned out down there. It doesn't seem as though anyone's paying him too much heed. We've got IQ. Do a good job of dealing with everything electronic inside of Cigar. Boisty and Alfie, they're going to be pushing on through, and, well, I'm worried, you know, with with Tyrant downstairs on the roam, on the alibi. It could be very, very difficult.
Yeah. Just see the IQ below looking for anything can. Tyrant, he's downstairs in the bar area towards that gold stairs and looking for the rotate, but do they know that he's lurking? Musty is on a drone. Tyrant, he's just waiting until he can make the correct time to pounce. Just backs away for the meantime, so very uneasy at the moment, just slowly moving their way around. Wall will be opened up in towards that main piano area, and Shatter takes a bit of damage of smoke as well. Oh, Shatter's lucky not to die and almost kills Law in the process. That would have been an unfortunate play if it did go through. Secretly, still inside off Cigar Shop, trying to burn that utility, and Tyrant, he's on the roam and has found one kill on the Alpha, and that's enough for him to back up and is still on the prowl. A drop down now for Amphrax, looking to pick up the pieces and eliminate this roamer, but Tyrant, he's smart enough to know when his time is up and decides to rotate away.
Oh, you're gonna have to keep going, dude. I'm frozen.
Are you frozen? Okay. So, Joe now picks up one. Hosty as well on the secretly, so it's not looking too strong for Demise. As now 3 versus 4 goes in favor of Fierce. Looking to creep in. Cigar Balcony is where they may try and initiate the planches down towards the default position. Another peek from Reese up on those slats. Now Joe fires on in, eliminates Slaw, and everybody collapses from that. Fierce 4-2, they take that one.
It unfroze just in time for me to see that final kill, and another solid round from Fierce there. And a good round to get a good result in, as well as it did seem as though Demise were, you know, on the brink of bringing things back to level. But for the end of the first split, we do see Fierce edging things at 4 rounds to 2. Again, Demo, it's not the stomp that Fierce, secretly more specifically,
well, he said
predicted.
2 rounds. He said 2 rounds.
He did say 2 rounds. He started off saying stomp, then he went to 2 rounds. But from here on out, they need to get 3 rounds on the trot. Otherwise, you know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
We're going to have to all call secretly out on Twitter.
Again, apologies for anyone. We have some technical difficulties on our end trying to see the stream sometimes. It'll freeze for us. So just apologies for that, obviously. Still trying to work from home as ever on this ongoing pandemic. It's tough to try and get things scrubbed out, but again, we're trying to work through it, and hopefully everything will be fixed soon. So please stick with us. Again, I think the kind of viewership tonight, Ollie, I think it's been great. It's been great this night.
It's been really good, hasn't it? I think there's a lot of people been excited for it. There's a lot of new aspects that we're bringing in this show, and even things just like the prep phase and getting secretly in this week and having a nice little chat for 15-20 minutes. And as we say, those conversations are going to continue throughout the course of the season. So it's going to be good to get a nice bit of trash talking. And I think Ian brings it out in people as well.
Yeah, he does. He fishes for it. He does. So we move on into now the first attacking side for Fierce. Looking at the lineup. Twitch being brought with a DMR. Interesting.
Attackers have recovered their
Interesting. Any thoughts on that at all?
I mean, I'd rather that you didn't.
Should we just not mention it? Let's just leave it how it is.
I will wait to hold opinion on it until we see it being used. I know that the F2 isn't the dream machine that it wants to see, that it used to be, but is the DMR that much better? I'm not too sure. I don't think it's the gun that you want to be bringing, especially when you're looking at these sort of fast engagements that we've been having this evening. Kayak finding the first there, wasting no time, taking Shattered off the board, and it's a nice easy kill there from the Repel, and one that isn't going to cost all too much. Hoisty already on about 20 health or less. So far the early chip damage going heavily in Fierce's favor.
I'm liking this from what I'm seeing from Fierce. This looks as if they're going to try and rush into the bomb site. They have no intention of taking above. Essentially what they have is a 2-pronged attack with a cutoff. They have 2 people pushing up white, they have 2 people coming in from pillars, and they have lone Kayak on the window repel on dining that will cut off rotations, as whenever this hammer kind of strikes down and they rush into the bomb site, you're going to see the defenders panic, and that's where Kayak will start to pick up these kills. Really nice play here from Fierce. Let's see if they can execute it well.
There's still the problem of Law playing on these white stairs to deal with. Going up against the Vector in those close ranges is never going to be easy, but Kayak is able to find a little bit of a rotation kill there onto Anthrax. A push now coming up the stairs, and what a flick reaction there from Tyrant as he takes out Law. The wee-wee was going off, but that didn't matter at all. Laser accuracy onto his head, and he's going to get away with only a few hit points to spare, but Hoisty now left in the 1 versus 4. Still some damage done to a couple of the players, able to take out secretly, but Reese already well on his way to getting that diffuser down, and all it's going to take is Kayak from the window to see this round out. He's on the upside down repel now. This is a really difficult angle for Hoisty to look to challenge onto, and we can see there Kayak cleaning things up. 2 kills from the window, making things look easy.
Great attack from Fierce. That was excellent. Excellent. A really unique way of kind of challenging that bomb site, having 2 guys pushing up white, 2 guys in pillars, but Kayak on the repel. He was the game changer. He was the playmaker. He caught them on the rotations. I think that's something Demise have never came across. I think it kind of shown whenever, I believe it was the smoke player, he left his position, he opened himself up to the man repelling on the window. Yeah, what can you say except exceptional from Fierce?
It was just really well executed, Demo. It was perfectly set up. They knew exactly what they were doing. They didn't waste any time, and they won the gunfights when it mattered. It certainly could have all fallen apart had that engagement not been won on those white stairs. Tyrant, the flick reaction onto Law's head really opened everything up for them, because at that point, if Law's able to get that kill, even though Tyrant didn't have much of an impact in the remainder of that round, it still would have been a huge blow, because that control wouldn't have been gained, and it then would have been down to Reese to win that gunfight out. And all of a sudden, things start to look a little bit shaky there when you're in such a dominant position.
Yeah. So we go downstairs now to the kitchen, and this is what we kind of had a little discussion around. Teams will just change their bomb sites. You know, they're not even going to try and look to see what the kind of attack side, what went wrong for them. They're just going to say, clean the head, go for it. I mean, each to their own, Ollie. It's their mentality. This is how they want to play the game. That's up to them. Yeah, if they want to play their play style, who's to say that they can't?
See, I'm a big fan in both. I'm a big fan in switching things up, and I'm a big fan in, you know, sticking to a site. I think, personally, with the way that Fierce won that round, the Demise haven't really got anything immediate that they're wanting to try and counter that with. Certainly not in the time of a time to, you know, prep phase of picking your operators and, you know, locking in your site. You don't really want to be trying to come up with, you know, reinventing the wheel in that small period of time. Why not just go to a different site and just see if what you've got is going to stick there instead? Because, you know, it might do. And then all of a sudden you know that, hey, tonight, reading room and dining room, that isn't going to be our jam.
Yep. So already, Fierce are inside off the VIP area and move their way in towards the restaurant. The challenge comes in. Joe versus Hosty, and I'm surprised Hosty didn't take any damage there, and also tries to challenge onto secretly, but does get sent back in towards the coat check. So they know where he is. He's trapped. He can't get out. Amphrax has to support him. Amphrax playing close on the kitchen doorway. And also more pressure coming in, and right now for Hosty, you have 3 different entries that you have to try and watch.
Always going to be a difficult task, and well, secretly not making things any easier at all. Look at the long lines of sight the players on Fierce are holding. Both Secretly and Joe there really trying to exploit that long range that they've got, and already with so much control immediately around the site and just able to apply such pressure to the defenders remaining in there. Law getting droned out there, going for a bit more of an aggressive play. His location known, so there's no real badness in really trying to push this, and maybe even looking to swing onto the door. Joe still banging the door down on the other side, however, as it looks as though Law will fall as well. Reese picking up the kill in that occasion. 2 versus 4 now, as it's all left to Shattered and Anthrax, still desperately trying to keep control of sight. Shattered in the crossfire. Tyrant finds the kill. Anthrax with it all to do. SMG-11 in hand. Not the clutch weapon that you want in that situation. And Tyrant shuts things down. Fierce with a super quick round.
Yeah, very rapid from Fierce once they got that first kill on the Hosty. They knew from their drone work, I'm guessing pre-placed drones would have done it for them. They knew that the players from Demise had no intention of going for the roam game. One thing that I don't like, it's a kind of pet hate for me, is the red stairs, the walls on the kitchen. I don't like them being left soft. I'm not a big fan of them. I think they have to be reinforced. I feel if you give that area up and allow attackers to use those angles, it means that kitchen bomb site, you can't sit there anymore. It's a wasteland. It's no man's land. So I think overall for Demise, perhaps if they did have those walls reinforced, it would have gave them a little bit more time to kind of set up and try and get people in position, established for crossfires. But because that was open, it pushed them out. Then they had to make aggressive challenges. We seen Fierce that Reese was holding an angle, ready for him to make those aggressive plays. So Fierce, overall, I think they've done what they've needed to do to kind of pressure Demise and don't allow them to play their own game.
Yeah, it really is, as you say, Demo, that, you know, you can't allow Fierce just that much control, because they're not even giving an option to Demise at the moment. They're just taking so much control, droning very quickly. The pre-drone work is obviously very effective, as we can see, because they're not actually wasting all too much time when they get on into site or even into the map. They're usually pretty convinced about what they would like to push and take, and it's just working exceptionally well for them at the moment. They've got themselves onto a match point, and so far, pretty much everything that Secretly was saying is ringing true.
So, perhaps the final round of this series, but I hope it's not the case, is Demise now they set up for their next bomb site. And I do like this IQ pick. I've talked about this before. It's great for the top floor especially, where you can just go up and find as much information on the kind of utility aspect that's being used throughout for the defensive side. In terms of utility, there isn't that much, I think, big ones for Demise. You know, you have like the Valkyrie cameras, which is kind of standard, but overall, the fact that Wamai's banned, it's not like, I don't think it's as heavy as a utility dom. I don't think that's been kind of the main focus now.
No, they're really not looking to soak up all of that attacking utility, but they still need to, you know, do a pretty good job of keeping control of Cigar for as long as possible, because with the lineup that Fierce are bringing, you know, they're quite capable and they're quite willing to deal with a lot of that sort of soak that they're going to be coming up against inside of Piano. But as we can see already, full control has been gained. Tyrant and Joe both established inside of that Piano area. And again, not really coming up against any sort of obstacle. Hoisty's going to find one onto Joe and then drop back down and look to maybe pick up another if anybody gets too aggressive there. And what a shot onto the head of Kayak. Kayak's going to find one first, but gets instantly traded out there. Or some accurate shooting there.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Demise looking strong now, and all they need to do is try and hold. Stops the aggression. It means that Tyrant can't play off a little bit of momentum that they had there. Just keeps them at bay. Have to make sure they have a good crossfire, though, because if they don't have that and Shatter does fall, that means they lose all control of Freezer. Law tries a Hail Mary C4 from below. Hosty looking to get aggressive, but Tyrant punishes him for that. In that position, I think Hosty just better off staying in white stairs, waiting for Tyrant. Keep the pressure on him.
Because while he's already got 2 kills, he's now given Tyrant the chance to go through and do exactly the same. Anthrax is going to fall shattered, takes advantage of a goo mine there, and looks to reposition himself just on the other side of the bar. He knows the push now. He's going to be coming through that cigar shop area, and the final 2 kills in quick succession going into Demise's favor. A really well executed pinch there, nicely coordinated and timed between them.
They had them goo mines playing a big part in that round. Not only did it stop Tyrant from pushing in towards Freezer, but it gave Shattered the sound cue to go for the easy pre-fire as he was pulling the pin out of his foot. And then even, you know, we seen the goo mine go off towards New Balcony. Again, Shattered heard the sound and an easy pre-fire. So those goo mines playing a big part.
Now we're getting into sort of my prediction territory here, Demo. I said 7-3, 7-4, so we're not a million miles away from getting it right this time. But Demise on a little bit of a comeback here. Hoisty's really stepped up in the kill department, found a fantastic 2K in that previous round and nearly made it a triple onto Tyrant. Is that going to be enough though, or is it a bit too little too late? Last time we saw them defend onto Kitchen, it was a little bit of a steamroller in.
Yeah, it was a very quick one from Fierce. They established early control, they pinched in Demise, they kept them contained inside of their bomb site. They didn't allow people like Hosty to have that roam game potential. They kept them contained. Demise, I feel, will switch things up. I think they will go for a roam game. I believe that they've kind of sensed that, yeah, we did get caught out. They had plenty of time to kind of work us through. So if we put a little bit of fight upstairs, waste a bit of time, get a kill or 2, if possible, then that could certainly help them. Just a question though, will Demise go for that? I think they will. I think they're bringing the Mozzie for that specific reason, to try and slow down some of the drone game. But maybe not, as nobody's been upstairs. Surprised, very, very surprised. Instead, they decided to try and hold in towards the VIP section, which is what we've seen Eminem do earlier on.
Yeah, we did see Eminem, you know, they had maybe a bit of a better account downstairs, as it was much more on sort of the vertical play in that game, whereas we've seen Fierce with quite the sort of lateral approach. They're not really looking all too much at getting that top floor control. They seem more than happy to just cut off rotates and really aim to play as a team. And it kind of plays into how Demise are defending, because they're not looking to defend this all too much vertically. You know, they're more than happy to get inside a restaurant, get inside of areas like VIP and really just prove a nuisance. But I'm not sure if that is really going to be enough when push comes to shove. We can see we've got Hoisty playing behind the shield. He's got plenty of ADSs at his disposal. And Anthrax is also ready in case a push does come through aggressively, but narrowly missing out on the headshot there. Joe, pre-fire shots just threatening in Hoisty's direction.
Oh, Twitch drone attempting to get the Kai charged and does snag it. That great pick. A nice use to see Twitch being used. You know, Maverick and Thatcher's gone. Oh, did he throw another one down, or did he miss it? Did he get it? I think he did get it. I think he just threw another one down. Still, utility being burned. But speaking of being burned, that's the hard breach gone as well from Fierce. So even though... Oh, wait. What am I talking? No, never mind. Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm saying.
Kayak is still available there. He does have one set of his Kairos pellets, but is that really going to be enough if push comes to shove? Upside down repel on Bakery Door is always a horrible angle to contest with, and there's only so long you can hold there for Reese, because there's only a minute left remaining. And Fierce have still got a lot to do in this remaining minute. We can see man count is equal. Shattered Anthrax still on the site. They were, of course, the heroes of the previous round. And this time, they're joined again by Hosty. Hosty there has been droned. So whether this information can be exchanged effectively, it doesn't look like it can be, as Hosty's going to grab a kill onto Secretly and a second over onto Kayak. Can he go for the quad kill here? It's all down to Reese now in the clutch situation. 30 seconds remaining, so still plenty enough time to make something happen here, but he is going up against the fragger, the guy who's hot at the moment. Hosty on the Jaeger. He hasn't got a lot of health to speak of. Only 1 or 2 bullets will do it. Reese, is he going to get the wiggle peek through? No. Hosty proves too good. Ends up with a quad kill on the round and really keeping Demise in this one.
Yeah, much better adaptation from players of Demise. They switched up their kind of areas of effect where they wanted to hold, putting just a little bit of something that Fierce have to go against, and it worked for them. It gave them an opportunity to create those gunfights. Demise played their game. They didn't allow Fierce to take control. They had it solid. They had it rock solid. So now we move in. Still match point though from Fierce. It could be over after this round. Well, I mean, at least Fierce, they've secured a point at least. But knowing them, they're going to want the 3 points.
Fierce haven't come here for anything less than the full 3 points. But it does seem to be slipping away from them, you know, and being on that match point and not being able to convert it is a very frustrating position to be in. And Demise now having fought back, they're going to be feeling pretty good about themselves. You know, they start to think, you know, this is where we can really make something happen. That being said, where did we see this round before, Demo?
Yeah.
This was the first round of Fierce's attack, and they executed it pretty much flawlessly.
I mean, Fierce haven't changed top operator since this match began on their attacking side. They brought the exact same 5 because they know that this 5 works for all of their attacks. Just see if Demise are going to change anything. Like, you can see that Demise are opening up all of these angles on these soft walls. This is what Kayak uses to kill them all. I don't know if they've realized that. Like, imagine if they just left it soft. Like, what would that do to their kind of setup? Like, would it really affect them? You know, typically from what we've seen from Fierce, they haven't pressured towards the top floor at all. You know, they haven't been looking to get the diffuser down, per se. They've been more focused on just trying to find these picks, and just one by one, everyone's going to fall on the defensive side. So, I mean, giving Kayak this opportunity to use these holes against you, it's not the best of things. You know, I think in the famous words of Devin Emso Becker, holes work both ways.
They really do, you know, and you've got to be very mindful of that. How often do we see defenders retaking onto a site that has been absolutely ripped open by the attackers, and they're able to, you know, get rid of people that are holding onto a post plant, for example? It does happen, you know, and it's something that we do see happen relatively regularly. Kayak there, nice prediction on the run out from Law, able to punish him for that early aggression. although the fight is coming back from Demise. They obviously just needed a couple of rounds to discuss how they wanted to defend onto this, because as it stands, they're set to take this to 6-5. They've picked up a really important couple of kills there. One onto Joe, he's been going off this game, and one onto Secretly.
Defender has been discovered.
Oh, that's what Demise needed, Hosty, with the aggressive play. And that surely should be enough to stop Fierce in their tracks, trying to go for the same play again. Now, well, just not working for them. Tyrant getting pressured now on White Stairs. They know where he is. The goo mine in the foot doesn't help at all. And yeah, still half the round. I mean, if Tyrant's going to pull off the clutch, it's going to be an amazing one at that. But I just think it's stacked up against them. If Demise play their cards right, and Hosty getting aggressive with him, trying to do as much damage as he can. Oh, Tyrant misses the head onto him. Challenges up now in towards Gold Stairs and gets shut down. Demise pulling it back, and we go to round number 12, the first max rounds so far today.
Well, it was always going to happen at some point, Demo, but Demise have had an incredible fight back here. They struggled pretty severely on their attacks, only managing to pick up a couple of rounds, but since they've got themselves onto the defense, they are getting themselves really well stuck in here. And Fierce, this is their last chance to come away from this with a full 3 points.
Yeah, I think if Fierce don't take this and they drop the 2 points, well, I mean, we talked about Secretly. I think it's going to be a very, very fun interview afterwards. Like, even if they do win, I still think it's going to be a very fun interview. You know, they were very, very confident on the stump, but Demise have really showed up. They've surprised. And again, that boy Hosty, 14 kills he sits at. The guy who we kind of discussed as being that main powerhouse player for Demise. If he doesn't show up, then who does for Demise? And, well, fortunately enough, he's doing all the work.
It really is a battle at the moment between Husty and Joe. You know, we kind of knew that was going to be the case moving into this. Both very, very capable fraggers in their own right. And it's really just coming down to who's stepping up more. I think the amount of times that I've written, you know, Husty 3K, 2K, 4K in my notes is quite impressive already. He's really been getting in and amongst them. And that's something that, you know, we heard it in the Fierce interview that we played right at the start of this broadcast, is that that's the player that they were really scared of moving into this fixture tonight. They were worried about his potential of just going off there, getting a quick triple, getting a quick double kill, and just being aggressive. And that's exactly what we've seen from him. Are we going to see enough of it for Demise to take this all the way to 6-6 and take us into that draw territory?
Yeah. I mean, it's very rare you will see a team play a map where every single player, like, puts in a shift, you know, across the board, even kills, everyone's doing a thing. It's very rare you find that. But I would say it's a lot more common to see a team struggle here and there, but one guy steps up to the plate and just starts smashing home runs. You know, and that's exactly what Hosty is doing. One man is causing a lot of issues for Fierce. It's throwing them off their game. And, you know, they've dropped a couple of rounds now in succession. You know, they were sitting here 6-2 up. They've dropped 3 rounds in a row.
And 3 rounds in a row is a lot when you've got that kind of an advantage. It's really going to feel like a heartbreaking defeat if this does go to a draw for Fierce, because it was theirs to lose at one point. It's still theirs to lose now, but you do just get the impression that Fierce are going to be playing this last round a little bit scared. They don't want to lose out on the full 3 points here. And, you know, that's kind of testament to the way that they came in swinging. You know, they've come in confident, but they really weren't accounting for Hosty to just go so huge. Already inside of Cigar and looking to try and pre-fire out. It's going to be Joe. Joe is the other, obviously, you know, real kill-hungry player in this lineup. He's sitting at there on 12 and 9, so quite as efficient as Hosty over there at double positive, but still getting the frags when it counts. Hosty still unaccounted for downstairs, and, well, time is really ticking down. Demo control of Cigar, but is that going to be enough?
Starting to destroy a bit of utility that the defense has set up. That shield in towards that white corridor being ashed away by Tyrant. Has no more breaching rounds, so just has to work with a single flashbang and that all-important R4C. He's looking to push down in towards white. Is that shield still up? I wonder. It might be, and Law does find Kayak as the swinging comes in secretly. Now he's in a very strong position, but Hosty from below clutches that one back. And a 1 versus 4 not going in favor of Fierce, but Demise pulling it back 4 rounds in a row. The draw. Demise gets something. Quite the upset. Fierce. All that talk and not the result to back it up.
Well, Demo. What a difficult game to watch there from a Fierce perspective. They were well ahead. They were 6-2 ahead, and it's come down to a draw. Demise, they've dug very deep, and especially for week 1, that's something that you really love to see in a team, is a team that's able to dig deep when it matters and to come out swinging. That's exactly what they did there.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a lot to talk about, as I believe we're going to go to a quick break. Then Ian will be back with an interview from Kayak from Fierce.
Detected! Third floor! My device is ready. Setting a nest! Drone is ready. Cover me! Reloading! Bait in position.
Kill him! 15 seconds left. 10 seconds remaining. Attackers drop the diffuser. Seconds to go. 10 seconds remaining.
Throwing flashbang.
Defender has been discovered. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Well, I don't know what to say. I'm in complete shock for the second time today. That was completely unexpected. Literally, Demise were on the ropes, ready for the taking. Fierce just couldn't hit them with that finishing blow. There cannot be anything more frustrating than sitting on match point for that many rounds and taking it to a draw. I don't know if you heard our interview earlier on in the broadcast with Secretly from Fierce, who said he expected an absolute thumping. He couldn't have been more wrong. I cannot wait to speak to both Dema and Ollie about that because we said we're going to give him some stick on Twitter. And by the way, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for having us in your homes. I'm so excited that this tournament is happening right now, day one. If you want to get involved with any of our conversations on social media, make sure you hit up our Twitter at Rainbow6. That's the number 6_UK. And if you want to have a bit of a chat, use the hashtag R6UKI. Well, it was completely unexpected. And by the way, Shattered is a man who's going to be joining us this time next week in our pre-show. If you've got any questions for him, he was obviously part of that team that made that incredible comeback. Make sure you do. Tweet us a question right now. Hashtag R6UKI. I'll tell you what, when I was watching that, I saw it all unfolding in front of my eyes, and I'm thinking, hold on a minute, Fierce have really started to find their feet. They started strongly, and then all of a sudden they started to find their feet. It was a strong opening round. It rolled on and on and on, and then there you go. It all started to fall apart when Demise finally started to suss them out. Shattered is on his way to join us very soon. So in fact, I did say earlier that we're going to refer to him this time next week, but I've just had news from my producer that he's going to be joining us. I'm sure, I know from experience, I've had some good conversations with this lad in the past. I know that he's going to have a lot to say about this. Shattered is going to be joining very soon. Demo, can I get a word with Demo and my boy Ollie? Are they there to have a quick chat? If so,
yes,
I just want to get some
here.
I just want to get some immediate reaction. In fact, I'll come to you very shortly. Let's go to Shattered in a couple of seconds. Oh no, it's not Shattered. It's Demo and it's Ollie. Hello, boys. How are you doing?
Am I frozen?
I mean,
I just thought you were posing with your hand up with your head.
No,
I thought
I'm
you were
confused.
doing a sexy pose, but there you go.
There's something wrong. I don't know.
Either way, boys, we said we wanted a game that was neck and neck. Obviously, it didn't start that way. As the game rolled on, we got something a little bit more that we can sink our teeth into. Wow, what a comeback.
I mean, that's kind of what you live for as a player, is to get those comebacks, isn't it? You know, just to see from what could have been to kind of what you've gained from it. You know, that could have been an easy Fear 7-2 right there, but they were like, no, you know what? Let's pick it up. Let's step up our game. We have the defense. This is what we wanted. And look at what they put forward in. You know, they just kept hammering home Hosty. He woke up. That defense, that was all Hosty.
Hosty got aggressive, right? Triples and doubles, left, right, and center. Ollie, that was a masterclass from him.
It really was, and it just goes to show how one single player can have such a huge impact. You know, Fierce had their own little Hosty. He's called Joe, and he's very capable, but he just wasn't able to keep up in that kill department. And Hosty getting away with, like you say, multiple kills round after round, really just keeping Demise in it. You know, if he has a bad day, then, you know, they maybe don't get that result and it does go over toward Fierce. But they just really struggled to close it out. You know, they got so far. 6-2 is a heck of a scoreline to come back from. You don't often see teams getting 4 rounds in a row, not at this kind of a level. And there's going to be some serious tilt factor on the side of Fierce tonight. Just wondering what's gone on there.
It's going to be a frustrating night's sleep for those guys. Boys, I will be having a further chat with you about that game in a little while, but I think I should be able to throw it to my conversation right now with Shattered. Hopefully is about to appear on the screen right now. I'm ready to see him. Shattered, how's it going?
What is up, Ian?
What's It's been a while, brother. How are you?
I'm good. We haven't spoken since the last Premlan, have we?
I know. And you were there chanting my name in the crowd, and you're always giving me your support on Twitter. And I'm not going to lie, mate, I was rooting for you a little bit here.
Let's go, Ian.
Let's talk initially about what Secretly from Fierce said earlier in the show. I don't know if you caught that interview.
Yeah, I watched it.
He said he was gonna thump you boys 7-0. It's not the case. Obviously, you didn't get the dub, but you'll take a draw, right?
Be honest, with the position our team is at right now, I'm actually ecstatic with the draw. I know that sounds bad because you should always strive for excellence, right? But for us, a draw when we've only just got our coach, who we've had to reset all our strats due to losing our last coach, which I'm not sure if you know about, but you know that whole situation. And so we've only had to restructure everything recently. So I'm happy that we haven't played Cafe in ages as well. So, you know, everything went well for us pretty much, apart from when we were 6-2 down, I guess.
I absolutely love a comeback story, and your back was well and truly against the wall. I was a bit concerned for you in particular. Round 8 was rapid. They seemed to really find their confidence at that point, but that from there onwards, the comeback was on the cards. It started to slip away from them. What was it that kicked into gear for you guys?
Sometimes you just got to turn around and you got to go to the guys. Hey, listen, a draw. We'll be so happy with a draw right now. So you know what? Let's just put.
Dropped out. Let me reset. Am I back? Let me have a look. Shattered, we're back. We had a bit of a technical glitch there. Can you hear me still?
I can, Ian. I can hear your lovely silky voice.
I'll tell you what, my northern accent has never been called a lovely silky voice, but I'll take it from you.
It's fine. Don't worry about
it. We were getting stuck in there to you talking about at what point you found that extra gear. It seemed to be roughly around round 9 onwards. Talk us through it.
So, I mean, our defenses were pretty weak. So our attacks, we were really happy with the 4-2 split. I think it was a 4-2 split, wasn't it, on attack? I think it was.
Yeah.
I'll hold myself to that. But we were really happy with that considering the bans, right? But our defense strats are pretty much either incomplete or not good. So we were really happy with being able to just get those defenses back out of nowhere. We just I literally said to everyone, you know what? A draw? We'd love a draw here. Let's just put all our energy, kill all these guys, let's go. And then we did. And that's what we did.
Simple as that. Simple as that, Shattered.
Yeah. We got Hosty to run around and he just shots. Hosty. That's how you say it.
Let's talk about Hosty. I just like throwing the extra eye in there,
Oh,
I've got 2 eyes in our names. I like to spread them out a bit, No, Hosty, Hosty, thanks for calling me out, brother. It's not like we're live on Twitch.
No worries.
No, I'm kidding. Hosty got aggressive triples and doubles left, right, and center. Yep. What a player he was for you.
Hosty is someone who has, I think, zero experience. Ian, you're really getting on my bad cards now, honestly. Right.
Carry on.
Hosty is someone who has zero experience in the game. Zero experience. He's played, some ESA, some random stuff here and there, but he came out of nowhere. We said to him, he joined the team and he went huge. And I love that he had to get into it. He had to push himself to get into it because he hasn't been at this kind of level before, if you know what I mean. He hasn't played against these actually good teams, right? So coming up against Fierce Esports as our first game with 500 viewers, it's a big thing for him.
Yeah, that's amazing. Let's talk about your rebuttal to Secretly. I think it's time we did a bit of trash talk. And you know me. You saw me last year. I like to get people flapping their gums and get a bit of fire lit. Do you know what I'm saying?
Of course,
Secretly had a lot to say about you guys. What's your rebuttal to him now? Because I'm sure he's watching right now.
All I'm saying is Secretly nading his 2 teammates in Pro League. That's all I can say. That's all I need to say. He just nades his teammates, mate. And he was 3-7? It's embarrassing, to be honest. He needs to really buff those numbers up. If he's calling himself a pro player or whatever, he's not pro anymore, so per se, but he needs to really kick those numbers up if he thinks he's gonna push Fierce. If he can't beat us, man, who's he gonna beat? Come on.
Look, I love a bit of trash talking. It gets me going. If my social media guy from Rainbow Six Siege, can you just do me a favor? Can you clip that up, tweet it, and tag Secretly in it so we can get this fire started? Shattered, you're back in the Nationals. You didn't start with a loss, which is great.
That's perfect.
What's it feel like for you personally to be back in the Nationals?
For me, it's huge. Prem was its own thing, right? But it's nothing compared to this. Everything's been upped massively, and you can tell straight away, right? But to just for me personally, yeah, I mean, of course, you can't let Ian go. Like, come on. But but anyway, so I mean, I built this team from nothing. We had about 2,000 roster changes each week. It was rough, and at one point I wanted to turn myself in and just say, you know what, I'm done with this. It's not for me anymore. Gaming's not for me. But you know what? I had some friends around me that managed to push me through. Big up Leon Gids. You know, we're here now. We're here now getting semi dubs, I guess. So you can't complain.
You're here and you got your semi dub. It was an impressive draw. I really enjoyed that. That's match of the game for me so far. Shattered.
Let's go, baby.
Match of the game, match of the day we'll go with. Thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck.
No worries, Ian.
With the rest of the competition.
You too, Ian.
Soon, brother.
I'll see you later, Chief.
Catch you later.
Oh, God.
Bye. Just laying down. Fantastic. All right, I'm over now with Dema and Ollie. I don't know what on earth just happened to Shattered. He just laid back and reclined, kind of like Fierce did at the back end of that game. Just one word from each of you before we move on to the next game's map picks. I think you might be both muted. I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm just going to say he's a fool, but that's just me.
Is that what about you, Ollie? Did you enjoy that though?
It was a great game. You know, Hoisty really pulled through in the end for him, and you know, GG's to Demise. To come back is never an easy feat, especially when you're 6-2 down. So congratulations.
All right, let's get stuck into map picks. Map bans for the last game of the day. It's London versus Audacity. I'm going to come to you this time, Demo. What do you make of this?
So London Audacity, definitely the game which I'm really interested in. Games decided to, mostly because there isn't a lot that we can really go off from both of them. In terms of banning, I think we're headed towards a very, very frag heavy map. I think Consulate isn't that in touch with like heavy strategies. I think it's a lot more on the fly. You kind of have to adapt very quickly. I don't really know who that favors. Just from talking to Audacity, they think that Omaz is kind of like, you know, the big brain operation. So if that's the case, then if he can start pulling some magic and can start, you know, really getting them in good positions and can adapt really quickly to certain setups that London do, then yeah, this could be a very good map for them.
What do you think, Collie? Do you agree? Could this be a very good map for them?
Quite likely. You know, Consulate, it's a map that's seen to be favoured within, you know, sort of the UK and Ireland scene. It's a map that we do tend to play quite regularly. And I think there's a lot of good reasons for that. As you say, Demo, it isn't particularly strat heavy. You're not looking at clubhouse level of coordination required here, but as the attackers, you still have to have a large level of coordination, especially on the drone, because otherwise you're just going to eat too much time. Consulate really does come down to time, particularly on the attack. You've got to be efficient with your time usage. And then obviously there's so much potential for aggression from defenders. So many windows to jump out of, so many, you know, run out, spawn peaks, all sorts of stuff that you've got to be dealing with. And the operator bans can make it quite interesting.
You spoke very early on in the show, I'm going to call you Harry again, I know you don't like it, sorry, about why you are so excited about this game in particular. For those of you who've just joined us on Twitch or in the last couple of hours, first off, thank you so much for joining us. Hope you're enjoying yourself. But Demo, why are you so excited about this game?
I mean, it's just fresh meat, isn't it? It's always good to see some new blood in that you sink your teeth into and just see what they bring to the table. I think seeing both of these teams who are very unknown go against each other will be a good chance. I think out of all the matches, well, I would say what was predicted, this was to be like the most closest, I'll put in quotation marks, because obviously today we've seen some not so close games and a very, very close game. So I think overall it's going to be good to see how both of them challenge up, because I think these are very, very even in terms of skill levels.
Ollie, we've had all kinds of games on day one here. We've had a bit of an upset. We've had a whitewash. We've had a big comeback. What are you expecting this one to unfold like?
I think it's going to be a barn burner. Honestly, I think it's going to be very similar to the game that we just saw, Fierce versus Demise. These two teams, a lot of unknowns coming in. London Esports, flawless through the qualifiers. They've got a lot of potential here. Audacity, albeit a little bit reworked, but, you know, still a big question mark hanging over them. It's time for both of them to come out and put in a hell of a shift.
I can see London really capitalising on that momentum and carry that through to game one here. Demo, what's your score prediction here?
Well, I mean, whenever London in the qualifiers, they got a bit of steam behind them, they started to really roll of it. You know, the snowball started to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And if they start off on the right foot and they're really feeling themselves in their gameplay, I think we could be on for a sweep. But if Audacity can keep them at bay and just make sure they can have the much more control over it, I think we could be seeing a much more closer game.
For the last time today, I'm going to say it. It's game time, baby. And I say that. That's the first time I've said it, but it's all good. Boys, take it away. I'm really looking forward to this one. It's London versus Audacity. Let's do it.
So that's the first time and the last time he's ever going to say that. So hope Ian lets that be known. London, Audacity, the 7th seed up against the 6th seed. So in terms of seeding, these are definitely the closest we're going to have, Ollie.
Yeah, and you know, that's one of the reasons why we've pitted it to be, you know, our game to watch and a game that we're quite interested to see the outcome of. It's going to set the precedent for both these teams coming in to this season. Obviously, it's unfair to judge a team based off one game, but it does usually give you a pretty good inkling of what that team has in their locker. For example, now we know that Demise have got it within them to come back from 6-2 down. Now we're going to have to find out what Audacity and London Esports have to show for us here. Mute ban coming out there from London Esports, opting to leave the Maestro in. Mirror, obviously so useful on Consulate, really does change the way a lot of the bomb sites work if a Mirror is left in. So no real surprise to see Mirror taken out there, as we obviously have the typical hard breacher bans in Hibana and Maverick coming out as well.
Yeah, Consulate, seeing Hibana and Maverick banned is a little bit strange. Because realistically for Consulate, there isn't that much hard breach that you really have to get involved in. Only like the basement would involve it. You know, mid-floor doesn't have any hard breach kind of involved. Neither does the top floor. So it is strange to see these bans going to play out. I suppose the ban is a little bit more versatile because she can also open up the kind of quad wall in towards the meeting from upstairs. She can stand inside of the copy and just open up very simply. Defender bans, Mute is certainly quite the niche pick. We've kind of touched upon Mute today. Very, very strong at the moment. His kind of pick rate has soared throughout all regions. A lot of teams are picking this guy up simply just to kind of stop the drones. Not only just the fact that he can stop the drones with his gadget, he has a C4, he has a great sidearm, the SMG-11, still one of the best guns in the game, the shotgun for any sight destructibility that he needs to do. Overall, just a very, very strong and versatile operator. And it's specifically for Consulate, his mute jammers, you can place them in certain areas below on elevated positions, and they will reach to the floor above. So if you try and drone in through the mid floor, coming in through, you know, from yellow stairs, trying to come in through the lobby, the mute jammer will catch those drones, and it does set you up nicely for a very good roam game and perhaps a mid floor hold in towards the bathroom, the bathroom, if you need to go for it.
Let's have a look and see what round one has in store for us then. Interesting pick there on the Oryx demo. We've not seen Oryx or Oyana brought at all so far this evening. This is going to be the first time tonight, as speaking of the devil, Med's there just struggling a little bit with a drone. Opts in there to just open that window, using his ability to do so. Always going to be a bit scary if you're an attacker outside of there, and it's going to make you think twice about what's going on.
Audacity looking to play very safe. Open up the breach. Falcon has brought the Nomad, which can be great for stopping flanks. Don't tell me they're going to try and go for a quick rush. A proximity alarm, I believe, is placed onto the triple wall as well. And you did hear a couple of beats go off, and looks like they're going to go in for the quick plant. A great shot from Omaz. Swings on in, eliminates Nerf, but Blackout seals it with great advantage, but there's the response. Now into a free versus free as Runs has been down. There is still upstairs pressure from Meds. Oh, the rotation hole being held by Falcon. Runs has been killed off by the smoke grenade, and the fuser has been planted by Blackout. Now we go into the post plant. This is one of the toughest in the game that you have to try and retake. That massive breach being opened means that the defenders have to be quick on their toes and quick on the trigger to try and find these kills. Smoke trying to fire in through the wall, but can't find anything at the moment. Meds still on yellow stairs. They start darting back and forth. There was constant pings as well, but it goes in favor of Audacity, and that rush has worked the charm.
Audacity really making it stick there, as it looked as though they were in a little bit of no man's land. You don't really want to be committed to the actual bomb site if you can help it. The advantage there of planting quickly inside of the garage is it can be held from a large distance away, and you can hide behind the cars and behind any of the obstacles, get a drone on it, and just play very safe. But Audacity there really had to fight their way back into that post-plant situation almost, because they were just caught out in that little bit of no man's land. Didn't see a C4 toss attempted, didn't really see the right amounts of aggression there coming out from London Esports. They really got caught out there, and I think that that's something they need to be a little bit more mindful of, is that potential for a really quick plant.
So out comes the Clash for the top floor. Interesting pick. Just trying to think what position you can play in a very safe area. I'm guessing what maybe yellow would be one. Probably if you're going to stack your ADSs, that would be the kind of go-to. Also does give you an opportunity to kind of rotate in towards that front desk if someone does try to swing in, give information. I mean, the Clash pick's all right. I don't think it's too, it's too flashy. I think it'll just be an all right pick. I don't think it'll bring too much. I still feel that they have a Valkyrie. They have enough information where she won't be the only one relied on. I don't know, maybe you could pick something like a C4 would probably be what they're lacking. They have free deployable shields for some reason. Whatever, I don't know, Valkyrie shield, is that new meta? I don't think it.
No, and you know, a C4 is something that they really did miss out on in the previous round. Had they had one, they maybe would have, you know, not only stopped the plan, but at least picked up one of the kills pretty much for free early on. I think Flash being played at the top of those yellow stairs, whilst it's a good idea, often a similar job can be done by, you know, maybe like a Doc Smoke combination, where that's something we see time and time again, particularly with Wamai being available now. Jaeger, Wamai, Doc Smoke, those yellow stairs are going to be a nightmare for anybody to try and breach in onto, whether that's through the window repel or just brute forcing their way on up. The Clash just, I'm very critical of Clash picks purely because we do come down to gunfights so often in Siege that when you do leave someone without a gun, you're instantly putting one of your teammates to get a double kill in that round. And that's not something that you can rely on heavily every single time.
Drone's ready.
So Audacity again, going with that very slow paced that we were kind of expecting. Meds down near bench, decides to bash a window, perhaps just to give Run something to worry about. You know, jump back's very common in console, something you touched upon. There's a lot of different windows that you can definitely use and abuse, and that is one of them to stop the guy rappelling on bathroom. I mean, there's not too much happening at the moment. It's been very, very quiet. There hasn't been an excessive amount of utility dumping. You know, there's still shields up, there's still ADSs. I think Audacity just trying to prep themselves. I wonder if that Thatcher, wonder if that will catch the ADSs, because if it does, that's going to be a very strong one for them. There goes the Thatcher grenade, but no, it doesn't catch the ADS, so that will leave them. Zumi zooms up the stairs and will catch Temp out. Wasn't expecting that one to happen. That was a very quick and boisterous maneuver from Audacity, but it's worked for them. Almost picked up one Falcon as well. The Clash goes down, and a complete collapse. Audacity. Impressive to say the least, and now 1 versus 4. And it's not going to happen. Audacity Falcon, I believe that was a triple kill for him. Well, that was very, very strong, Ollie.
Very strong indeed, not messing around. Great little preparation there for the execute, and then when the execute did come through, it was flawless indeed. Falcon not even feeling the need there to reload his primary, more than happy to take that fight with the pistol and pick up that final kill. And these are quick rounds, Demo. You know, the Audacity's doing a fantastic job here of really taking apart and systematically taking apart whatever defense it seems as though London are trying to put on for us here. They're going to give it another go upstairs in console office and meeting room. Obviously not confident downstairs inside a garage and favoring this over lobby. So if it's not going to work well for you here, you really need to start coming up with some answers.
I mean, these rounds have been very much like a horror film, haven't they? It's very tense, all quiet, and then a jump scare out of nowhere, and Zumi, he was in. Like, what a play from him. Like, that is just, you know what, guys, nothing's happening. I'm just going to go get something on the board.
Have you not seen the meme where it's like Rainbow Six Siege is just a jump scare?
It is a jump scare. Anything can just come at you. You know, an
It's,
Oryx just flies past your screen on many occasions.
Yeah, and you start hearing like strange sounds. You're like, where's that sound coming from? It's a classic.
The Jaws music in the background. Just like, wait, hold on a minute.
5 seconds remaining.
Right. So Oryx being picked up looks as if they're going to try and use his ability of jumping up hatches, which, I mean, from my kind of understanding of kind of how it's being used currently in professional play, is that it's very, very situational on very specific maps and very specific bomb sites. You know, he's a very, very niche operator. Obviously, we've seen Navi use him quite a bit inside of their games, Clubhouse especially. I think Clubhouse opens up nice for Oryx, mostly because it has a lot of hatches and flank ways you can kind of go around. You know, you look at Clubhouse, only has 2 sets of staircases, so having another way up that isn't staircases is very strong. I think for Consulate, the same can be said. There is a couple of hatches that can definitely be strong. I think the one in Piano in the corner that goes up to the console office, that's a strong one that I'm sure that Meds will try and get himself up.
I do like the Oryx, and I do like the idea of jumping up through the hatches, but the timing has to be right for it. You can't be doing it. You know, you've got no excuse really when you're on that thing. There's very little margin for error. You've got to be confident no one's in the room, no one's going to be there just waiting for you to jump on up. So if there is a sound cue involved and you are just out inside of an animation and stuck essentially for a good couple of seconds, so the timing really does have to be right with it. But if you can get that timing down, it can work pretty well indeed. Almost now trying to nade out at the top of White Stairs. We do have Temp. He's going to be playing on the Wamai, and he's managed to catch quite a lot of utility there. You can see just how much of a utility sink that is. Jaeger ADSs and Wamai's being replaced as throwables are coming on in, and still Temp allowed to play at the top of those stairs.
So Dastly shifting their push towards the east side. So they've decided to pack up and move away to an admin take. Something that is viable for Consulate. You can make rotations very quick. It is a very small map. You know, the entire observer screen can essentially fit everything in on one. So that's always something to keep in mind, is if you do have a small map, it does give you the ability to rotate. And as Consulate is a very two-dimensional, where you either push it from the west or push it from the east, you do have time to go for the rotates. It's just now, though, do they lack information from the drone work that will then allow London to pull off these sneaky maneuvers and plays? And I don't think they're going to be ready for Virtue. There's a bit of a quick peek there from Ash, and now Virtue's backed off. Blackout, he's the first to fall, but how many more are going to go after him?
2 more kills are going to fly on in. Runs this time joining the fray. He's able to take out Virtue, and looking now to challenge at the top of these spiral stairs. Not always an easy challenge to make. Falcon and Zumi still looking to try and push on through, but smoke shotgun at close range is going to be a little bit tricky for them to deal with, and well, deal with it they won't, because the shotgun's going to do the business, and 3 kills in quick succession. London going to pick up their first round on defense.
So just not enough time, not enough drone work, I think, was downfall for Audacity. Being able to rotate your push really takes up a lot of time that you probably would want to use if you're going for your initial push. Just the lack of drones there, you know, allowing these players of London to sit in these positions, getting unchecked. For Audacity, for the most part there for that round, they were going into gunfights, very unknown of what they were expecting. It's just one of those things. They made the judgment call that their initial push just wasn't working. They tried to switch it up. It didn't work. You know, stuff like that happens. You get called on time, not enough drone work, you know, basic stuff. And we'll see if they can try and bounce back. But a good start from London, though.
London did really well, and they adapted quite nicely there as well. I think Medics caught it beautifully. All you could hear was Jaeger ADSs being activated and Wamai's grabbing throwables out of the air. And it was Temp at the top of those yellow stairs. And Audacity threw the kitchen sink at him to try and get him out of there. They threw everything that they had. There was nades, flashbangs, you name it. They were throwing it through the window, and everything was getting caught. And at that moment, they realized, well, that's the yellow stairs push gone, because we can't make our way up there now. And they tried to redirect themselves, and like you say, Demo, came up short on time. Obviously, all the drones that they'd spent earlier on in the round prepping for their other push probably got shot, probably not in the best of locations. And we really did a good job of adapting to that and recognizing, because round number 2, that was pretty decisive toward Audacity. They were really able to get in there, and they were able to get some early kills when it mattered. That being said, London were able to adapt, were able to overcome it, and now they get to change things up once again. Still not wanting to go downstairs into garage, but kind of almost going for the next best thing in the archives and Teller's side.
Yeah, split bomb site is going to be their choice. An interesting one. I wasn't expecting them to have the nerve to pull one of these. Generically, the way this is held is you bring a bunch of shotguns, a bunch of C4s, you open up the entirety of the tellers, and you hold archives for as long as you can, yeah? You give the attackers upstairs because it doesn't really give them a whole lot for this push. It's all about the downstairs. We usually see this strat work more effectively if Mira is available, which isn't the case for this map. So it is going to be a little bit more tougher for London to deal with, but at the same time, though, Meds is going on a bit of a solo roam and has picked up Omos.
Meds has been quite successful out here, and it looks as though he's maybe going to get a chance at another before his time is done. Runs trying now to push on through, but once again, someone to deal with at the top of those blue stairs, and that someone will be Meds. Yumi does manage to pick him off, and Runs picks up the second, so very quickly a lot of control has been gained, and basically site control as well as Falcon follow things on up. Temp and Virch now got a heck of a lot to do. Blackout's already confirming that diffuser, and it's a full retake on the cards. Audacity have chosen to plant downstairs, and they know they can hold it relatively well. Virtue's going to find one over onto Yumi, but is it going to be enough as the push comes through? Temp, he's got a difficult angle to challenge onto his location. Again, no, and Runs finds one. Temp gets a kill before he dies, but Falcon there to clean things up. Audacity holding very well in the post plant. You could see even had the air jab above the door for a nice little sound cue if things got a bit too close.
Yeah, I think that London didn't really hit the nail on the head on how you have to kind of defend that. I would say there is set way you have to defend it. I think holding on to archives is your main priority. They didn't really go for that as heavy. You know, they had people upstairs in admin where realistically admin doesn't give you a whole lot. You know, it's not as if the teller's site is destructible from above. You know, there's nothing really you can get out of it. So I think London kind of had their priorities a little bit jumbled up. I think if they did have them placed down more centered towards holding that garage and, you know, even extending towards the kind of cafeteria, that would be great. Even like the mid floor, you know, in towards lobby, open up the hatches, you know, put the players off Audacity a little bit more of a back foot where they're looking, they're droning, they're saying, oh, hatches are open, right? This is going to be a little bit risky, guys. Now we have to watch these hatches. That could be an opening. It puts doubts in some of the kind of entries' heads, thinking, okay, I have to watch out for this doorway, and now I also have to watch for the hatch. That's going to be tough to do. So there is, I think, more ways that London can put pressure on the players of Audacity.
Deploying shield.
Yeah, they just didn't get it right. I don't think there was enough presence inside a garage either, for example. You've really got to be conscious of just that quick plank going down. And when it's a split site, you know, there's always that potential for it to happen. If you just overcommit to one side, then you really are going to get caught pretty short. And that's essentially what happened there. Good read by the guys on Audacity. But right downstairs into garage we go for round number 5. Audacity still ahead, still 3 rounds to 1, and potential to now make this 4, or equally potential for London to try and fight back a little bit, as I'm not sure how effective the rush is going to be if attempted again. We did see it working quite well in round number 1, but how many times can you fool the defenders? Looks as though the wall's going to be open in both places. A lot of drone work going on ahead now as well. Temp's going to be a key player here behind that white Varnas. If upstairs control is maintained and the Alder in that position, it can be very difficult to try and even get yourself into the garage when you've got the Alder just providing so much cover and fire.
Still very adamant on this particular Oryx pick. I mean, I haven't seen him be like that decisive. Like, Oryx, I think, has a nice bit of kit. Has a Bailiff, which is already a big plus. You know, that's great for helping out some of the destructibility site. The fact that you can kind of like dash through nomads and or you can't dash through nomads, you can dash through claymores though, I think is a very nice addition for him. So he can be strong in the kind of post plant late game where a claymore might be down. But Zumi, he's in the bomb site once again. They've opened up. Here comes the rotate from all the other defenders, and once more, just like we've seen the first time, London, they've been caught out. They've got them where it hurts, and a quick rush has been all it's taken for Audacity to secure themselves Looks to be, yet again, another round as it's down to Virch, and he was above. He was nowhere to be found, and yeah, just the rotation's not working out here, Ollie, and London just getting caught by surprise.
Yeah, you just can't be making the same mistake time after time. You know that a rush plant was attempted in the previous round, so that's surely what you've got to be expecting in this round as well. And once again, just a really good read by Audacity. They are just attacking where the defenders aren't. If the defenders are roaming, let's attack the site. If the defenders are on the site, then let's get a bit of control and let's get a good roam presence established and let's constrict onto them. And that's exactly what they're doing exceptionally well. They're not doing the typical let's go and chase after all of the roamers because it's consulate and we're worried about vertical pressure. No, we're just going to get ourselves in and panic the roamers and panic the defenders into just rotating back down onto site, and by that time we've already got the plant down, so it doesn't matter anyway.
So, 4-1 is how it stands. Last round on the defense for London. Audacity, I think they'll be very happy with this attacking half. I think Consulate, I think it's very 50-50 in terms of attacker-defender side of things. I think it's very straight down the middle. There is some strong defender stuff you can do. There's some strong attacking stuff you can do. I think a really well-coordinated attacking side on Consulate is one of the most fearsome things to play against. I kind of reference Crazy last season in whenever they were kind of playing Consulate. You seen how strong they were, Ollie?
Yeah, Crazy, very strong Consulate team. Navi, a very strong Consulate team. That's what I said. It does seem to be a map that in the UK and Ireland we are pretty strong at, but is it enough? Just because a couple of teams can play it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody can play it. Audacity have obviously got a fairly good read of it here today against London Esports, but that's an entirely different kettle of fish to going up against, a very experienced side on this map.
I think most people do like Consulate. I think it is a map that teams don't mind playing. I know that Vex will never play Consulate, and that's simply because Pat said, right, and I quote, Pat said, "I would rather have power added to the comp pool than Consulate." That's what he said. Does that not put a statement?
It's a bit strong, that. It's a bit strong for me.
I mean, Pat's a bit of a strong character. Can we blame him?
Again, trying to get control of the top of Yellow Stairs, and this really was where this site was won and lost in the previous round number 4, when we saw it. Temp again doing a good job of holding on, and you can just see how desperately Audacity are trying to get a control of that area. We've got somebody on the bathroom rappel. We've got loads of throwables coming on in, and ADSs and WAMI discs all ready and waiting to try and catch all that utility.
Some nades from below fired in towards the bathroom, but doesn't catch anyone. So Audacity just doing what they usually do, take it nice and slow, try and find the weak point, use that utility that they've brought at their disposal. Virch below, suppressor the 416. One thing we kind of let slip here, he's playing the suppressor. Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
I mean, suppressor or not, you're not winning that gunfight.
Yeah,
you can't account for someone. You can't account for someone sat at the top of Skylight. There's a hellish angle that you can get all the way down to the bottom, as kindly demonstrated there. But a lot of players are opting to run suppressors. There's, in some cases, not a great deal of difference in terms of bullets needed to get a kill. And of course, there's no tracers either, so you can remain a little bit more sneaky. But not like that for a nice swing coming out from runs. No suppressor required. Meds trying to fight back a little bit, but Blackout already getting that diffuser down, and well, it's now all down to Meds. Runs is on for a triple kill. Meds at the top of these spiral stairs. His location known. Look at all the information he has got at his disposal, but unfortunately unlikely to be able to use any, as I'm sure that Falcon's got at least an air jab, maybe even a drone onto that diffuser. And from what we've seen so far, Audacity's post plants have been very good indeed. A very plant focused team, more than happy to focus on getting that objective and getting that plant down before looking to clean up all the kills. And Runs gets a quad kill on the round. Another plant, another round from Audacity.
I think nearly every team tonight, apart from Audacity, have been so aggro. Audacity is the kind of anomaly out of all 8 teams we have this season. They have looked the most structured that we've seen. They have been so structured. And I'm really impressed to see the kind of improvement that they've had. Obviously, like the way we kind of compared Kavana, they had 3 months of prep. They had 3 months to kind of decide what they wanted to do and what direction they wanted to go down to improve for this season. And they have went for the much more strategic look. And it's really working out for them. I'm very impressed with Audacity tonight.
We spoke about it earlier, didn't we, Demo? You know, did Omos bring the structure that the Audacity needed? And the answer so far looks like yes. You know, there's a lot of structure in this side, very plant focused, which is just so valuable in Siege because it's all too easy to get wrapped up in a very TDM version of the game. But that isn't how the game is meant to be played. It's bomb. You're meant to get that diffuser down. You need to be focusing around that objective, because as the attackers, it's the only thing that you can really do to stick it back onto the defenders is to get that diffuser down.
Yeah, that's been their main focus. That's been it. So now we have the switch. 5-1 is how Audacity, they're going to go for the defensive look. I know that we said that out of all the teams, like Audacity looked more structured. They weren't as aggro. I mean, we haven't seen them on the defense yet. These could equally be, you know, as crazy as what Sloth was pulling out, as crazy as what Joe or Hosty was going for. There's still time to see yet to kind of see if every single team has the same mindset.
Yeah, if we're just going to see some mindless aggression, we're already seeing a lot of roaming here as well. You know, got runs all the way over inside of admin and defending onto garage. That's, you know, it's just a long way, but if he's able to lay a little bit of a scent and lay a bit of a trail and force the attackers into clearing out that entirety of the top floor, well, it's going to waste a heck of a lot of time. And that's something that we didn't see Audacity doing. We didn't see them chasing the roamers and really chasing the shadows because they recognized they just wanted to get the plant down. That's all they wanted, was the opportunity to get that diffuser down.
Oh, a C4 kill comes in. Zumi, he'll take that. Meds is gone on the sledge, and that was a pre-placed. And was that perhaps just a lucky one where they thought, you know what, he might just be there? Or was it perhaps a Mozzie drone that them? Oh, it was the Pulse from below, because Pulse, for people who don't know, is that he can see through every floor. He can see right up to the top. Such a strong operator for this map specifically. Probably, in my opinion, his best map by far. The information he brings, very rarely you'll see a team go and challenge that Pulse, because where he usually plays down in the basement, it's very, very difficult to get to. You have to drop hatches in order to get to him. So overall, a strong pick, and it will reward you with kills if you play him right.
Yeah, it's definitely Pulse's best map. Just the information that you can gather in the first 30 seconds as to whether the push is coming through on the east side or if it's coming through on the west side is invaluable. You can do that without risking yourself one little bit. And already you can see just how much it's slowed down London Esports on this push. Less than half the round remaining. Sure, they've gained that top floor control, but at this point that's been gifted to them by Audacity because they've done their job earlier on in the round. We've still got a Vigil playing inside of bathroom, and that can be a nightmare to try and deal with. We spoke about mute earlier in the mute ban. If there was a mute in play as well, then that Vigil's nearly unreachable in that sort of a setting. As it stands, he can be droned, and it looks as though London have got an idea of where he is playing, but every second that he's able to eat up now is just a second wasted by these attackers. The flashbangs go in, but they don't affect him at all. Runs once again on a 2k for the round, and still alive and kicking inside of the bathroom. There is a bit of pressure now on these yellow stairs, but how long is that pressure going to be there? Because who you guessed it, Run's already making the rotation out straight onto those yellow stairs, and you can see him aggressively looking to rip down that barricade and run out on the last kill. As it stands, Falcon is going to snatch it away from him, but Audacity, they're on for round number 7. It's going to be 6-1.
Yeah, just runs running the show there for that round. Just he was everywhere looking for the kills, hungry for. On Audacity, a 6-1 lead going up against London, who are just struggling at the moment, Ollie. At the moment, I think London, they're losing that first blood. That's what they're losing. That they don't have, I think the setup is what they would want to have. Whenever this London side has numbers advantage, and they are looking very strong, they could be one force to be reckoned with. But whenever they're on the back foot and they can't get out of a bit of a slouch, now they're starting to look pretty sleepy on this attack.
Yeah, they're not. They they're just looking a little bit outclassed at the moment. And I know that we spoke about this team and we said that it was a lot of unknown and we didn't really know what we were to expect. All that we knew was they went flawless in the qualifiers. Well, this isn't the qualifiers anymore. This is the group stage, and this is where you've really got to show up and really got to perform. And so far tonight, they've just been a little bit short of that bar. A 6-1 result currently. You know, Audacity showing that they're more than capable to win rounds on the attack and the defense. Runs really leading the charge and running pretty roughshod over the entirety of London Esports. Falcon, a quiet assassin as well. 9-1, not a scoreline to be trifled with in a 7-round game at all. Really keeping his cost down for his team there and not dying. You know, aside from one single round, you can't argue with that kind of consistency, especially when he's going to be able to pick up final kills as we saw him doing in the previous round. So London Esports, they've got a large mountain to climb. We saw Demise climb a very similar one, but I must admit at this moment in time, I've not seen the flurry, I've not seen that sort of vavavoom from London Esports that gives me the belief that they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, they didn't drop a single map during their playoffs. Where's that same aggression, that same London who was tearing everyone apart in those qualifiers? Well, one thing about both of these teams is that neither of them are really intent of bringing C4s. Another defensive round where we have no C4s at all on Consulate, which is a very heavy C4 map. That's a good start, though, for London. You know, they got the first blood. They killed Runs, who has caused them so many issues. Omos and Falcon, they're both above, and Omos, an aggressive swing out of Meet and Door, eliminates Virch. That does put them back level pegging.
Natos being threatened there. It looks as though just going to force players to rotate on out. Blackout finding a nice one onto Nerf, and a second for Zumi. He's able to take out Meds very quickly. This is falling into Audacity's favor, and Temp, last man standing along with Sedge. And it just looks at this point like they've just been caught out a little bit. They've got themselves embroiled in clearing out the roamers. They've not really committed fully to doing it, and it's cost them dearly in the process. They're going up against the match point here, and I don't even know if they've got main lobby door open at this stage, and that's the side that they're attacking onto. Don't forget, they're not looking at a top floor, they're looking at that lobby. They do have the lobby door open, but nobody there holding a crossfire, and it's just going to be very difficult to try and get picks in this kind of a situation when you've still got a top floor presence from the defense and you're not really playing in a position where you're going to be able to get that trade off one another. At this moment in time, Audacity are doing the right thing. They've got a minute left. That's an age. All they've got to do is sit on the hands for a little bit and not peek over aggressively.
Spot out the deployable shield, which obviously will stop them in their tracks trying to push in for the planet. I don't think they know that Blackout's just going to beside the bomb, as he's just waiting, lying for someone to rear their head. And, well, he will be taken out, though, so there must have been some kind of information. But there's the trade-off. Omos will eliminate Temp. And once again, London on the back end looking like a defeat. 30 seconds to go, not a lot of HP. 1 versus 3. They know there's one inside of the closet as well, but he's never going to rear his head. He's going to sit there and wait for the trade-off. Just a bit of a shoulder peek. Drops the shoulder, but it's not going to be enough. Audacity, they clean up. That was the inevitable. Audacity, a 7-1. Only London. Was it a real experience from what we got, from what we expected from London? Is that the real London?
I'm not sure that it is, Demo. I think they gave a really tough account of themselves in the playoffs. Not dropping a map, that's a heck of a sort of precedent to set coming into the group stage. And they've really been caught off guard there this evening. Whether that's a lack of preparation or a lack of experience playing at this sort of a level. As we know, a lot of the other players inside of these teams have all played inside at this level before. And for those guys, they really just came up a little bit short this evening. But nothing taken away from Audacity. It's some of the most coordinated siege we've seen all evening. And I just love it when a team gets the plant down. It really does make me happy. So the fact that that was their main focus throughout their attacking phase, brilliant.
Yeah, I hope this doesn't rattle London too much. I hope now that they can see where they've went wrong today. I know it's kind of like their first big test, obviously, from what they were playing against in the qualifiers. And honestly, I would love London to see them bounce back. I'd love to see them go on and cause upsets against the big teams just to really, really get underneath their skin. So I think there's still plenty of opportunities for London, but no, a great showing from Audacity. We'll be back, guys. We're going to go to a quick break, and we will be back.
located.
Demo, Ollie, I tried to be, look, I'll hold up my hands. I'm the new kid on the block. And I came into this and I thought, you know what I'm going to do on this last game? I'm going to make a bold prediction and it's going to come off. And I said, London are going to win. Couldn't have been more wrong. We came into this, they came into this, you know, with a good run of form. They qualified red hot and they just couldn't carry that through into this tournament, game one. Were you surprised by their performance there, Ollie?
I think everyone's going to be surprised. You know, you can only judge off what you've already seen, and what we saw in the qualifiers was good. London did fantastically. Audacity there, they've just kind of systematically taken them apart. Audacity had, as I said earlier, a cracking attacking phase. And I really think that London Esports just came up against a really well-prepared side tonight.
Demo, let's talk about that attacking side. Their time in attack, it led to some serious, almost panic from London. Did you sense that?
Yeah, I think for the most part that the way London kind of set up and their whole defensive scheme was completely countered by the way Audacity were playing. Audacity were so methodical, they took their time, they were slow, they knew what angles to hold. They didn't allow London to play their game. They didn't allow them to have those aggros plays. You know, they kind of judged, they say, okay, right, we have like, what, 2 roamers here? That means they're only going to be probably, what, 2 on site, 1 lurking in archives. That's an easy rush. We know there's going to be 1 guy at pipes. That's exactly what happened. They pinpointed the weak points and they pushed in and they collapsed that team. And yeah, I think Audacity proving to see that they did that garage rush twice and it worked twice shows that they must have did their research on the team of London.
Preparation is everything. Ollie, we heard Demo talk a lot about the fact that, you know, London struggled when they kept losing that first blood. Obviously, that means you drop a teammate, but mentally, does that give your opposition the edge a little bit?
I think it has to, you know, because Audacity were playing in a manner where they really were attacking where London Esports weren't. You know, attacking onto that garage. Sure, they were doing the rush strategy, but it was because they had roamers. It was because London Esports had roamers that weren't in a position to rotate back quickly. So if you get a pick onto site, all of a sudden you've got an opening. If you can get in and get the plant down, and then you know that the roamers are going to take a long time to rotate back on in, which is exactly what happened. London repeatedly finding themselves in, you know, 2 players upstairs, 1 player upstairs, and the entire site had already been taken over. Then that's when you got to start asking some questions, you know. Have you got good enough routes back into site? How are you rotating back quick enough off the back of it? Consistently taking oversight and forcing those post-plant situations that we like to call.
I mean, to put it simply, they bossed it really, didn't they? Demo, let's talk about the vavavoom that I noticed that Ollie was talking about, the lack of vavavoom for London. How do they train to gain more vavavoom going forward in their next game.
I mean, that's all about your mental state, isn't it? That's where the mental side of Siege comes in. I think for the most part, like 60% of this game is all down to your attitude. You know, we always talk about, you know, a PMA, a positive mental attitude. If you can have that positive attitude and you know that, yes, you know, we may have got unlucky that round, we'll go again, and you just keep trying as hard as you can. But as soon as you think that, oh, well, that's it over, we're not pulling this back, they've absolutely smashed us, we can't do anything, that is truly when they smashed you. That's it. It's all about your mental game, and that's where they need to look and see, you know, who's pulling the strings, who's their main kind of charisma, who's that main guy who's kind of standing up and saying to him, no, we're not going to let this happen. Quite simply, to what happened to Demise. You know, you look at them, they were down and out. They said, no, we're not going to let that happen. They pulled it back. That's what London were missing.
You got to have that ability, haven't you, Ollie? Because there's going to be times where you go down. You're going to go down in these games, and you need to have the ability to come back kicking, right?
Yeah, definitely. You know, and I mean, we had Shattered on the interview just before that last game, and you can tell just by, you know, his persona, and, you know, he's going to be that guy that's hyping up Hoisty in, you know, in the comeback that we saw Demise have. And I'm not sure about the guys on London Esports. I've not really spoken to any of them at great length, so I don't know who their sort of cheerleader is or who their biggest fan is of the team and the guy that really is the hype man and gets everyone going. But it did seem as though they were lacking that, and with that obviously comes confidence, and it comes the ability, like, you know, guys, let's just go at it. Let's try and get the draw. Let's get a couple of rounds. Let's just win the next gunfight, whatever it takes to start building off something, because Audacity quickly started to run away with it, and they were just so dominant in the performance.
Do you think you could see Audacity? Did you see enough from Audacity that they could put together a little bit of a run here, Ollie?
I'd like to see them against Eminem or Fierce, I think, because they're the teams that you'd kind of, you know, they're the teams that you're going to be looking at. Well, I mean, after tonight, who knows? Eminem got trashed almost by Kavana, so maybe you say let's put him against Kavana and Fierce, or Kavana and Demise, or some sort of combination of that, and see how they fare up. And obviously we'll get to that in coming weeks, but you know, there's definitely a chance there for Audacity, because there's a lot to be said for coordination like that.
Demo, I've got a question for you. Were you just sitting incredibly still for the last 5 minutes there, or were you frozen?
Technical issues happens in the big world of esports, as you know, Ian. So, I mean, we're just trying to work for the motions, aren't we, guys? That's all we can do.
That's it. You said it yourself. We're doing our best from home, and I couldn't have put it better myself. Let's talk about Consulate. You said it's a 50-50 map. There can't really be any excuses here for London coming out of it, really, can there? Demo.
I mean, you just have to just kind of take every game as it is. You know, I think it's still one thing we have to remember, guys, from everything today, it's early days. Yeah, we have to keep that in mind. This is first play day. I don't think teams should start getting carried away. I don't think they should. I've seen a couple of Fierce tweets. Don't know why they're starting to beat themselves up about it. You drew to Demise. Oh, well, boo-hoo. You drew so well. Move on. Go get your next win. Yeah? Teams just need to I think, don't worry about today. Yeah, the results are the results. Just keep pushing through. Obviously, winners are going to be happy. Losers, not so much, but that shouldn't stop them. Yeah, everyone should just go back and just think, right, where do we go from now?
Demo, you're spot on there, mate. We're going to be very soon throwing to our debrief show. I'm looking forward to that. We've got an exciting interview with a couple of members from Navi. But first, let's have a look at the end of day standings. We should be able to see them. As it stands, it's been a cracking day. Day one in the can. That's all the gameplay done and dusted. It was great fun. I really enjoyed it. There were some upsets in there. There were some whitewashes in there. There were some just completely unexpected banging performances in there. Take a look at it, Ollie, and talk us through it.
I think if you'd have asked me at the start of tonight, Ian, who I would have had in second place, it wouldn't have been Audacity. Now, it's week one. It's early days. That's a cracking scoreline for those guys to come out with. Round difference of 6 as well. The round difference does play into things when we start to get to the pointy end of the season. Those rounds really do start to add up. Obviously, Navi sat there at the top, a 7-round difference. I'm not sure that we expected anything less, but we've had some cracking games tonight. We've had a barn burner. We've had a bit of a masterclass, and then we've had some upsets. So it's been a really enjoyable evening of Siege. But as Demo rightly said, it is super early days.
It is so early, and I can't imagine that we're going to see the letters M&M down there so close to the bottom for too long, Ollie. And Demo, do you think that that's a bit of is that the biggest shock from today, seeing M&M down there?
I mean, I would definitely say from the M&M standpoint, I don't think they Just talking to them, they say that scrims have been going, excellent. They were very, very happy with how they were playing before the games, but just at the moment, just didn't work for them in game day. And that's something that teams have struggled with. We've seen in the past from professional teams where, they've come out and said, oh yeah, scrims have been going perfect. Everything's for the preparation has been going so well. And then game day comes and it just doesn't click. Just for whatever reason. And if M&M are going to fall into that trap, they need to start putting their heads together and think, why is that not working?
Yeah, I mean, let's be real for a second here, Ollie. This is day one. The table is not going to likely look much like that by the midpoint of the season or the back end.
No, there's always subject to change. There's a lot of big fixtures coming up. I think I was looking through the sort of the standings and the way that the schedule's looking for the next couple of weeks. And there's a couple of teams that have maybe, they're limping into the season, could you say? They're coming up against teams that they would be expecting to get a result against, and there's other teams that are hitting the ground running, and they've got the hard results and the hard fixtures to get out of the gate from. Vex, for example, tonight doesn't get much harder than Navi. That's behind them now. They can just now focus on every single fixture that's to come, and there's no reason why they can't go out there and get a good result in all of them. They've done they've got the difficult one out of the way, so to speak. Whereas, if you got Navi on like one of the last weeks, you're going to be thinking, we've got the pressure earlier because we need to make sure that we get these results in while we can. And then we're going to have to deal with Navi at some point, as of course everyone will have to do.
Just before we move on to the debrief, which I'm really looking forward to, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you both rate day one of action? I'm coming to you first, Harry.
Oh, I think we had it all. I think overall we had all, and just simply because things didn't go as planned and there was upsets today, I think we'll put it 10 out of 10. Yeah, that's one way to start off the new season with everything new here. So yeah, I think 10 out of 10 just because it was absolutely bonkers.
Kicked it off with a bang. What do you think, Ollie?
It's got to be a 10. As Demo said, if we predicted every single result correct, it would genuinely be boring, and you'd all tune off after the sort of pre-game analysis and the pre-game talk that we put in, because they go, oh, these guys said it was going to be 7-3, so we're just going to stop watching now. No, actually, it was 6-6. And it was one of the best games we've seen one of the best games I've seen in a long time casting Siege. So yeah, cracking games, upsets, barn burners, and a draw to beat it. What more can you ask for?
It had it all. And speaking of having it all, this next segment is going to have it all as well. It's brand new. We're kicking off our first ever debrief. Let's do this. It's been absolutely phenomenal. Ollie said it himself there. We had all kinds of play. It was amazing. And if you thought that was the end, think again. I would like to welcome you to our debrief. Here, we're going to get down really into the nitty-gritty alongside hearing some of the inner details of tonight's games that we've had firsthand. So thank you for sticking around. Thank you for joining us. I feel like we're just getting started all over again. Before we get stuck into the debrief itself, let's take a look at a new map update. Take a look. Hello, welcome to the debrief on day one. What a day it's been. Moving forward on this show, I am not alone. Joining me are your evening's casters, as always. It's Demo and X. Boys, did you have a nice little 3-minute break there?
Yeah, I think we managed to catch our breath a little bit and
finally,
get sorted.
And as you can see below me, two legends, two Na'Vi legends. We've got Doki and Kendrew. Welcome to the show, you two.
Hello.
Hello. Kendrew, I'm going to come to you first, and I just want to get your opinions on the map update. Theme Park, talk me through it. What do you think?
I think Theme Park gets a lot of hate for no reason. I actually think it's a good map. I mean, it's a lot better than the old one, that's for sure.
Do you agree, Doki?
Yeah. I think it's very hard to attack Theme Park. Like, I think not a lot of teams are playing it that much, even in like practice and scrims and stuff. But I think that might be the reason why it's still a little bit new and hard to play, because not so many people practice it as often as other maps. So I think you'll see it flourish in a couple more seasons. So yeah, it's a good map.
Kendrew, I've got some serious beard envy going on right now. Demo, by the way, what do you think? What do you think of Theme Park? Do you think it's a map that is going to flourish in the coming months?
I see it a very comparison to kind of the way Villa kind of began. Teams didn't really know what they were kind of expecting. I think Villa was very unique in terms of what it brought as a map. That was back whenever the impact tricking was kind of first around. We've seen that be used very heavily. Still is used today, but was very, very heavily back then. I also think if you look towards Theme Park as a map, I think it opens up a lot of possibilities for defenders that we still haven't seen options for. You know, Throne Room and Armory is kind of one of the main bomb sites. We haven't seen a whole lot of kind of roam adaptation to that. So I think there is still a lot of possibility for Theme Park in the future.
Ollie?
Yeah, I'd agree. I think it's certainly been a slow starter, but I'm excited about watching it, you know, and how it develops. And as you say, Doki, it's only going to develop through teams actually playing it. And I was actually quite surprised when you said there that teams don't actually scrim it that much, because I'd have thought people would be really trying to practice it and get it in, and to be in a position to be prepared if it is a map that they get taken to. Particularly if, you know, you find yourself in a best of 3 scenario, it's likely that you're going to end up there. So yeah, I'm quite surprised to hear that teams aren't prepping it as much as maybe they should be.
Demo, Ollie, we've got plenty of time to get stuck in some chat here. We've got this debrief is going to be pretty epic. So let's talk about Doki being back with Na'Vi. I'm going to come to you first, Kendrew. How big is that for you guys?
Pretty small.
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. No, I mean, I've said this about Doki that multiple times. He's like one of the best players in the world when he wants to be. He can be a bit of an idiot, not gonna lie, but it's when he wants to be, he can be like honestly like one of the best players in the world. So obviously having someone like that
Get
on
me
your
the
team
tissues. God, I'm about to cry. This is just unbelievable already.
It's okay. I hear this on a daily basis.
No, you don't. When you die in the first 20 seconds of the round, you know that I am on your back.
Okay, do you agree? Do you think it can be a bit stupid at times?
Oh, at times, like all the time. I don't know if you can see like my desktop wallpaper here if I face it to you, but it says do stupid stuff, but do it with confidence.
You stole that from Joe, and you better admit right now on stream that you stole that off Joe. You own up to your mistakes.
Nope, I'm not admitting anything, Demo.
Ollie, as an opinion of an analyst, as a caster, what do you make of the return of Doki to Na'Vi? How big of an asset is he?
I mean, I was surprised they even took him back, to be fair. I thought that was going to be it. I was expecting, you know, he was just going to become full-time Twitch streamer. No, I'm joking. It was obviously always going to return. And yeah, like Andrew says, I genuinely believe it. I think you're a great player, but yeah, you've still not got the you've still not got a full brain, I think. And that's maybe the problem. It's just, if you had a little bit more smarts about you, you'd probably just make a little bit better decisions, but maybe that'd come at the cost of gun skill, who knows?
I mean, to be honest, it's the same.
Oh. It happened again, I think.
Let me reset. We were in full flow. We were in full flow there, and we got cut off. So I'm hoping we're all back together. Let's do a little mic check. Can you hear me, Demo?
Of course I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Ollie?
Yes, sir.
Kendrew, Doki, are we in the building?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, good.
Loud and clear.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I know you were making a great point there, Kendrew, but anyway, let's talk about your performance today. It was pretty epic. It's the perfect way to start off a new season. Did it go as you expected it to, Kendrew? We spoke to Doki a little bit earlier.
I mean, we scrimmed Vex the other day, a couple maybe like a week or two ago, and it was without trying to sound too rude to the boys, it was very similar scorelines. So I mean, we went in there obviously not downplaying them or anything, but we knew we had it to beat them. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I remember the last words you said to me were a certain Prem final last year, and they were another day at the office. I'll never forget it. Did that feel like another day at the office for you, Kendrick?
I mean, not currently. No, we're currently a little bit on the weaker side in terms of European League. So it's good to be back at the office with a scoreline like that, I think.
Demo, when we look at the rest of the teams in this league, we're gonna chat through them with Navi and get their opinions on them. But who do you think has the biggest potential to become the next Navi?
God, I don't know. My head's all scrambled because you're sitting there thinking, Eminem and Fierce, like we said so many times, but I don't know. I don't know anymore. I was so certain that this Fierce team had so many things going for them, and I just don't know anymore, and I don't know.
I mean, you did say yourself that it's, like we say, it's only day one. Ollie, do you think Fierce could still pull it back to become... I mean, it's going to be difficult. You can never be the next something, but as close as you could be to the success. You want to replicate the success of Navi, really. That's what we're looking for, isn't it? Yeah,
of course you do. And Fierce, they're going to be doing a little bit of soul searching tonight, I think, to be 6-2 and then to bring it back for Demise to bring it back to a draw 6-all. Secretly came in and spoke, talked a big talk, and that usually goes one or two ways. Either money where your mouth is, big respect, yes, you can back up the trash talk, or actually you're a little bit out of your depth there and you've just choked a 6-2, which is basically what it was.
Yeah. Kendrew, who do you think has the potential? In fact, I keep coming to you, Kendrew. I'm going to go to Doki this time. Doki, who do you think, no offense, has the potential to become the next you?
I think Fierce definitely are looking really strong right now. I don't think today's scoreline is necessarily, shows how good they are. Because when you look at it, they were 6-2 up, yeah, but it's Cafe attack. It's very hard to attack. It's probably the most defender-sided map we have in the scene right now. So losing 4 defenses in a row, it's nothing that I've not seen before. When you play Cafe, if you get 2 attacks, you're like, oh my god, that's good. I'll walk into the defense with 2 rounds down. So I mean, I don't know. It's a hard map to attack. I don't really know why they took that team to Cafe, to be honest. Obviously they were comfortable on it, but clearly their attacks weren't strong enough. So I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't have taken them to Cafe personally.
So would you think that Cafe is more attacker sided than? Would you think that it's easier to win attacks on Cafe? Is that what you're saying? Cafe is attacker sided.
No. Cafe is defender sided. Extremely defender sided.
So would you say it's more defender-sided than Clubhouse?
Yeah, in the current meta we have right now, I'd honestly say Clubhouse is an attacker-sided map, especially in pro play. I would say Clubhouse is an easy map to attack. But yeah, defense in every map is going to be easier, right? Just because you're starting in the building and you need to repel and attack and force. But I'd say all of the maps I would choose, I'd be I'll definitely attack Clubhouse more than Cafe.
Okay, that's interesting.
I can see you nodding in your head there, Kendrew.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know, especially with the meta the way it is at the moment, the 20-second meta with Goyo, Wamai, etc., and Maestro being up. It's definitely really hard to attack a Cafe right now.
Does that surprise you? Did you have that opinion anyway, Demo, or is that something that surprises you?
I'm still a big guy who always kind of comes down to defender-sided. I think the match, especially today for you guys in Clubhouse, I think the bans were very kind of swingy in favor of attackers. I think if you look at the bans that kind of come in, Fat was still there, Maverick was still up as well. Those are big operators already to be on the board that you can really use and abuse. So I think certainly bans is a big thing to kind of look at. Sometimes we see bans go in favor of defense, for example, where you're missing a Thermite or a Maverick and you're really left with a Habana. That's where things get really, really tough to kind of deal with. So I think it is still very down to bans overall for me.
Kendrew, let's talk about just getting involved in this game. There'll be a lot of people watching this right now who are, maybe pro gamers in their own minds when it comes to just bedroom gaming or wherever you play your video games, and they want to follow your path and become, a pro like you guys. What sort of steps do they need to be taking if they're watching this right now and they're thinking, you know what, I want some of this action?
I mean, for me, I would say I don't think you can ever really go into a game like expecting to come out and be a pro. I think if you go seeking to be a pro, then it'd be really hard to do it. I think it just sort of comes naturally when you play the game a bunch, like me and Doki did when we was younger. We just played the game, put hours and hours into it, and then we realized like pretty quickly, I'd say, that we was actually pretty good at it. I mean, don't forget as well that we're pretty new into the pro league scene. We've only played 2 seasons. We was in Challenge League before that. We've only been a team for 3 or 4 seasons now, and we've had pretty big success. But I'd say, honestly, just play the game as much as you can. Just learn, be harsh on yourself, but don't go seeking and be like, yeah, I'm gonna be a pro in this game. Just play the game, have fun, and you progress naturally.
Yeah, definitely.
Solid advice, but Doki, how do you make that transition? Do you know when Kendrew said you realize that you're good? How do you take the steps? What steps do you need to take to get involved when you realize and it clicks that you're good enough?
I mean, funny you say that now, actually, because I just spoke to the Fierce guys on TeamSpeak, and they were obviously dead upset with the draw and stuff like that. And I was like, well, you know what? Like, you guys are a very good team. Like, I'm not scared to play them, but they are a force to be reckoned with. I know that they're capable of beating us. They're capable of beating anybody. And that obviously strikes something. They're obviously a great team. But what's going to make them an even better team is if they can walk away from this draw and be like, oh, well, you know what? This is a wake-up call. We gotta play better. We gotta fix some stuff. We gotta alter some stuff. It's like the exact same thing that just happened in the EU League for us. Like, we just got 7-1 by Rogue on Clubhouse. We just absolutely slammed. We weren't there mentally. In game, nothing. We just went there, and then the next day we were like, you know what? Like, we gotta change this. We gotta change this. Like, we can sit here and be sad about it, or we can get up and actually do something about it. And hey, we did something about it, and we won the next game. So I don't know. Learn from your losses, I guess.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. That's something that I kind of mentioned, Ian, as well. Teams, I think this day, people should not already be beating themselves up. Obviously, the Fierce team, they had really, really high hopes, and I think if you set the ceiling really high, if that ceiling gets smashed, you're falling very, very far down in terms of your mental state. So I don't think the Fierce guys, they should not be getting upset as much as what they are at the moment. I think they should just go on like he said, a wake-up call. So I think the Fierce guys' message to you, don't get yourself beat up. Just keep pushing forward. We know they have the makings of a great team. This is even where this is a question I wanted to ask. Something that we kind of talked about during the pre-show, guys, and obviously was secretly there as well. I'll go to Kenny first, and then we'll go to Doki. Kenny, Joe versus Doki. What's the comparison?
I mean, like I said earlier, they're both total tools, but they're a huge asset to the team. Like, both of them. Like, look at today. Like, Joe was 12 kills. He had a slow attack, but I mean, on defense, he was running around on Jaeger killing everyone. It's the same as Doki, apart from Doki dies like in the first 20 seconds, or he either kills 3 people. It's the playstyle that they bring is either they lose you the round or they win you the round like single-handedly. It's finding a good balance on both playstyles, because you don't want to put a leash on them and then say like don't peek, because that's what makes them good. So it's finding the perfect balance of having a ranked playstyle and like a smart playstyle.
What are your thoughts, Doki?
Yeah. I mean, Like I don't want to sound like big-headed or anything, but I know like I am like I'm good at aiming and stuff like that. It's the strengths that I have, and I like to use those strengths. Like Kedru, for example, is a very smart player. Like he's our IGL and he constructs everything we do pretty much. Like, I mean, sure you can do that, and I guess I could try doing something like that, but it's not really my forte, I guess. Like, I'd rather just put myself in a bad position and try and get rid of it, if you know what I mean. That sounds really stupid, but like sometimes putting yourself in a really bad position and annoying the other team is actually not such a bad thing to do. And if I can get myself out of it, then even better, So I don't know. That's how I like to play.
Ollie, are there any players that you want to get a bit of analysis on from these guys, like from other teams that you want to know that, just dig into them a little bit from an outside perspective looking in? We've given our opinion on players like secretly and stuff like that, but is there anyone you want to get their analysis on?
Maybe like what right is maybe a good one. What do you guys expect out of London esports? Now, obviously, it's a difficult one because I personally don't really know any of them. I think I recognize one or two names out of there. But is that a team that's kind of surprised you at being able to get through the qualifiers in the way that they did?
Who wants to go? You, Turkey?
I mean, honestly, I'm going to be honest. I didn't watch the qualifiers so much. We were busy prepping for the E-League, but to make it here is obviously an achievement in itself. Like, there are a lot of good teams playing the qualifiers, so the fact that they're here shows something at least. So I guess we're going to need to keep an eye on them and see how they can take this loss today, because they get beat pretty hard by an opponent they should probably have put a better fight up against, I guess you could say, if that's fair to say. I don't know. So, if they can recover from that, then maybe they'll be able to put up some good scores against other teams. But they took a hard loss today. So, I don't know. See how it is, I guess.
Kendrew, does it feel good to be back?
Oh, yeah, of course.
This must feel like home for you. Like Doki was talking about the importance of this league and being part of it, and like how it started this entire chapter and sequence of events for Navi. What's the importance of these nationals to you?
For us, it's as a team, and for me, of course, it's like where we started. So the first prem is M&M when we was grinding through Challenger League. Even before that, when I was playing on Guidance Gaming, just subbing in with Harris and Blackout and stuff like that. It's always been like a staple of like the UK community's prem, even back when it was Xbox. So obviously, being from the UK myself and winning it 3 times, winning it once is good enough. Winning it 3 times is just as good as the first time. It's like that. Especially considering now I'm like good friends with like all the M&M guys that I've always been good friends with the Fierce guys. Like beating them and having like the one up on them is like the best feeling ever.
Okay, let's talk about M&M, your old org, current champs, your next game. How are you feeling?
If they play like they did today, then I'm feeling great. But I don't think they will. I think today was a fluke. Like, we've played them a lot, scrimmed them a lot, good scrim partners with those guys, and they are very good. I don't know what happened today. I guess it's the first team game properly with the new roster, so they were nervous, I guess. Like, there's a lot on the line for a lot of teams here. Like, now with the whole Challenger League season being so long and getting into the EU League this season being so long, like, losing a couple games here could predict your future for the next 6 or 7 months. So like it's a big bit of pressure on your shoulders here. So maybe that's why they played so bad today. Hopefully they can recover from it. Again, playing as next isn't going to be a big challenge. Yeah, probably.
It's the same as with these guys, I think. I think ever since these teams have been formed, they haven't played with each other in an official game. I think the only way they can fix that is by playing consistently more games, which is what the Prem is giving them at the moment. So I expect towards the end of the season those teams will only get stronger, but they might have a shaky start, or this will be a wake-up call for them, and then next week they'll be stronger. It depends on how they take it as a team.
Kendra, you spoke about, Doki was just talking there about the pressure involved with this. Do you guys find that because of your previous success with Navi, that there's almost a target on your back during this summer tournament. Do you sense that do you think you're going to feel that even more? When
I can confirm there is. There definitely is, because I spoke to like nearly every team and everyone wants to beat Navi. That's everyone wants to know, just to say, oh yeah, we beat them.
Well, it's bragging rights, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, considering we're good friends with the guys, like on the M&M and stuff like that, like I said, it's all like we beat you, sort of like the ego that comes with it, like beating your friends. Like it's in every moment of life, like beating your friends is always a good part. But I mean, in terms of pressure for us, it's not really pressure. It's more like expectations. Like we have an expectation. We go into every game expecting to win. So anything other than a win is like failure, sort of thing. So I mean, it's just about keeping going and grinding, and then just winning as much as we can.
Do you know what? I'm going to kick back for a second while you four debate this. Right? Who would be your all-star UK Ireland Nationals lineup?
Oh, Kenny, we don't like this question, do we?
We're doing it. 5 players.
Please don't ask Demo. Please don't ask Demo.
Basically, me and Kenny had this discussion the other night, and he didn't go to bed. He went to bed very unhappy. Very
Well, let's do it again now. Let's do it again. I want us all to go to bed sad tonight. I'm joking.
Show us, Demo. Show us. I'm not going to say anything that I said when I said to you in TeamSpeak the other day. But
right, listen. Right, what's the basis? Are we basing this off the best 5? Or are we basing it off the best 5 that feasibly would work as a team?
Oh, I mean, let's do both. Let's do both.
And
I want to bring in
current
let's bring that past.
Yeah, the current players in Prem. Yeah.
Current players.
But are we doing the requirements to play Prem?
But yeah, that's the requirement. But like, I'd quite like
to be a UK player.
Yeah, but like, if someone used to be really good in like a certain team, I'd quite like to be able to pick them. But like, state
welcome
that it was
back,
from
Harris. Welcome
this
back.
time. Do you know what I mean?
No, because then you could just pick Citizen, for example. Like,
that's true.
You'd have to do it. You'd have to
then
do
you're
it at
talking about
the season now.
Then you're almost talking about a UKIN Mount Rushmore. Let's do it from right here, right now.
Right now.
The players available that are in action. I'm stepping back. Demo, I'm coming to you first.
Right.
brother.
My first pick is going to be Joe. That's my first pick.
Ollie, next pick.
Oh, right, we're doing it this way.
I don't know. It's just kind of.
we're doing it like
organic.
this.
This is very suspenseful. I thought Demo was going to give us a full 5.
Yeah, that's
All right,
Demo
go
picked the
full
entry.
5?
Right. All right. Okay,
Right.
I pick entry. Okay, I pick Joe.
Right,
That's what I
okay,
pick.
so I'm going to pick. So this is really difficult.
You pick second entry. You pick second entry, Ollie.
No, I'm going to pick Nello, honestly.
Okay.
He's not from
So
the UK.
that's the. No, but he's still in the league, though.
He's still in the league.
Oh, right. Okay. Now you've confused me. Right?
Well, the bringing back to the thing about him not having a break. That'll be.
Okay. Well, I'd pick the Navi roster. You know?
Oh,
You
there,
can't,
and
you
there,
can pick one
and there it
player.
is.
You can't pick yourself.
Look at the ego on this guy. Look at the ego.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
We've already got an entry and we've already got a support.
All right, go on, Kenny. Pick
So who
someone.
am I picking? Oh, okay, you go.
So second entry flex, main support, flex support, depends.
I mean, go for second entry.
Just choose.
Suspense. We need a drum roll.
Hold on, I'm just going to get a cup of tea.
Kenny, please, hurry up.
What? It's you. It's not me.
No, it's you.
What? Oh,
Yes.
it's you.
Is
Guys,
it me or is it Doki? I swear it's you.
To kick off the things.
Okay, I will take the second one. I will take Blur from Eminem.
Good pick.
Okay.
Kendrick.
I think I'd pick Kayak for main support.
Oh yeah, good point.
Yeah. So who
So that
we
means
got? We
Ian
got
picks the
Kayak.
flex.
Well-
Ian picks the flex.
I was going to say, because I want to make this even more interesting, that you four now debate the final member.
Oh.
Okay, that works. So what we've got a main
Flex
support
players
in
looking for
Kayak.
flex.
We've got a flex support which is Nello. We've got entry fragger which is Joe, and then we've got a flex which is Byron. So we need a second entry.
We're looking for.
We need a second entry.
Yeah.
I
So
know
who's
who I
the
want
second
to
entry
pick.
on all of the teams? So we've got what?
I'll
Tyrant?
tell you what.
Tyrant
saves.
I was going to say I'll jump in
safe.
so we're not all talking over each other, right? I'll come to each of you for who you'd like it to be, and then we'll make a decision. Yeah.
Okay.
Demo, who do you want your fifth member to be?
My second entry. Kenny's gonna punch me. Gorgona.
I know what it is. Oh my god. Okay.
Ollie.
I'm gonna keep quiet.
I'm gonna go with. It's a difficult decision. This.
It's really tough.
I'm debating not to go with like a typical second entry and just go with someone that can also entry as well. I'm debating Sloth, honestly. After his performance tonight, that guy was gunning.
Yeah. After today, you could definitely say that. Yeah.
Durkee.
Okay, so I've got two in mind. I would take Tyrant or Funkers. Funkers from Eminem, Tyrant from Fierce. That's what I'd do.
You got to narrow it down to one, bro.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Okay, Funkers. There you go.
Kendrick.
I'd honestly say Doki. Imagine Doki and Joe on the same team.
Isn't this just lovely?
Imagine Joe and Doki on the same. It would work 100%. Imagine
Doki, tell me why it wouldn't work.
Coming up. Imagine the massive brain that they could combine together because they have like half a brain each, and together they have one brain, and then they could jump out of all the windows together and combine their really low IQ to make one giant IQ, and it'd be amazing.
I'll literally tell you why it won't work. Like, this is obvious why it won't work. So I am a more evolved version of Joe, right? Like, I'm serious. I was exactly like Joe. Like 2 years ago. But I've made a lot of changes to my playstyle. Yeah, made a lot of changes to my playstyle, so I become better. So when he's doing the stuff that I used to be doing, that I fixed, I'm gonna get really, really annoyed at that, and then I'm gonna tell him piss off, and it's gonna be how it is. That's where I won't work. That's where I won't work.
Crikey. I'm not sure if I'm meant to apologise, but I apologise.
Oh, sorry, man.
And sorry, I think we established nicely there. I think we got a good top five with that fifth floating member. We don't know who that's going to be. And now I just want to wrap this up by saying who's the best player in the league right now. I know who Demo thinks it is.
I've got to give it to Kenny. Yeah, I think he's one of the best players in the world right now. Love you, Kenny.
God. Am I allowed to throw Hamburger into the mix, or is that not a go?
Absolutely.
You can't lie to yourself. Yeah.
You usually do, Demo, so go on.
I mean, I rate Joe so highly and skill. I rate the guy so highly. It's just if we can get his mindset in the place, I think Joe with a little bit of work.
What about you, Ollie?
I think it's always difficult to say best player. Best is very subjective. Best player based off this evening. Obviously, we'd have to look at the stats for it and stuff. Standout, Hoisty. Obviously, you can't ignore the amount of triple kills, double kills that guy got. I mentioned it already, Sloth with his aggression. So, I mean, that's based off tonight alone. Obviously, always difficult to say. I mean, I really wouldn't like to put it onto anyone. I think Kendrick's a very accomplished player, but you've almost got to discount that because you're dealing with a separate class almost. You know, you've got more experience than the other players and the other teams in this league. So always a bit of a difficult one.
Kendrick, do you find that your game gets better as the seasons roll on? Or do you find yourself, have you reached a peak or are you improving? I know that you're always grinding, but like, do you find yourself just keep getting better and better?
I mean, Siege is all about learning. You're constantly learning, so you can never. I don't think you can ever hit like an actual peak. You can definitely hit a peak in terms of your mechanics. I think I hit that pretty early on this season. I've been playing some of the best Siege I think I've played in a while. This last couple of weeks, but I don't think you can. I don't think you can hit a peak. I think Siege is a game where you're always learning, like I said. So you can never really hit like a peak of everything. Like you're always improving.
Do you agree, Ducky?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I've been kind of happy with how I've been playing recently as well. Maybe minus 2 games in the EU League where I wasn't so comfortable, but now I've got my confidence back as well. I'm feeling definitely that I'm at an all-time high, kind of like right now. So I agree with what Kenny's saying. It's hard to be consistent, but there is a level that I can say that I'm happy at, and I think I can maintain a play style at that. But it is hard. It's really stressful to know that if you dip below a certain level, like you could be replaced or whatever. So it's difficult.
Kendra, we spoke a lot earlier on in this show about confidence and how vital it is when it comes to Siege. Is that something that you echo in regards to, like, if your confidence is low, it's really going to have a dramatic impact on your game?
Yeah, I think honestly, I've always said this, is that Siege is like 10% mechanics and 90% mindset. Like if you like, I have, I'm not gonna lie, I have some confidence issues at times as well. Like if I'm playing bad, I'll be like, oh, I need to change my sensitivity, I need to change this, I need to do this. When really it's all in my head, and I think a lot of people do that. Doki does that a lot. I know for a fact. I know Joe, like Demo said, he's very in his own head. Like right now, like you can see by his tweets after the draw earlier, like he's like, "Oh my god, I'm so bad." Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Like if
He's messaging me right now saying, "Why'd you pick me as the best fragger?"
Exactly. Like,
come on.
I, like this is why I think like CS like have like psychologists, because like people, like normal people, like me and Doki, like we're not like mega superstars or anything. Like, we're literally just two 20-year-old, 21-year-old like young adults that have like been shot into like a professional scene like really quickly, and like sometimes it like takes a toll. Like if you play bad, like all the pressure of like playing in front of thousands of people, like if you're playing bad and what people think of you and stuff like that. So it's like that's why CS people have like psychologists and stuff like that to not have that sort of issues. And I think that's one thing that Siege is really missing.
That's really interesting. That's really interesting to know, because Ollie, I'm sure you're aware when you're playing on your own, whichever room your setup is in, and you're having a bad game with nobody watching, it can be stressful enough. But when you know you've got an audience of how many thousands of eyeballs on you, that pressure must mount up, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's it's the same with anything. You get that performance anxiety or whatever you want to call it, however you want to dress it up. And it's important. We spoke about it earlier. You've got to be in that position to know how you're going to react. And then once you get over that and once you get through it, you then you know that you're able to deal with that situation, or you're able to deal with that position. But I think that sort of sports psychology, if you will, it's got a huge place inside of the esports space, and it really is something that I think teams are starting to get onto it a little bit now. I think that they're starting to recognize that could add some value, and it is certainly necessary, because there's no difference to being a footballer and going out and playing football in front of a crowd of 80,000 and playing a game on the internet where you'd being streamed on Twitch to thousands and thousands of people. There really is no difference to it.
Yep, and to be fair, there is I think kind of like the first kind of sports like psychologist guy we have in, and that's Rousty, who's currently coaching Rogue, and he's their kind of mental coach. He was there with Secret, definitely kind of one of the first we've had come along, and then speaking to Leon on their team, he helped them massively. And I think the game can get to everyone, and even myself, even whenever I'm playing ranked, I get stressed if I'm playing bad. Mostly the reason why I get stressed if I'm playing bad, because Kenny tells me if I don't do well, I'm getting dropped, so I have to play well. That's the pressure that he implies. So that it gets to everyone, and you can't put pressure on teammates. You just have to let them do what they want to do.
Doki, your thoughts?
Demo, mate.
This is a good talk. I'm enjoying this.
No more Oryx picks on the team back, please.
Hey, that wasn't my fault. That wasn't my fault.
Yeah, it was.
Like I got 2 points to add to this, actually. Like how you're saying about when you're playing in front of a big audience. Like me personally, I don't actually realize how big the audience is. But when you're playing Pro League and you have 20,000 people watching the stream, and you put that into actually like scale, you realize that that's a football stadium that's watching you. Like when you're streaming here, you have 500 people in the chat, and you might be like, you know what, that's actually not so much. But that's a concert. That's 500 people watching you. And I'm pretty sure I've seen something on Twitter saying like you need to actually realize how big of an audience you actually have, because like just seeing a little small number down in front of your screen doesn't actually amplify how big of an audience and impact that your play has on people. So yeah, it's huge. And the other thing I wanted to say about the whole coaching and sports psychology thing, like we recently got Draz into the team. I'm not sure if you guys are so aware of him, but he is a French coach, and he's basically been working with us a lot, and he's been upgrading our scheduling, and that goes from things like sleeping pattern. We've been waking up at certain times, going to bed at certain times, meal prep, eating times, like practice times.
Wow.
Like everything, even like before games, our team manager night end, we have like a stretching session like an hour before a game, and we literally sit there in front of on Discord with our cameras up, and we literally just do like exercises, like proper exercises, like neck stretches, back stretches,
Let's do
hand
some.
stretches, everything.
Let's do some. What are we doing? Teach me.
No,
Come on,
Jez,
Doki, let's get this going.
Hey, Doki, you want to do the hip? Doki, you want to do the hip one? You want to do
I'll
the
do
hip
the
one?
hip one.
I'll get up and do it, mate. I'll get up and do it.
I'm getting up with you. I'm getting up with you. All right, let's go. Let's go. Oh, I feel like I could smoke anybody right now. Let me in, Navi. Let me in, Navi.
I never thought the day the UK would turn into a Zumba. Here we are.
That's Siege, baby. That's Siege.
But
No,
on
that's
like a
really
serious note-
interesting.
Yeah, like on like a serious note, like, you know, it actually does help you because, you know, you're getting your, like, you know, muscles and stuff out of the way and relaxed a bit, but it also is a bit of fun. And you're having a laugh at everyone else, like, messing up or making a fool themselves, and it's funny. And it's something nice to have before the game that isn't actually game related. That you're kind of like, you know what, it's actually fun, and you go into the game, you're feeling relaxed, laughing and all that. So, I mean, it is a mental game, complete mental game. If you can conquer the mind, then you can conquer the game, like 100%.
I find that fascinating. Kendra, are you finding all of these extra activities valuable?
I mean, it's nice to wake up at sub 12 o'clock sometimes. The gaming schedule can be a bit on the bad side. So having like a decent sleep schedule and having it consistent is kind of it's actually nice. Because you get some consistency in your life. You wake up, you do this, you have practice at this time, you have stretching at this time, you do VOD analysis at this time, and then another scrim. So you know what's going on every single day. And plus, like, once you've got a consistent rhythm in your life, like, your sleep gets better, your mood improves, and that translates into game as well. Like, it's like all down to like the psychology of stuff, like the mentality and stuff like that. Like, having consistency and having a good rhythm of sleep and having good meals and stuff like that would help you in more ways than you can even imagine.
I'll tell you what,
I seen
Ollie.
it somewhere.
No, go on.
Sorry, you see somewhere that you play the best when you don't actually think about it. So that's what I'm on about. Like, if you're conquering the mental game, like, you're gonna win. Like, if I don't know, it's how it is.
Ollie, I was just going to say, like, for people outside of this community who don't really understand professional gaming, you have no idea what sort of level of prep and behind the scenes details go into being a successful team, would you?
Oh, absolutely not. You know, it really isn't anything short of what you would expect from, you know, maybe a professional football team or something like that. You know, the level of attention to detail that, you know, is now being brought to the esports scene. It really is, you know, getting itself up there, you know, with all the backroom staff. And with I'm not sure how much of all that you just heard, because I think we did just suffer a little bit of a disconnect, but yeah, definitely, you know, the level of detail that everyone's putting into, you know, backroom staff, lifestyle, all this sort of stuff, it really isn't anything short of what you would expect of, like, you know, a professional football team or something like that. Everything has to be working, and you've got to have all the information, you know, to be able to make the best decisions possible. And whether that's your sleep, your food. I can see Kendra giggling. I'm not sure what's
Sorry, no, I was
giggling at down there, but it is distracting me a little bit.
It's got to the stretching part on the stream, mate, and I can't believe I've done that in front of people. It's the most embarrassing
You know
thing
it was
I've
a
ever done
beautiful
in my
thing.
life.
You know
I
it was
tell
a
you what,
beautiful thing.
You could tell who was wearing pants because me and Demo didn't get up.
They'll never know. They'll never know, Ollie.
The joy of a top-only stream. I love it. Yeah, I mean, I find it fascinating, and Durkee, I just wanted to ask. Obviously, most other professional sports and all that sort of stuff has been heavily affected by the lockdown measures in place. Is that something that's affected the way you guys train, or has it all just been business as usual?
Like, actually, yeah, because like to be honest, we should be in like Ukraine or Berlin right now in a boot camp with the full team practicing before and even maybe for the full EU League season. And I mean, the opportunity to do it is there, but I don't want to take the risk of going to another country for possibly a month and then being stuck there if another outbreak happens. So yeah, definitely it has impacted it. But I mean, we are still able to do a job at a good enough level from the house where we usually do it from. So I mean, 50-50, I guess.
I mean,
yeah.
For us, we're very, 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 very lucky. Our job consists of not having to be somewhere like in in the flesh, I guess. Like everything's done over the internet. Like if anything, like this whole situation is somewhat like not to say it's a good thing, but helped us because like everyone's at home, everyone's watching esports, everyone's playing more games. Like the community's like more together, sort of thing. Like because everyone's at home, so for us, it's just like another day, really.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? It's been an absolute pleasure catching up with these two. Is there any chance? Is there any chance that you're not gonna steamroll through this and finish top, Kendrew? Come on, give me some trash talk. Oh, have we lost him?
He's muted.
Oh, we've lost him.
Oh, I think you might have clicked the mute button, Kendrew. While you try and figure out that, I'll ask you, Durkee. Let's get a bit of trash talk. I don't mind a bit of arrogance. You're also humble.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. So the question was if we are going to steamroll through this. I mean, probably, yeah. But there are a lot of good teams, to be fair. I seen something earlier on Twitter, Koana Gaming, saying that they are feeling like they are probably the best team in the league right now. Don't know where they're getting that from, but like I wish them the best of luck. I hope that they will be able to beat us, but the fact that they said that will make sure that I definitely try my utmost hardest to make.
What week do you play them? What week do you play them? Do you know?
I have no idea. But yes, I can hear Kendrew. Can anybody else hear Kendrew?
I can't hear Kendrew.
No, I can't hear Kendrew. I'll tell you what. While you continue.
How about you speak for Kendrew? Whoever Kendrew says, you repeat it.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you what.
Okay, yeah,
Kendrew,
let's do that.
Kendrew, you talk, and I'll try and figure out what you're saying. So go for it.
Oh, mouth read. Okay.
Okay, here we go. He's saying Ian Chambers is the best desk curse we've ever had. He says Navi is terrible. We're gonna lose.
Damo's the best ranked players ever played with. There was something in there I seen.
Yeah.
It's just now he's saying I wish Ollie was part of the team. So that's all good stuff. So that's good to know. Yeah. Do you think it's going to be a steamroll? I just want to, before we wrap this up, I'm going to come to you first, Emma, and then you, Ollie, afterwards. Do you think that Navi are going to steamroll this?
I mean, like, even though Fierce and Eminem had bad days today, they do have a good track record against teams like Navi. Well, obviously that's just kind of based off scrims, so anything could happen on the day. But just talking to Kenny and Doki with the respect they put in Eminem and Fierce, that must mean that they can definitely go toe to toe with Navi. And hey, I'm still sitting here waiting for a London upset to happen, and that'll be a good night.
Ollie.
I mean, we all know what happened last time. We had a player on the show, only earlier this evening, really, that said that the game was going to be a stomp. That was secretly, and it went from 6-2 to 6-all. So, you've got to take what these players say with a pinch of salt. But in all seriousness, it's got to be Navi's to lose. Just the sheer experience. It really just counts for everything. We've seen it already tonight, 7-0. Not a small result by any stretch of the imagination, but there is always chance for an upset. I'm not saying that they're going to go flawless. I certainly think there's a little bit of a kink in the road to come for them.
Right, I'm just going to see if I can hear Kendrew now. Kendrew? Oh,
God.
I think this is the siege gods telling us to
Just
wrap this
wave, Kenny. Just smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
Well,
There's one
I'm
thing I
sure
have to
that.
say.
Yeah, go on.
One thing I have to say to teams is, like, you know, after they have a good result like tonight, for example, like there are some teams, I think they get a big ego and think that they are, very, very good, and I think that's going to impact their performance in the coming Playdays. To be honest, I think they're going to think that they're unbeatable and unstoppable, and that's going to really slow some teams down. So yeah, I hope to see it because I hope to beat them, but for their sake, I hope not. But you know.
Well, I think that's a fantastic way to wrap this up. Demo, Ollie, it's been an absolute pleasure. I know that you've had a fantastic day. Is there any last words you want to say before we wrap things up here, Demo?
I think just thank you, Ian, for coming back, and I think you've absolutely smashed it tonight, mate.
Oh, thank you. I've really enjoyed. Am I getting a round of applause from Navi themselves? Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I think honestly, I thought. I know I told you guys earlier, Demo, Ollie, I know this is turning into a sort of bill, but I thought you were great. I love listening to you guys casting. Ollie, any last words?
Just a huge shout out to production. Thank you so much to everybody watching at home as well. Obviously, there has been a couple of bumps in the road tonight with the production, but you wouldn't believe it. There's still maybe sort of 12, 15 people in the Discord. It's nearly midnight, so everyone's working super hard to bring this show to you. And I really hope you appreciate it. We are really trying with this, so I hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it takes a lot to pull something like this together. Kendrew, Durkee, give us a wave. Kendrew in particular can't hear you. It's been a pleasure having you both on the show. It was a fantastic first debrief. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you've enjoyed the shows we've brought for you. And remember, we'd love for you to be featured in next week's show. Just tweet us using the hashtag R6UKI. Get us on Twitter. Give us a follow at Rainbow6. That's the number 6_UK. And feel free to drop us tweets of absolutely anything, whether it's your favorite player, some fan art, or obviously a Durkee meme. We love it all. We will be back at the same time next week, 6 p.m. Thursday for day 2. Thanks so much, and I'll see you soon.